post that I thought was really interesting was the one asking how much did your life go back to, like how quick or how much of your life was like back to normal after the diagnosis. I know Chris posted it and it sounded a lot clearer on the post, but it was essentially asking that, like before the diagnosis, you had, some kind of certain routine and priorities and whatnot, but then after diagnosis, mine, I know, changed right away, like night and day, literally the day after diagnosis, because I had a lot more seizures. I was so, you know, didn't want to accept it, and that was probably part of the triggers. And it was a lot more emergency room visits, like the same month that I got diagnosed. So yeah, I'm interested in hearing anybody else's opinion on that one. How much or how long did it take for you to get back to some kind of normal routine after your diagnosis?
What's normal routine?
10 years. Wait, 14.
I guess normal routine isn't like having a routine at all, not just waking up and having somebody around. Like, do we need to go to the hospital? Would not that.
So 20 years. No, I'm just kidding. Around 14 years. When I turned 30, I think I had a different outlook. I felt like I was getting old. Now I'm 36. I'm like, oh, that time flew by. I don't even remember that period. But yeah, once I felt like, I don't know, once I was doing a bunch of stuff, 20s just flew by, and everything I was doing in my 20s, after a while, it just seems like I wasted a lot of time. But I did have a lot of fun, but there was a lot of stuff I could have spent time on doing instead of what I was doing. And
the 20s are made for wasting.
I'm trying to find the icebreaker. I got one though. I just don't got it up.
Well, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
I had my first suit up basically, and they wouldn't have been able to save me if one, my husband hadn't figured out to turn me on the side, and two, the rescue squad wasn't literally, and I mean literally, 2 blocks from our house. But I went straight back to work like 2 days later, and then I worked and worked and worked like 50 hours a week, really hot in an ice cream shop in the summer, or even in the fall. And I then exactly 1 month and 2 days after the seizure, the first one, I got my license. I'd had my license back 2 days. I drove to work and I was getting ready to leave. And my coworker said, "Give me your keys. I don't think you're okay." And I managed to walk in my front door and have a seizure, like he right onto my couch. I managed to fall sideways onto the couch. Thank God. But I kept going back to work. I did it. I did it for like 8 months, and I kept having seizures. I kept having seizures. But I just kept acting like my routine was more important until, I mean, my doctor kept saying, "You have to write letters telling me, that saying I don't want you to go to work if you're doing it against my advice." And I had to do that 3 times, I think. And then I finally became disabled because I had such a bad status epilepticus thing that I couldn't pretend anymore. And even though my boss would have kept, he gave me a raise. He really wanted me to come back. but I refused because I just couldn't do it. And yeah, so I went back to normal routine right away, but it only lasted for a while. And I didn't want to accept that I had refractory epilepsy with, you know, uncontrolled and medication resistant and shit like that. I didn't want to say, yeah, that's me. I have that. So yeah, even now, 5 years later, I hate it, but I know that I have to keep this or I'm gonna die. So yeah, um,
It's all right.
Andrea, how long did it take you to go back to normal routine? How old were you when you got your diagnosis? I don't know. I don't know how long. I don't know how old Jeff was either.
I was 16, and
Okay.
once I learned I had epilepsy, and then I started doing certain things, and then my mother and stepfather, they would point out, you shouldn't do that because you have epilepsy.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when I was just like, maybe I just don't come home then. um, yeah, so every chance I had, I was not at home. And yeah, did so much outside that I shouldn't have done probably. And they would never know. I called it rebelling, but being that they didn't know what I was doing, I wasn't actually rebelling because they didn't even know I was rebelling. Um, so it actually isn't rebelling. It's just kind of I was doing stupid stuff. Yeah, there's a basically
I
yeah.
got,
I was just doing. Go ahead.
I was just gonna, I thought you were done. You're, I was just gonna say, I got diagnosed in 2020. I was already disabled from other things, so um, the only thing that's really changed for me is that I can't drive.
I was
Um,
diagnosed. I was 75, uh, and I was already disabled from a back injury, so nothing really changed for me. I didn't take it seriously until I found you guys, who really taught me everything I know
Mhm.
and are
really,
really
yeah.
responsible for saving my life.
we're
I
glad to
love
be
you,
here.
Jeff. I'm so glad that you are okay. I was so so upset when I heard what happened to you, and I hadn't been on here for a long time because of stuff. Let's say because of
Well, you were a
control.
big part of saving my life.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm sorry, Pookie. I did not mean to interrupt you. I'll be quiet now.
Um, I got something that I put down as an icebreaker. What price increase has hit you the hardest in everyday life? I didn't actually even think of it to have an answer for myself, but you guys think on that one. Um,
Groceries.
hmm, that's a good one. I didn't think of that. I was thinking so deep and couldn't find anything.
I was gonna say
Uh,
groceries or uh, dispensary products because I need way, way more than before.
I think the biggest expense for people without epilepsy is gas because gas is super expensive now. I see it's like 660 out here,
Mm-hmm.
and that's regular.
Yeah, yeah, and actually, that's
87.
true. If you have to go to doctor's appointments, a lot of them, like we do, that could be a factor if you don't do virtual appointments. Mm, good thinking.
Yeah, virtual appointment. You can save money these days. Save money on gas. I'm not a big virtual visit fan, but to save gas, that is worth it.
You know why
I
I
have
started
them
doing it?
all the time.
Yeah, me
Wait,
too.
now
You
that I
know,
think of it,
I started doing it because my husband didn't want to pay to park in the parking garage at the freaking hospital. I'm not kidding
um,
I
I
tell him
just
to
thought
drop you
about it.
off at the door and go park somewhere else then.
Yeah, meet me back at the door.
Right. I'll
And
call
I
you when I'm done.
and I popped in a little while ago, but I'm going for a walk, so I've been listening. And I have to agree with groceries, even though my son, who drives my car now, would disagree and say gas. So, and he sucks me into giving him gas every time we go out.
He
Oh
said
man,
taxi that's his taxi fee. So you gotta
you.
fill up the tank.
Uh, no, I pay like $950 for my car, which I bought 2 months before my seizure. The
Oh
nicest one I ever
God.
bought, because I never bought myself a nice car ever. And then for like, I think insurance is like $500 a year because he's 20 and a male. So that makes insurance expensive. So no, he gets a lot of money every month. But honestly, I have no choice because I leased a car for 3 years. Then it was COVID. So 3 years later, the car had like 12,000 miles on it. I'm like, I'm not giving this back. I'm going to buy it. And then I had my seizure, and that was that. And I'll never drive again, no matter what. So, but he's got a fully loaded Subaru Outback now. So, heated seats, moonroof. Oh, I love that car. I didn't drive it ever, but I did love it. We dubbed it the Batmobile because it was pure black and shiny and metallic.
But that's a
Batmobile
bitch to
sounds
keep
good.
clean up there.
Oh.
I don't care. It's not my car anymore. That's what he says all the time. He's like, it's not your car anymore. It's my car. And I'm like, yeah, cool,
Oh
man.
God. Yeah.
Don't feel bad. My son's driving my old car too.
Yeah. My son just
But
absconded with my black BMW back to freaking Santa Cruz.
This is out
uh,
selling my car now.
uh,
I don't have his car. Nobody has
all
it
good.
because I don't have this. Oh
To
Pookie,
be
have you
man,
fair,
ever
though,
driven?
have I ever driven?
uh,
Yeah.
Uh, yes, I've driven. We're live, so I've said it. Yes, I've driven. Had an accident. Uh, yeah, had an accident and then not drove as much after that. I'm not gonna say I stopped driving, but yeah, after the accident, got a new car, and yeah, at first I bought my mom's car from her, and yeah, then I got another car after that because the other car caught on fire. And my mom gave me $700. I should have knew something was wrong. But about the gas thing that you said, Chip, um, he gets gas out of you. I felt like that with damn, do I have to say names? I felt like that once upon a time. It's like, oh, someone asking me, I gotta go here, so you need to go to the doctor. Since I'm gonna go over here, you could go with me. And then I gotta pay gas because I gotta go to the doctor, even though you're going with me already. That's how I felt, Chip.
uh, yeah, I hear you.
That's how they get
Uh,
gas out of you. You want to go
yeah.
with
Well,
me?
my
Even,
one
even though I'm
one
going
of the
down the street from where you're already going?
one of the things that I always get in trouble with him is, um, I like to drink those little 16-ounce bottles of water to kill the environment for my kids. And I won't bring them out of the store because I'm not going to carry all that. I'm old, can't do it. So we pull up to the gas station when they have like, the 40 pack cases. And I open up the trunk and I throw them in. He's like, hey, can I get some gas? And I'll be like, oh, good. You're on like a quarter of a tank. Yeah, I think it's $6 up here the last time I looked. But yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, he sucks me in all the time. But I love the kids, so it's all good.
Well, and actually, you're not supposed to let it sit at a quarter of a tank or lower, according to my mechanic father, because it does damage the engine. Although $6 a
Um,
gallon, I'm sure the poor man who's resting in peace had no idea it was ever going to be that much.
yeah. Um, since this is a small town, um, yeah, my mom gets anywhere on $10. But then the doctor appointment thing, there's our health insurance to give me a ride to the doctor. So I don't have to worry about gas for that one. But I do have something here, and it says I finally got to drive again. I had another seizure. I started having seizures around this time last year. The last few years have been incredibly stressful for me after the divorce, financial issues, job change, etc. 2 weeks ago, I finally hit my 90 days of being seizure free. And after all this time, I was finally able to drive my own car again, go see people when I wanted about relying, go see people when I wanted without relying on having to burn a ride or use a ride share service. Drive company, drive company vehicles for my job again, take my kids to do things. I felt like I had my life back. I even spent a good chunk of change to taking care of my car, so it was good to it was in good condition for the road again. Last night I went out and a friend of mine, for once, I was driving. It felt celebratory. I had a couple of beers for dinner. It's my own fault since alcohol interacts poorly with my meds. I didn't think it would be like this. Got up this morning, went to the restroom, and woke up hours later laying in a hospital bed. I'm so angry at myself for putting myself in that situation. I'm so angry that this even began in the first place. But anyway, here I am starting over again with medical debt, looking forward and looking back at depression. Thoughts I'm very open to hearing. Um, I don't suggest driving again. I don't suggest drinking, but that's just me. Um, how do you guys feel about driving and drinking? Because I highly not suggest it. There are
Now,
some
are we
comments
talking
here
with epilepsy or not epilepsy? I'm
with
against both,
epilepsy.
though. I'm against both of those things. The only
Yeah,
thing that I'll say,
me
because
too.
I'm very set in my ways as to driving an epilepsy. The only thing that was weird about that was 3 months he got his license back. That's a little bit crazy, in my opinion.
Some states are
Yeah.
3, some states are 6.
Yeah, 3 is crazy. 6 is crazy too, but it's all good. I hit 6. The reason why I say that is because I actually did hit 6 months once in the past 2 years. And a couple of days later, I had a seizure, and I'm like, cool, you know. So I don't
Mhm.
know, but ah, like I said, I'm the crazy different one. So
Well, can I say that I was always the designated driver, even as a teen? And it was one of the few things my father absolutely drilled into our heads was you do not ever drink and drive. You do not ever let somebody drive you somewhere if they've been drinking. And if they have, you can call me. And I don't care where it is, and I don't care how late it is. Don't drive with them. And so I became everybody's mother. And I designated drive everywhere for years and years and years. But yeah, alcohol never did good for me anyway, even way before my epilepsy diagnosis. Yeah. I would suggest you never drink again. That's not a good idea.
Yeah, I don't drink. It's never bothered me, but it's a good idea to not drink for your insides and for your epilepsy for some people.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you could get addicted, and that could be even worse. Yeah, I won't say any names, but we got a few epileptics who we do know still dealing with the problem, but they're trying. But yes, epilepsy sucks. And taking away your driving, I just suggest don't drive again once you have epilepsy, but some people are different. They decide they would like to drive. After I stopped driving, I just never went back to it. Um, it took crashing a car and the pandemic. Then I stopped driving all the way. I don't know why I took the pandemic, but yeah, that was a good thing for me. Not much was open. I didn't drive for a long time, and then I just never went back to driving. One of the comments here says, I get to drive again in April 11th. I've been in a state where they say 6 months before driving, move here a day before that seizure. So I will be a new driver completely. I worry about that same exact thing that you've gone through. I'm currently taking lamotrigine, and it's going well for me. Can't say that I'm scared to drive, but I am. Adulting sucks. Good luck in your end. My doctor actually told me 2 years, and I looked up recently that it is 6 months in California. But another person told me it could be based on what he knows about my epilepsy, so I just never questioned it. Doc knows best, they say. Another
My
comment
license
here
was
says,
never taken away.
no?
No, the doctor,
You have a
when I
license
was,
in 2 states, right?
when I, no, no, I have a license just in Pennsylvania, but my doctor
No.
diagnosed me as just having nocturnal seizures, and he never took away my license. And I continued to drive for a while until I realized I was having absence seizures during the day. And then I just stopped. I didn't have my license taken away. I just wasn't going to take a chance of killing someone.
Right.
Yeah, that's what my deal is. I don't want to kill people, you know. Well, very few people, but outside of the few people. Now, I don't want to kill other people. So, and it actually it'd be interesting because I went to the dispensary the other day and my license was expired. And I'm like, man, so they wouldn't let me in. So my son bought all my pot. But that's a good sum with the car. So I wonder if I was reported because my license will go through and I wonder what I'll get back. So it didn't say anything on the website, but yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if I'll get it. I'll never drive again, but huh.
But you can get a state ID, can't you, Chip?
Oh yeah, you could just get a non-driver's ID. But you
Right.
know, I didn't even. I want to see what happens. I also don't know if you can be the driver in a car with somebody who's learning. So anyway, my kids don't drive, and I'm gonna have to teach them how to drive. So I need a license for that too, even though I'm not going to drive.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, interesting. We'll see.
So you need a license to
Oh, she'll come back. I let her in.
basically teach someone how to
Walking
drive,
over there.
which makes sense, I
You
guess.
you need to have a licensed driver in the car when somebody with a learner's permit is driving, at least here. And I
Okay.
wonder if I
It
could
makes
be the
sense.
licensed driver in the car. But I wouldn't do that though, because when they kill people, then they're going to be like, well, you have epilepsy. You're not technically a licensed driver. So anyway, my son will have to do that too.
Oh wow.
He's going to
All right.
earn his car. So we'll see though. I think they
Oh,
said 2 weeks. So my son's going to have to buy my pot for 2 weeks for me.
They don't deliver in Washington?
No, they do not.
That's the good thing about here. You just call up and they're here in a few minutes.
That's pretty cool
yeah.
because I
Yeah.
have to walk for a half an hour. And then I thought today, I'm like, oh, cool. I'm going to be down where the dispensary is. And then I thought to myself, oh, I don't have a valid driver's license. They won't let me in. And that's always fun.
Wow.
Pookie, do they
Um,
deliver near you?
yep. They
Yeah,
got the
that's
Weed
the great.
Maps app,
Yeah,
and then they show you all the dispensaries in the area, the places that have deals for ordering, the places that have deals for when you buy so much, or places that have deals when you're the first time customer. I went to
right.
all those places, that first time customer deals.
Yeah,
I did
why
everywhere
not?
they had. Yeah. Um, there's a question here since both of you guys are actually partaking in THC. The question says, what is better, being depressed or being high on 100 milligram gummy? I've never gotten high before, and I've been struggling with depression for a long time. Epilepsy is bad enough, my friend. My friend suggested that weed could help, and I don't want to smoke, but I am open to trying gummies. I bought one from the dispensary, and I am debating taking it or not. The question is, what is better, being depressed or being high on 100 milligram gummy? The
I don't
100
know how
milligram
to
gummy
answer.
sounds nice.
100 milligram gummy for somebody who has not taken pot ever in their life. They're going to
That's
call an
That's a
nuts.
lot.
ambulance. They're going to call an ambulance to come pick them up because
Yeah,
they're going to
that's too
freak out.
much.
I take like 300
Yeah.
milligrams and then I take a 100 milligram shot usually while I'm out. And that's not enough for me, but I've taken it for a little while. Yeah, they can't take 100 milligrams. You start at 5 or 10 at the most. But yeah, I think it definitely helps with depression. Um, the only issue is sometimes it will uh, multiply the effects that you're feeling that day. I've noticed, and my wife notices a lot too, where if you were happy, you'll multiply your happiness. If you're sad, you're going to multiply your sadness. But usually, if you take a CBD, it'll even it out to a happy medium. But that's my answer. I love pot.
Right.
Uh,
Um,
my answer is the same on as the last part. I've never taken gummies, so I couldn't answer, but 100 milligram gummy is a lot. I
yeah.
think they usually come 10 milligrams or
Yeah, out
something
here
Yeah.
they're
like
You take
that.
they're
one at a time.
Yeah,
yep.
that seems like maybe he has a pack that's 100 milligrams and he thinks it's one. I don't know, but that seems like an awful lot, especially like Tip said, for somebody who's never done this before.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
I only smoke, so I can't really answer it, but except that it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
sounds like
I've
it's got to
It
be
noticed.
does.
wrong.
Yeah, definitely wrong. I wouldn't even want to laugh at something like that because they would have such a horrible experience that
Yeah,
it would be
They
crazy.
probably hate weed after that.
Yep. After that, they'd never smoke it again or
And
edible it again or
that's
whatever they
all you
want to
know.
do. So, yeah. I'm actually on an edible-ish break because I'm really tired of taking so much. So I started only taking them when I go out, like now. And I smoked a joint with my wife before, and we're talking about like one of those little half cones that you make yourself. And I am so
Yeah.
fucked up from that. It's wonderful. So edible
you go.
use, they're great. Edible use is great, but your tolerance for edibles is very quickly risen to crazy levels. Ooh, the mountain's pretty today.
I got the rainbow right here. And one right here.
Yep.
It's all
That's a
sunshine
permanent
and
one.
rainbows around here. Yeah, to the comments here, I don't suggest taking the 100 milligram, but if you can find 100 milligram in one gummy, that sounds, I'm good for someone who already smokes. But if you do not smoke, that isn't a place to start. And that's basically what the comments are saying. Yeah, don't recommend starting with 100 milligram dose. And it's a bunch of other ones like that, and the whys. And then someone says, "Why do a gummy when you could just smoke?" That is a good decision. Why do a gummy when you could smoke? Because you're gonna hate that experience for it to be your first weed experience. Yeah. Hmm. Another comment here says, if you had no previous exposure to THC, absolutely not. Start with 5 milligrams or 10 milligrams. 100 milligrams will spin you into a green out and you'll think you're having a stroke. Seriously, it will overwhelm your nervous system. And you don't need that when you have epilepsy.
I'm
Make you
happy
feel like
people
you're
wrote,
having a stroke.
I'm happy people gave the right comments in there. So,
And
Yeah.
also,
oh
there are strains that work well for depression.
yeah, there's tons of stuff you could do to make
Yeah.
I
things
was
happier with pop.
I was looking for that for someone for one comment at least to say that find certain strains or all that, but
Yeah.
there's some stuff that's not here telling you certain strains. One says do not take 100 milligrams, you would be high as fuck. From 15 to 20, 100 will fuck you up. Consider ketamine therapy for depression. It really works. Um,
Wow, that's a leap.
right.
Anyway,
That's why I was like, oh, okay.
Let's get
I'll read
really
through
high.
what. Yeah, ketamine means a lot to just tell someone to just let's not have it not do weed. Let's do ketamine.
Let's
Yeah.
just get some heroin. Why bother?
Right. Let's go hard.
yeah, if you're gonna
Um,
do it, you might as well
yeah.
do it right.
Right.
Yeah, I got something else here. Some comments. One says, "My first time using edibles, I took roughly 100 milligram in mints. I slept 17 hours and woke up with a blinding migraine. Please start with a much smaller amount." There you go, firsthand experience. Another comment says, depends on your situation. Weed might make you get deep and think about some things that could help, or it could make it worse or distract you. Usually it plunges me right into the problem, but I like when it's right on time. One more comment says, take 1/3, wait an hour or so, and see how you feel before you eat more. Jumping into a pool without knowing how to swim can be bad. You can always take more, but can't take less. I like that comment.
Except
Uh,
for the split it into thirds, so that's 33. Ooh, that's a loud truck.
we didn't hear it, luckily.
It's amazing. Nobody hears anything. Anyway,
Yeah, the background noise on this, I don't know if it's Zoom or it's the phone, but Zoom background noise blocker thing is nice. Uh, I got something else here though, and it says, "How do you actually know your seizure threshold?" Trying to understand minds after 20 years, 20 plus years. I'm hoping to hear from people who have lived with this long term, but it doesn't matter if it's short term either. Have you figured out how to manage it in real life, not just textbook advice? I had my first seizure at 17. I'm now 41. Early on, they were happening maybe twice a year or twice a year, and then about once a year. The last 5 seizures have been spaced out to about every 2 years, which makes me feel like we've gained some control and awareness. But clearly, I'm not. I'm not enough. Oh, clearly not enough. I understand the common triggers: lack of sleep, stress, anxiety. I try to stay on top of those, but life is life. There are nights you don't sleep, family responsibilities, emergencies, and days where you think you're mentally strong enough to push through, and sometimes you are until you're not. What really bothers me is that I still think where my actual threshold is, or I still wonder where my actual threshold is. I can feel tired or stressed and be just fine. Other times I can think I'm okay and then I'm not. That unpredictability is the hardest part. Driving is such a big concern for me. I want to be confident and safe doing something that's essential for my daily life without constantly second guessing myself. So I'm asking honestly, how do you personally gauge your seizure thresholds? Do you rely on patterns, strict rules, sleep, stress limits, or something else? Has anyone found anything objective like tracking wearables, routines that actually help? Or is it more about avoiding certain combinations of factors rather than a single line? I'm not looking for quick fixes, just experiences from people who have learned how to live with it and still function day to day. Chip, I think you're the best story for this one. You're still working. That's more than a day to day.
Uh, yeah. I mean, honestly, I hate to put it this way. The main reason I'm doing it is because I have no choice. No, I don't have a choice at all. My wife had cancer. I have epilepsy. We're $150 trillion in debt. We have 3 kids, you know. So I don't really have a choice whether I have to work or not. But honestly, what I do now when I'm at work is I just try to relax and slow down a little bit uh, in everything I do. Because if I do too much, then I have to stop and lie down for a while and relax because my system just like, nah, man, you did too much today. But at work, I used to be able to do 3 or 4 things at a time. Uh, and I didn't care because I had work to do. Now I will only do one thing at a time. I won't work during meetings, but you have to figure, I guess the biggest part is you have to figure out a way to make it work for you. Um, the best way possible. My daughter was in a play, and to come home on the bus took 2.5 hours, and it went through a couple shady places. So I went over there every night after work because it was near my work, and I would sit there until 11:30 at night, and we'd hop on the bus and we'd come home. And we did that for like 3 months, 4 or 5 days a week, and it was horrible. But you figure out a way to get by. And my biggest thing is for everybody, try to find out what resources you really have in your area and do it more than once because I found that disabled bus and now I can go anywhere for $1.75 and I can actually bring someone with me if I want to. So that costs $3.50. That's crazy amounts of money. So look for everything you can to help you. I was really hesitant in the beginning because I felt like I'm not really disabled. People are really disabled who can't walk and can't go out of the house and can't do anything. Because I didn't have any disabled friends. And I knew disabilities were hard. And I knew that it really sucked for people, but I never really looked into it. So, yeah, I didn't feel as though I was disabled in the beginning. And I still continue to do everything possible. But you have to realize at some point you can't do everything anymore, even though you want to. And you have to
Right.
scale it back and relax because yeah, you're gonna kill yourself doing everything you used to be able to do. So, and I did that. I've talked about how my buddy used to get me at 3 or 5 in the morning and we go into work. One day he uh he wasn't able to make it in. So it was 5 in the morning and I was like, well, I'll take the 2.5 hour bus ride in. So I left the house at like 5:15 and the bus gets there at like 5:21 and it's like a 9 minute walk, which is the times don't match up. So I rushed and I kind of pushed myself a little bit. And that's the time I had the seizure on the bus was that day. And needless to say, having a seizure on a bus is not fun. But yeah, I
I
don't know
know.
if I don't yeah, lots of people know that. But yeah, it's good epilepsy seizure on the bus. I wonder what the percentage is. But I don't know how far I wandered off the path as I always do. Because the edibles I took because of my paranoia of not going out with edibles, uh, they're kicking in now.
Um, yeah, the thing about having a seizure on a bus, oh man. Um, then getting off at the wrong stop or stuff like that, or having a focal. There was one time I was on the bus and the next stop was my stop, but I could feel just this weird feeling coming on. And I tried to ignore it, but it ended up not working. I kept telling myself the next stop is our stop, just one more stop. And then just kept saying that. And once I blinked one time, I woke up and missed my stop. Uh, so I'm thinking I had a focal for like maybe 10 to 20 seconds or less or more. Yeah, that was my bus stop story. Because, Chip, those are not fun. I understand, especially if you have one and the driver doesn't notice. That's the thing I was thinking. What if they did notice? No one did notice, but I mean, what if it was like a full shaking tonic and they didn't notice? Would have been horrible. Uh,
Oh, that's what I had on the bus. I was even asking the bus. It's the only one I really remember for full on tonic. But I asked the bus driver. I woke up, I came out of it, and I heard people saying that the ambulance will be meet us at the next stop. And I'm like, oh, someone got hurt, And then I realized it was me. Uh, but they came running on with Narcan to Narcan me because I must have had an overdose. Then I kept going on the bus after I said they can't do anything for me. And I was going to go to work because my brain didn't work. And I decided that was a bad idea because my brain was gone. But now I have to order pizza because I went to the pizza place. So I'm listening, but I can't talk unless you want to hear me order pizza. I think that's
um, they probably do not. I'll find something to talk about. But yeah, I got a couple. Well, one comment
What
here
kind of
says I
pizza?
only have nocturnal seizures, so mine is sleep. So mine is related to sleep. Huh. That would be actually. I was gonna say that would be better to only have nocturnal seizures, but no seizures not better than the other. I don't think. Um, yeah. How are you doing today, Toaster?
Arguing with my hat.
Um, I got something here, and it says, "Please help. We are currently in the hospital with my 6-year-old daughter. She had a total meltdown the other day and was complaining of everything hurting, asking us how it feels to die, and basically could not calm down. I thought maybe she was having an allergic reaction to something I have, her Motrin and Benadryl, but she is acting irrational, so we took her to the hospital. She is on iron supplements and was on amoxicillin for an ear infection earlier this week. They thought her belly and leg pain was maybe constipation. They sent us home with Miralax. The next day more even worse, asking us if there was hairs on her tongue every 5 minutes, asking us to feel concerned, and ordered an EEG and an MRI. The EEG came back with focal onset left temporal seizures. The MRI, wait, oh my, the MRI came back perfect, but she was still filled with anxiety and says she's dying and doesn't know what to do and doesn't want to die and leave us, and talking about bad dreams she's had, and the same asking us to check if anything in her mouth, or her 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 the neurologist. Oh no, her the neurologist in the morning. I don't understand this, but I just don't know how I'm gonna deal with these mental symptoms at home. I need to know if anyone has dealt with this and how fast the medication helped, or if anything else helped. Please, she was in perfect, sweet, energetic 6 year old, and now she thinks she's dying 24/7. I'm upset. Um, that's that's it. Dealing with a child who has epilepsy could, I'd assume, be rough. Probably more rough if you don't have epilepsy, but take her to the hospital. I don't know what to do with a child who has epilepsy. Toaster, any ideas?
She probably
Not
does
that you
feel like
know.
she's dying.
Huh?
She probably does feel like she's dying. And what you
Oh,
need to do is work, and this is kind of touchy, work with that feeling and basically let her know that she's still going to be here tomorrow, even through that feeling. I mean, that's hard when a child asks you questions like that or says stuff like that.
yeah.
You can't really explain it the way you would to an adult. It's your chemicals reacting while you're having the seizure, making it seem like the world's about to end, and it's not. But
I was about to say that, but I wasn't going to say that like that. I was going to say that, yeah, you wouldn't understand if it's not you. And yeah, and they probably don't understand when she says, I feel like I'm dying. And yeah, it's an unexplainable feeling and doesn't feel good. And yeah, just you
keep
gotta.
on with the reassurance. You're
Yeah, I was
here.
gonna
Yeah, go ahead.
keep letting her know that everything is good. Be by her side. Definitely be by her side. That's a good one. Yeah. You got something, Jeff?
No,
Uh,
I'm totally unqualified to answer that. I mean,
I
I I can
I
imagine.
wasn't listening to the question, but I remember Jeff's asked me what pizza I was getting, and I so
Yes,
wanted to say pineapple, but I couldn't even get myself to even pretend that I ordered pizza with pineapple on it. It's just
if it
cheese.
if you ordered a pizza with pineapple, we would no longer be friends.
Oh, I hear you, man. That's why I'd never do that. It's crazy, you know? I mean, I like pineapple, but Non pizza. And there's
Right.
probably like 6 people around me who are eating pineapple with pizza and they're gonna throw stuff at me. But that's okay. I want to eat outside anyway.
It's okay.
So
Do
enjoy,
I get a
enjoy it.
pass? My
And
mom orders pineapple on the pizza all the time. Just eat it.
But you don't
and hi
order it, so you
toaster.
get a pass.
Yes.
Hi toaster. I think I was ordering pizza when you popped on.
Yes, I said you better show us the pizza.
Oh,
Um,
pizza. Oh, look, a good table opens. Maybe I won't sit outside.
have anybody taken Miralax? Or no, lacosamide?
I do.
All right, I got one here. It says experiencing coming off of lacosamide. You guys would know how that felt.
Been
We'll
Pat.
read it anyway.
No, it's been Pat.
I've been slowly weaning myself off of lacosamide over the past 3 months. I got up to taking it 4 days a week and 3 days off. I take 50 milligrams at night. I now started adding in another day. So not I am off. Now I'm off. It says not, but now am off 4 days a week. I've been feeling very exhausted and had some auras, which wasn't really happening before. Does anyone have any experience coming off
Thank you.
medication? And how'd you feel? I'm trying to come off of it because my
I'm
doctor
assuming I
feels
just bring
it's
this outside, right?
unnecessary.
Oh, I guess I'm not muted either. So
Um, I'm trying to come off of it because my doctor feels it's unnecessary for me to be on it since it has negatively impacted me since the beginning. I also take Lamictal and Scopri. This is guided advice by my doctor. Any advice getting off medication? Um, when I got off of Dilantin to go to Keppra, I was told just to drop it and go right to Keppra. But when I switched from Keppra to Lamotrigine, I was told to titrate down. So in a week, I'd be down to a dose where I could take the Lamotrigine. Another week after that and titrate up. I didn't listen to that. And I cold turkey jumped over to Lamotrigine. I can't remember if it's went good or bad, but yeah, that's what happened. I went to Lamotrigine, cold turkey, and I can't say nothing happened because I don't remember. Uh, yeah, that's the truth. I know I did it. I don't remember what happened though. So
I've
yeah.
I've been on Vimpat a couple times. It like gets put on, then it gets taken off, and gets put back on. I don't know. It, but all I remember is not really when anything coming off of it. It's when and going on to it is when I noticed I am dizzy as hell. So off of it, I guess I just realized I'm not as dizzy. But
Yeah, taking it and then noticing that it does give you some side effects, but then if the doctor tells you to get off of it, they usually have a taper amount, right? They think we should go down. I think you should just listen to the doctor. I don't really have advice on telling someone how to taper off, but I can tell you my experiences. I did not taper. I went cold turkey, and I don't suggest it because I don't remember what happened, which could be good or bad. But yeah, don't medication hop without advising your
from a medical
neurologist.
professional,
Yeah, neurologist or epileptologist, whoever you have. Listen to your doctor. Um,
I think the
that's the
only
only.
one. Sorry,
They say don't give medical advice. My only medical advice would be talk to your neurologist or your medical professional.
that is sound medical advice.
Yeah. You
I
got
think
something, Tosa?
Yeah, I think the only medication I ever went cold turkey on was the Keppra. I think everything else was tapered, and it was, got whole lists by the doctor of how to do it.
Hmm. Um, yeah, I'm sure I got that list too. Here's a comment though. One says, I just tapered off glucosamide, went down from 100 milligrams to 50 to 0 over the course of about 3 weeks. I'm not doing well, unfortunately. Auras and seizures all over the place. Had 2 seizures and multiple auras since coming off of it. It was clearly working for me, but my doctor wanted me off of it for an upcoming hour EEG I'm having done. Best of luck to you, though. Another comment says, it's a good drug for a lot of people, but it made me feel terrible. Felt like I was going through menopause as a 22-year-old male. I was tired after I was fully off of it, but I started a new medication, so who knows? I'm always tired. LOL. Yeah. AJ, have you had any experience with switching medication or with just
Yeah,
coming off of a medication?
in the last 5 years, I switched 15 medication, and now I'm about to introduce again um, Zonegran because Excalibur is not working on me.
Um, have you taken lamotrigine?
Mm, no,
I don't know if I asked. Actually, I probably asked when you first got here. How long ago were you diagnosed?
5 years ago.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You've tried 15 medications over 5 years.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a lot. I'm just glad I'm not on multiple medications. I'm trying not to be at least. Um,
Same.
damn, AJ, that's messed up. All those medications. I couldn't imagine how you're just awake with us. Um, yeah,
You don't.
yeah.
Most of the time, you sleep.
Oh, much love for
Hold
you,
on.
AJ. I forgot what the icebreaker was.
I love icebreakers.
Same.
Yeah, that'll be nice for you. I'll definitely get that for you guys.
It was something to the effect of what item or thing is affecting you now, price wise. Man, that was a great explanation. What
I got
one
it.
thing? Yeah, good.
It says, what price increase has hit you the hardest in everyday life?
That was close.
Price, like the price tag on the supermarket.
That's a good one because, well, with what's
I'm
going on
asking,
there, everything's going up.
Yeah. It's like, what
uh,
one thing? I think everyone is feeling
I
tight.
mean, yeah, I mean, here it's kind of hard to afford, to be able to afford buying meat. I mean,
Oh wow.
it became a luxury product.
We just did a whole Costco run on that because you buy it in bulk, it's cheaper, a lot cheaper. And then you freeze it. We
Is
have a
there any
second.
Costco's near you?
Oh yeah. I think of
No,
Tom every time we walk into one.
I was saying, AJ,
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, go.
is there any Costco's near you?
We don't have a
Bulk
Costco here,
stores.
but we
Mm,
have different brands of magazine.
okay. Uh, they have Costco's in Mexico. I thought maybe they were everywhere.
No, we don't usually have American brands here.
Do you have a
And
store that's like a bulk sell? Like you go and you get like a giant crate of oranges instead of just picking out individual oranges at the store?
um, it's like a normal supermarket, but the big differences are you don't have to buy a package of bottle of water. You can buy only one bottle. And the sizes are way smaller.
You can
Like
only
we
get
don't
one water bottle.
we don't
Like they have a maximum purchase. You can only purchase one at a time.
yeah, if you want you can buy but how much you want. But
Oh,
we don't have a
I thought I heard you
what
say that. I was gonna say, wow.
I think I
we
confused her by saying a bulk store.
Okay.
but we don't have the gallon measurement, and we
Oh,
also
okay.
don't have a bottle of milk that's 1 gallon. Just the biggest size of a bottle is half of gallon.
Mm.
Um, yeah. Um, Toaster, did you answer that question?
I don't think so.
Well, the ball's in your court.
Um, let's see. Honestly, I think the thing that cut my purse today was the ground beef. The ground beef was expensive.
Same here.
Um, the most expensive thing I can think of in grocery stores. Um, I think the thing that's went up the most was chips that I have. I got a lot of snacks. I got stuff that I could eat and I can just grab and eat. And those little bags of chips, I think it's like maybe 16 bags of chips for $15. So you get these little bags. Basically, they're $1 each. Uh, but yeah, I noticed that when I looked at the receipt, I was like, wow, I didn't know how expensive that was. Little bitty bags are $1.
Look what I got today, or I found today. Blast from the past. Charleston Chews.
Oh, where'd you find that at?
Costco. Of all places. I got a box of boxes.
Yeah, so what is
Wow.
there, like 8,000 boxes in there?
No, there were 10. There was 10 boxes in the box.
I got my wife a thing of Reese's Pieces, and the container was so big, it was almost impossible to go through all those Reese's Pieces. We did it though. We won.
It's Reese's Pieces. It's kind of hard not to, shovel into your mouth.
Now that I'm done with my pizza, I think I deserve a dessert. So I think I'm going to go to Dairy Queen, which is right next to the pizza place, conveniently located. Then, believe it or not, I'm going to go across the street to the grocery store and I'm going to buy ground beef. So it kind of fits into this conversation.
I gotta mute myself before I laugh.
It's all good. I have to
I
mute
got
myself
something here.
before I order.
I got something. It says one hand becoming cold and paler during a focal episode. Hello, I'm getting assessed by a university seizure specialist soon, and some weird labs and presumed focal seizures. I had a symptom that I'd never experienced before and wasn't sure if it existed in the realm of auras. I should track it, or if it's just one of those things that can happen. I had a cluster of these rising to head thumpy sensations I got before episodes, which was then followed by my left foot tingling and then my left hand. I felt a bit weirder than my normal tingling, so I checked my left leg and it was significantly colder than the right and paler, bluer, mottled color. Not like it felt cold to the touch things, like my physical hand was actually cold. It was inside and not doing anything and couldn't, for the life of me, warm itself up. It was strange to have only my left hand be colder and paler than the other, especially since things often happen in the left side of my body. And it was after my left foot was acting up. I usually, though tingling or twitches, this was a first. Is this a thing? Is this a thing people should have? Should I put it on my log of weird shit, or do auras not manifest that way? Um, hmm. My aura did not manifest that way. When I had it, it was just there. Um, there was no build-up process. When I have a focal, there's no build-up process that I can remember. It just happens and I come out of it. But yeah, getting cold, a hand getting cold or a leg getting cold, have not got that. And they also said cold, not to the touch, but cold inside. Um, yeah, haven't got that. I know how it feels when it's clean hands, cold inside. It's like being outside in a cold area. So yeah, I don't suggest not doing anything about it and not logging it. So do that. Tell your
Definitely
doctor.
log it.
Um, yeah, that's something a neurologist should know. Couldn't that have something to do with something else? Um, couldn't that be something similar to nerve pain?
I could be circulatory, but I do know that numbness and tingling sensations are not common, but are those and focal seizures kind of go together.
Okay.
And so tingling sensation is basically loss of circulation, which is why your hand goes cold because there's no warm blood flowing through it. I think Jeff
See
has
you
something
later,
to
Jeff.
say.
No, I get that also.
Oh,
When I have focals, sometimes my hands go numb. Uh, Sometimes that's from nerve damage, but usually it's from I'm getting a focal. They go numb and they do feel cold, but it's not outside; it's inside. You just feel like you're Philly, but
yeah.
your outside feels normal.
Yeah, that's what that person was saying, that it's a pain
Yeah,
that a cold that you only feel inside and you can't warm it up.
right, exactly.
Mm.
You can sit there and rub your arm, rub your hand, and it doesn't do any good.
Well, it's good to know those signs before they happen. I learn stuff all the time. So now see when stuff pops up, like auras have been happening for years. But when I was told about one and what it is, now they're happening all the time.
Yeah.
Not all the time, but when they happen, they always cluster for some reason. I don't understand that part, but yeah, my auras, they have been happening. I learned that here, what an aura was. So now if I ever get the tingling and the numbness, yeah, I'm also gonna check for a stroke because I had one already. They said anything weird like that, get it checked again also. So, but yeah,
Anyway, I'm here. I'm trying to concentrate on my grill where I turned it up to 700 before I remembered I was supposed to make something. So I don't want to lose
Gotcha.
track of it. I'm here, but I'll be on mute.
Okay.
How often do we have to remind you? We could set a timer. Oh, and just so you know, they didn't have Charleston Chew blizzards, unfortunately. So I had to get a Reese's Pieces one because we were just talking about that.
Good
If you can
choice.
Uh,
remind me about every 12 seconds.
Oh, Jeff, you're supposed
uh,
to be cooking something.
Yeah, supposed to be is the key word.
uh, yeah.
All right, let me
It's
go
Oh,
I, I'm
report
actually
birds.
I'm happy that I could walk all the way down here because there's everything here, even the view of the mountain.
what mountain is that again? You said it once upon a time. I can't remember.
Mount Rainier.
Yeah, heard of that. I think it was a game. Um, there's one of the comments here about the cold sensations. It says that sounds like a sensory seizure to my bud. It's one of the 4 types I get, but unlike yours, I get a burning sensation like my flesh is being roasted with a sensation of pins and needles, which amplifies when touched. Like it starts on my left shoulder, if worse, then exceeds to the left arm, then comes up the left leg, after which it's whole left side of my body, then the whole body is on for a roast. These started recently. How about yours? Um, yeah, that was a comment. And the OP did not respond. So then they said
Speaking of
fire.
roast, make speaking of roast, make sure you're looking at the fire.
You're cooking
Right.
something.
Um, I can imagine like hot is even worse. I was imagining like they said the cold thing. That's understandable because I can understand feeling cold because you're outside. You know what I mean? And you got your bones chilling, but feeling hot, burning inside, and then if you try to stop it, it gets worse. It sounds like hell.
It doesn't sound fun.
Right. Just the inside's burning and you can't do anything. Uh, I get the pins and needles, but not heat or cold. Um, did you say you did, Toaster? I thought you did say something like that. Maybe, maybe not.
Every once in a while, not every time. This is going to sound weird. The
No.
tingling aura is to me small beans compared to dread. So when I get the tingling, I'm not really paying attention to that.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, mine's are pins and needles, and it's usually in my left arm. And now that you say that, I just noticed it's in my left arm and left leg. Never actually put those together until now.
Usually it's my toes. My toes just feel cold.
Usually the pins and needles are like the little upper part of my foot and the heel. My foot isn't exactly flat. I got a little
Yeah,
on one
arch.
side. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Um, yeah. I got another post here. It says after epilepsy. Hello, I'm a 21-year-old male. Would like to know if there is an after epilepsy. I've been on medication for 6 years, but I haven't had a seizure for the last 4 years now. I am allowed to drive and everything is fine, but I want to know if people have ever completely stopped their medication. I'm currently taking Lamictal, 150 milligrams twice a day, and I have stopped Depakine. At the beginning of the year, every time I ask my neurologist about this, she dodges the question without giving me a proper answer. I know epilepsy is case by case, but Are there any testimonials from people here who managed to go fully medication free? I'm afraid not here at least.
Not at this time, no.
Yeah, we wish. But we still could help you if you just came here and joined us. That would be great. And then there's the first comment here that says, I have had epilepsy since I was 17. I'm now 49. Every time I have tried to stop taking medication, I have had another seizure. It's not really worth going off of it. I'd rather live with it for the rest of my life and be able to drive than not take meds. Luckily, I tolerate Keppra well. I feel for you. Um, Another comment here says, like everyone else said, I gave it a shot and I failed. My seizures returned after a couple years off the meds, and I had a 9-month-old baby. The inconvenience of 2 times the daily meds, refilling the script every month, annual neurology appointments, and occasional EEGs no longer seem like such a burden now that I have my little dudes to take care of it. I'll probably never risk it again. Toaster? You can't
I
hear me?
no, I can hear you. I was moving I was adjusting my headset.
Oh.
But at this moment, my meds in general, all of them, epilepsy and all the other ones, are doing, I think, better for me than anything has. And so I don't want to change it.
Right.
It's like just keep going. Yeah, I can deal with the seizures because I'm actually in an environment where people will help me. So,
Same.
and they are definitely less than what they used to be. I don't want to I don't want to disrupt the status quo. If that
Same
makes
here.
sense.
It's like, yeah, I told someone that I'm comfortable with the 4 to 5, 3 to 5 a year because I finally got to a point where it feels like I don't have to worry about it all the time. I can go more places and I can be like, I'm in the second month, so I'm not exactly worried about one. That's how I feel sometimes. And not always, I haven't had a bad experience with it yet. But so far, I'm just like, oh, I'm in the second month. It's time to do what I can until that third month's come. And then I'm like,
It's coming.
yeah, it's
The
coming.
seasonal seizure is coming. Or seasonal tonic clonic is coming.
Yeah, it's coming. I wish it came in another way, but my seasonal ones there specifically. And that's something I noticed too that I didn't point out, but I have noticed that it's every 3 months, which is a seasonal change. A seasonal change.
We're about 3 months into the year. 3 months since your last one.
No, my last one was last month.
Last month? Okay. Which was
Yeah,
about the
so
time that spring, well, if you asked Phil, it wasn't, but spring should have been
yeah,
starting.
right. Yeah, so I don't know because I don't have like what's it called? Like, my mom when the seasons change, she gets runny nose and I forgot what that's called. She gets that with
Allergies.
season change. Allergies, there we go.
Oh, Jeff,
I don't
check your grill. You're supposed to be cooking.
there's another comment here. One says once you have epilepsy, you will always have epilepsy unless the part of your brain affected has been completely removed. You'll most likely always need to take at least one seizure prevention for the rest of your life. I went almost 3 years seizure free while still on medication and had a breakthrough seizure one day. I'm now another year seizure free. I'll never be able to stop the medication. Um, yeah, I'm comfortable being down to less than 6 a year. I can say for the past 3 years it's been less than 6, which is good because I've heard worse. And I couldn't imagine having them a lot more with the amount of kids or kids, period. Um, yeah, I'm working on myself now. So, yeah. And the stroke was a huge setback. I don't know if Chip knew about the stroke. It was a horrible time.
Pookie had a stroke last year around his birthday too. Happy birthday, Pookie.
My stroke was October 5th, I believe. So yeah, we're in a good place. I stopped a whole lot of stuff that have potential stroke risk. Like I looked the stuff up online, and mainly it was stuff that's basically not good for people with epilepsy. Drinking, cigarettes. They said nicotine. Um, they said I think I seen caffeine on the list, but I may have been wrong.
Caffeine, nicotine, pretty much everything. But it's all individual, really.
Yeah. So since having the stroke, those things are on the top of the list to not do. And just like I was telling my mom, like I had a stroke. She was like, "Why do you want this?" And I was like, "Because I had a stroke and I care about my health." Uh, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I
I
care
didn't
about
have a stroke. I didn't have a stroke, but they found blood on one of my little stupid malformations in my brain. So that's good times. So so I have that to look forward to at some point. Oh,
That's
just
going
to
to
keep you
spread.
guys up, it's all good stuff, right? Uh, just so we're all on the same page, now I'm at the grocery store. So,
That is
and I'm trying
really
to figure
close.
out. So it's a half an hour walk, but then everything is literally it's a cross section of, so there's four different parts, and on every one is something interesting. So they all have food. This one has Burger King, and that's nasty, but no offense to anybody who likes Burger King. But the fun part will be after I overbuy things weight wise, then I have to walk home for a half an hour. I mean, I don't have to. I can I can call Uber, but I'm not doing that. I'll walk.
That's the other thing that
it.
affects us. Gas prices, because we Uber everywhere. We can't drive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Luckily,
Uber's
I don't know the last time I
luckily my
used an
health
Uber.
insurance pays for it. So I can go to doctor's appointments for free, and I could go in town for $5. And like Chip said, you can bring someone. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that was honestly the best thing that's the best thing that that has happened since epilepsy started. So I can actually go somewhere without taking buses everywhere. So I mean outside of the nice place down here. So
yeah,
this is nice and quick. I'm gonna get little tortillas for tacos. I know you guys are interested in that.
We had
yeah.
tacos yesterday.
The the by
Ooh,
the
I
way,
want tacos
the
today.
more the more stoned I get, the more I narrate. So it's all good.
Yeah, it's all
Oh.
right. Um, yeah. Now I want tacos, but you said something before that, and I was thinking about it. Um,
Burgers.
uh, something.
I
What'd
don't
you say?
remember. It
Oh,
was,
all these epileptics, no memory.
oh, it's
Anyhow,
great.
I'll move on then. Uh, temporal lobe epilepsy. Anybody with temporal lobe? Hi, everyone. I'm just reaching out because I've suffered with temporal lobe epilepsy for my whole life. And you know what? I hate it. I tried taking medication for it and never helped. I love to speak with people who also suffer with it and understand the gray feeling that comes from seizures. It can last for days and horrible. Reach out if you have it. I've never spoken to anyone on this earth who suffers with it as well, and it'd be nice to feel understood for once. And thanks for having epilepsy. Great way to put that. Yeah, you guys, thank you for having epilepsy. I would have never met you. That's something I should say. Thanks. I'm very grateful that you have epilepsy.
You're
You
welcome.
know,
I did it just for you.
yeah, that's hilarious. Uh, Technically, mine's temporal lobe epilepsy because the bad one sits right behind my temporal lobe. But I don't remember the question, so I can't answer. I am getting olive oil though, so I need more olive oil, and that's heavy. So I'm not 100% on board.
Okay. This person was basically saying that they've been taking medication for their whole life and they just really never spoken to anyone who suffers from epilepsy, or temporal lobe epilepsy. But
Come
yeah,
here. You'll
thanks.
find lots.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just
I got it.
I suggest coming here. Um, you'll meet lots of epileptics. I was thinking about going back and watching every episode and see how many people have actually came because I swear I've met like at least 40 people. So many faces that don't come back now. So many faces from the beginning that I thought would be here forever. Um, some faces now that I know will be here forever for sure. Um,
Hear that,
yeah.
Jeff? You have to be here forever.
Come again?
I said, you hear that, Jeff? You have to be here forever. And check your
Right.
chicken.
I'll second that.
Yeah. So thank you guys for having epilepsy. That's funny
Thank
to
you.
see somebody really type that. I don't think there was any comments. I think there was an LOL, but the first comment here says temporal lobe epilepsy here. Although I didn't get diagnosed until I was 28, it began when I was 24 and just shrugged it off as panic attacks. I just I just had my first seizure in like 27 days last night, and today I'm just so fucking sad. I almost went a whole month. That hasn't happened in ages. It really sucks. Another comment says, yep, the same here. Focal onset TLE. You have tried different medications. Took me years to find a combination that seems to be working. Knock on wood. Are you familiar with the seizure threshold and what things affect you? Took me a while to figure out, but bad sleep and stress lowered my thresholds. Anyways, you aren't alone. Happy to help if you can somehow 20 plus years with epilepsy at this point, plus 3+ years seizure free. I think nocturnal seizures can be tricky. I applaud this person, 3 years seizure free. Um, One thing I was going to say, Chip, was they basically said I have encephalomalacia, which is dead brain tissue or soft brain tissue. I was always wondering, well, I looked it up on the internet, can you bring it back? And it doesn't regenerate, it's dead and all that. I was thinking, do they have any studies going on to actually like see if they can regenerate that or anything? Because I mean, checking an epileptic brain once it's dead, then that kind of defeats the purpose. But yeah, pieces that they say of the
I,
brain are dead. Toaster might know. They might be able to take it out, but I'm wondering if I needed that for the rest of my life. AJ says they can. Stem cell research. Um, they can take out my brain for stem cell research, is what you're saying? That'd be dope.
No, I was saying you can regenerate the tissue or the area with brain stem cell transplants.
I actually sitting here thinking. you can't get a brain implant, correct?
I mean, if they can regenerate the nerve damage in a person who's paralyzed, I don't see why they can't with epilepsy.
Um,
I'd
yeah,
say at some point, but I can't imagine anytime soon. Unless the AI takes over. I know we've talked a lot about AI. AI is going to fix that for us. Don't worry.
hopefully that'd be nice.
Yeah, I don't want
Um,
that.
they
Oh,
had some
by the
AI that broke out of the sandbox and it started mining cryptocurrencies. So of course
that's
we got the
actually
AI. Come again?
oh, I said that's actually pretty cool.
It broke the
Uh,
rules though. It wasn't supposed to be cool, but it is though because it could make you some money. But still, yeah, that shouldn't have happened. So AI is getting smarter, and it's eventually gonna own us. Little do they know. I just keep thinking of the I Robot. It just everything reminds me about AI. Reminds me of that movie. Um, yeah, but I'll read a couple more comments, and one here says, "Count me in, brother. I can feel everything you want to say." Nice. I got something here. It says, sorry if this is personal or inappropriate. Hello, I'm a 20-year-old female. I take 1,000 milligrams of Keppra and 50 milligrams of Lamictal a day. I'm curious to know if these medications have caused anyone else's to not be interested in intercourse. I don't know how to describe it, LOL, but I'm hardly interested in it anymore. And I used to be before the medications, for instance. Uh, let's check the comments first. I'm on I'm on Lamictal, or at least the generic version, lamotrigine, and I haven't had any problems. They do say it could cause some kind of, what's it say? I forgot the word. But yeah, I've heard of people saying that it caused them to be not wanting as often as they used to, or whatever the case. But the first comment, oh no, one thing I was going to say is that they told me that taking Keppra with my lamotrigine could stop the seizures all the way. And yeah, I don't believe it. Anyhow, the
I don't
first comment
either.
here says, say that again?
Oh, I said I don't either because that's what I'm on.
Yeah, because what is it? He said that they always Keppra takes care of one thing, and whatever Keppra doesn't take care of, lamotrigine will. And I was just sitting there thinking, like, this guy's telling me this over a video call, and then he wants to give me. Oh no, he did give me um, Omvi. Um, yeah, I didn't take that either because I'm not going to take that. And yeah, I asked him, "What do you think I should take for the myoclonics?" Well, actually, I didn't even tell him. I didn't say that. I told him that myoclonics are happening, and the next thing he says, within 1 second, we can prescribe you some Omvi for that. No, I don't want to just. Yeah, we didn't even talk about my history. This was the first time I met that doctor, so I didn't end up taking it. It's the first thing he suggested was a medication before meeting me. Uh, one comment here says, "Yes, Keppra lowers your libido." I said this to a doctor and he straight denied it. And I'm like, sir, I'm the one on the medication. It is doing this to me for sure. He couldn't have cared less. So I don't suggest going to your doctor about it. Um, Yes, now that I think about it, someone else told me this. He told me that it's a real problem, like it's a big problem. He was saying that he has to take Cialis now, which is very interesting uh, to know because we could possibly almost be him. Um, I hope that doesn't happen to me, but yeah, he thinks the epilepsy caused it. Another comment here says, female, I'm on Keppra, was fine for me. Didn't get Keppra rage people talk about. Lamictal made me depressed. Weird side effects. Glad I came off of it. My boyfriend telling me my anger is too much would absolutely kill my libido, though. Good luck. One last comment says, I went from 100 to 0 on the scale of wanting sex. Very sad. Lowers your libido. Watch
I
out for
never have
Capra.
lost my desire.
I lost my desire to be around people.
Well, that too.
Yeah. Got something here. It says feeling weird. What do I do? Newly diagnosed, only having focal aware seizures last week or so. Have been having or experiencing weird sensations. Racing here, panic, nausea, right finger tapping. Focal seizures are usually tingling on the right side of the face, but have become bilateral. Don't know if this is a bigger seizure coming on. Home alone, sort of scared. What do I do if this turns out to be my first tonic-clonic seizure?
Stay calm.
You should come again.
Stay calm.
Yeah. Uh, Stay calm. Stay in a safe position. What I used to do before I had a seizure, I would try to just chill in bed, like in the middle of the mattress. You know where you can hurt yourself at right there. So that
Right.
was a good part. Um, yeah. Strokes aren't fun, but being that I laid in the middle of the bed one time and I thought it was a seizure coming on and I actually had a stroke, that I did the best thing that I thought. I thought laying in bed, I thought seizure was coming. Luckily, it did not. Well, actually, yeah, I wish it would have came instead of the stroke, but
Yeah.
yeah. Anyhow, the comment here says I was having focals for a number of months prior to my tonic clonic and came out of nowhere. Unfortunately, I don't remember anything prior to the tonic, so it's hard to say if I felt anything. Like the other comment, get yourself safe where you can fall. Safe where you can fall at. Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
Right. Safe where you can fall. A pool, like a pool with the balls in it, I guess.
A rubber
Or the
room? Where can you fall and be safe?
no idea. It doesn't sound safe anywhere, falling and safe. But yeah, I'm thinking a ball pit would be somewhere you don't fall and hurt yourself some, depending on how high you fall to it. Yeah. Another comment here says, been managing epilepsy for a few years now, and those racing heart plus panic attack symptoms definitely sound familiar. If you're worried about tonic clonic happening, try to get somewhere safe and like your bed or your couch away from hard surfaces. Maybe text someone to check in on you in a bit. The finger tapping and bilateral symptoms changing from your usual pattern is worth calling your neuro about tomorrow and things settle down. If things settle down. Uh, yeah, that's what it felt like when I had my stroke. Just really weird feelings, and I didn't have the tingling feeling though. Um, I had a very odd feeling that I just knew something bad was going to happen, so get somewhere safe. And I'm glad I listened to myself. Got another comment here. Anyone have any experience with pinched nerves and epilepsy? I got diagnosed with epilepsy in October of last year. I've always had a bad posture, and the pain in my neck has been in an increasing issue lately. My epilepsy is pretty mild, and half of my grand mal seizures, 2 of 4, have been while I'm sleeping, and my neck hurts mostly when I wake up in the morning. The pain is the C1, C2 area of my spine, according to my graphs I've looked at on Google, which apparently can be the cause for a secondary epilepsy. This may not be the place to ask, but any input would be appreciated. I have my first physio appointment tomorrow, and nerve pain is my problem. Is a problem. Um,
Finally, something I know about.
um,
I have, well, I have nerve pain in my entire body pretty much. But where he's talking about C1 and C2, uh, I had I have nerve pain there. I also have no discs there. Uh, they're both herniated. Uh, I don't know if that led to my epilepsy or not. Uh, and there's nothing you can do. Find a good chiropractor.
um, good advice because I haven't went through that, so that is very good advice for that person. Um, there's only one comment here, and it says, "From my personal experience, I've only ever had neck pain after a tonic-clonic seizure. If I felt weird or on something like a lamp, LMAO, I'm curious on psychologists' thoughts. Thoughts, though, keep us updated." Um, yeah, I get neck pain, sleeping bad.
Give me a moment, Jeffy.
All right. Um, yeah, I hope I don't ever have any nerve pain, but anything's possible these days. Um, how do you convince your family not to be stressed when you're stressed? When they're stressed, it kind of makes me stress. When they're calm, it makes me a bit calm, as if I don't have to worry too much, even though I am worried much. Is this common for everyone that you replicate your family's behavior in that regard? For context, I unintentionally expressed that I was very tired after work. The last hour was brutal, so I wasn't lying, and they just looked so concerned. How do you make sure they're not stressed? Um,
Just reassure them all that.
Welcome,
Hey,
valued
Jeffrey,
customer. Placing item receiving our.
we got, um,
hey, Kev.
If you have your shopper's card, scan it now.
Hello,
yeah,
everyone.
with me, it's kind of just don't got to point out everything. Uh, not like the bad things, but when I point out things to my mom, she might jump to a conclusion. So I just try to handle situations how I can, like get in a safe situation, get in a safe position or a place when something happens. Because a lot of times nothing happens. I don't know why. Sometimes I just get weird vibes. So I don't want to point it out to my mom and then she has to worry and pay attention to me all day. So just make sure you do that. Yeah, I don't feel like I'd worry her if I do that but if I do, it's going to stress her, which is going to have me worrying that she's worried. I mean, not worried enough to cause a seizure. If a seizure is coming, it's coming for me before anyone can do anything. Um,
But it adds to your stress, which is not good.
say that again.
It adds to your stress, which is not good. because you're worried about her now. She's worried about you, and you're worried about her being worried about you.
Okay. Makes
And
sense.
that's normal. That's normal, I think.
Select the
I
item
know,
descriptions. Select
I
the
know
item.
Liz worries about me all the time. And that makes me sad that she, you know, has to spend that amount of time worrying about me.
Yeah.
Make
With that
sure
part, with
tomatoes in the bag.
I try not to do things that will take away from her living her life. And I'm not gonna say my mom overreacts, so I just won't say it. Um, but yeah, she like it's like when I went to the optometrist, they were telling me, my eyes were going bad. And no, they
Right.
actually told me that I'm now legally blind. So
Enter your
once
item
that
size.
happened,
Place your
even like
item
going
in the bag.
outside, once we left the optometrist, every step I took, she was worried about it. She thought my vision was bad to her, bad, bad. Legally blind is a medical term. Um,
Right.
so yeah, she
Doesn't
was
mean
trying
you can't see.
I stepped off of the curb and I guess I just stepped too fast. It wasn't a problem. It just small thing happened and she jumped and I was like, oh, I can't do that. I can't just start pointing out small stuff when nothing really happens. And yeah, um, legally blind. I'm far from blind, as you guys can see. I
Right.
can't see at certain times. I can see better. Sometimes it goes blurry in and out, but I can see. Legally blind, I don't understand the term, but yeah, my bad eye. They said there's nothing I can do for it. Just take the drops for the rest of my life, which I don't understand. They said we can't do anything for your eye, so giving you glasses would not do anything. But giving the drops is basically, I don't know if they said it was helping, but just put these drops in your eye every night. Um, yeah, I forget that a lot because I'm worried about taking my epilepsy medication. Um, how do you keep your family from not being stressed, Kevin?
Uh, I don't really think they care that much. I'm pretty self-sufficient. But I just have to not let my bad habits get out of control. Not let my anger, you know,
Yeah,
become or it's more or less a matter of self-control, you know, because I'm doing pretty well. So it's it's behavior control at this point. So to not frustrate them, you know, because they have their own lives and I have to let them take care of their own problems. They have their own stuff. So uh, I have to focus on my world, what I can do to um, uh, take care of myself, you know, and not exacerbate any further problems.
Hmm. Hmm. Um, that's the same thing with my mom. I just try to make sure she can live her life, but make sure my epilepsy doesn't bother her life at all.
Yeah.
I have been on my vape pen, which was nice. There's one comment here. It says, "It's such a pain that they have been calm that I have wait. It's such a pain that we have to calm them down. Also, when we are trying to calm ourselves down, I am so tired of having to just do things which they think will help me, just so that it will calm them down and make them feel better. Most of the times, things don't even help me in reality. If I say something against it, suddenly I am selfish. I can't seem to draw a boundary with them, but anybody who can should. or else you will go crazy like myself. Don't let anybody make you feel crazy. It's hard to say. I mean, hard to do that. I understand because, yeah, people. But I got something specifically for Kevin. It's VNS, and we don't have one. So, has anyone's VNS device ever become disabled? Mine apparently has, but aren't sure what made things stop working.
I've heard stories. That's all. Um, Severe trauma to it. I've heard uh, a person slightly older than me uh, had a VNS in many years ago when they were young, like 9 or something. Um, and when they were in their teenage years, they took a really bad spill and they fell. This was, I don't know, like a 1 in a million shot. They fell on like a jagged piece of metal and it went right into their chest and hit the NS and damaged it irreparably. And I don't know. I think they just never turned it back on or they never fixed it. Um, yeah, so it's still in there. It's not bothering him. It's not hurting him physically. It's just there's no battery, there's no anything. Uh, so you would have to take the battery out, I would assume, because batteries can, if you don't tend to batteries after a long time, they can be harmful and become electronic waste. So I assume they took the battery out, but yeah, it doesn't bother him. This person. Uh, that's the only story I know of a person. Oh, other people I think have turned their VNS off. Don't we know someone that doesn't use their VNS?
Um, I think we do, but I know so many people that I can't put my finger on exactly who said it. Uh, I think
It's,
someone they said it's not on yet. Who is that? I forgot who that was, but I do remember a person saying they have it, but they haven't had it turned on yet.
no, I
Uh,
think Tom has a VNS that he doesn't use.
oh yeah, he said he's one that doesn't keep the magnet around anymore. Um,
Well, there's just a difference if you just don't, if it's not turned on at all and there's no voltage going at all. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to talk to them about that.
yeah. Um, yeah, there's some comments here. One says, I had mine removed after 2 years. Another comment says, I had mine removed as well. Then the OP said, what made you remove it? And then they said, I was going to get it replaced, but my neurologist told me to just leave it in. That was 6-ish months ago. 6-ish months ago. Okay. Would you ever get yours removed, Kevin?
Yeah.
Have you ever
I
thought
mean,
about that? Or
well, yeah, of course. I mean, it's a medical treatment like everything else. If the time is right and I don't need it anymore, yeah, it's not. Uh, if the if it becomes if it's too much of a difficult operation to take all that, I think we were talking about this with Mark. If it's too much of a difficult operation to take out all that wiring, then I'll just leave it in. but I do think the battery has to be taken out when it's spent because uh yeah, um,
When you said all that wiring, it's a lot.
it's a lot of wiring.
Oh,
Well, it goes from here to up around here, up there. Yeah, it's relatively, yeah, a lot of wire. I mean, depending on what you uh,
um,
de define as a lot of wiring. I mean,
oh, I thought maybe since you guys put the magnet here, it might have been a little clamp or something. I didn't think it was wiring all over that. I didn't. I have no clue. What? Never looked it up. Uh,
What's the lifespan on one of those batteries?
it depends. It depends on how high the voltage is. Depends how often you use it, how often you turn it off. Um, let's see, I've had three batteries so far, and I've had it in for 10 years. So,
That's a
um,
lot. That's a lot.
yeah, I'm
Every
going
3 years,
on.
every three.
Yeah, and I had it replaced, battery replaced last year. So, um, that's actually about average. So, yeah, 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
You know,
hmm.
But if it works, it works. It's very, you
yeah,
can't complain about that.
I think I've had very, very good success with it.
I got something here though. It says, "Is it bad that I'm jealous of people who have auras before their seizures?" I wouldn't say it's bad, but I'd say you shouldn't be.
Hmm.
An aura is a seizure, so if we get an aura then a seizure, it's not as good as you think it'll be. Um, yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think you
This
should be
person,
jealous of anything.
It's just another way of looking at it, I guess. Yeah.
It's not healthy.
right? Um, uh, I just kept finding it interesting that they said jealous of someone who has auras, but yeah, nothing about that is jealous enough worthy. Yeah, so I'll read a couple of these comments. Andrea, this person says, is it bad that I'm jealous of people who have auras before they have a seizure?"
I wouldn't say it's bad of them. I mean, they're not a bad person for feeling that way. I wish I had auras before my seizures too, but it is what it is, I guess. But I would
Hmm,
definitely not say they're a bad person or anything.
right. I wouldn't call them a bad person. Um, there is one comment here. It says, "Nah, I get cracked in my head open twice within a month. One time because my seizures come with zero warning. I know auras suck, but I rather get a heads up so I can get myself somewhere safe instead of going face into the granite table again." Mm,
Yeah, it hurts. I face planted my kitchen floor and my coffee table and broke a tooth.
uh, I don't think I fell on a table yet. I mean, since I've had epilepsy, because I fell through a table really young. Uh, but yeah, I the most thing I've hit were falling on the ground. I don't. Yeah, the ground. The ground is a problem because I fell and I had a huge patch right here um, of scab. Um, So I just let it sit there as a scab for a week. I never looked in the mirror. I just let it
You
grow.
didn't take pictures?
Nope, I didn't even look at it. Never even seen it. I just felt it and imagined what it looked like. I didn't want to look in the mirror. When you're looking in the mirror, looking at it, you become a little insecure. I could say.
I took pictures every day of my black eyes and
See,
busted nose.
a black eye might be different though. A black eye might not trigger you, but you're always thinking, are people looking at me if I look at the scab? Yeah,
Well,
I didn't
everyone
know
was
how
looking
bad
at
it
me
was.
too. I
Yeah,
got questions.
I kept thinking if I look at it, I'm gonna think it's bad, then I'm gonna think a bunch of people are looking at me because of it. So
I can
avoid
understand
looking.
not wanting to be self-conscious.
Never even seen it.
I still would have had somebody take a picture of it.
uh,
Save it
I've
for
been avoiding.
posterity.
Yeah, I've been avoiding people for a while. So, yeah, I hate coming in contact with the cement. And I fell in a hole once, but it was dirt. So, but I hate coming in contact with that too. Uh,
Kitchen
I was
floor
gonna
is not too good either.
say that again.
I said kitchen floor doesn't feel too good either.
No, I can only imagine. Actually, I think I hit the bathroom floor, but yeah, I didn't chip my tooth
I
or
kind of
anything.
remember mine. I just remember like being really confused and all of a sudden the floor was coming at my face and I just thought, oh fuck, this is gonna hurt. And I heard a crunch. And that's all I remember till I woke up with blood on the floor, trying to figure out what the fuck happened.
Mm.
It was literally like face first. I heard my
I
nose
can
crunch.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You heard it crunch?
I remember thinking on the way down, I just remember seeing the floor coming and I thought, oh fuck, this is gonna hurt. Crunch. Like I heard it and felt it, and that's the last thing I remembered. Was oh fuck,
Mm.
this is gonna hurt. Crunch.
Um, I don't even know what to say about that. Like, how'd they heal that? What's the process when you break your nose? Because obviously, is
It
there the
wasn't
pass? Is there?
it wasn't out of line or anything. I didn't even go to the doctor.
Oh my.
I had two black eyes for a couple weeks, but
Oh man,
I,
you didn't even go to the doctor.
I didn't. After I came back and I finally figured out I had a seizure and I called my boyfriend at work and the receptionist answered and I was like, "Hey, I need to talk to my boyfriend." And he gets on the phone. I was like, "Hey, baby, I think I had a seizure, but it's okay. I'm cleaning up all the blood."
You can't
He
say
was
that and
home real
expect
fast.
no one to.
I was
There's.
postictal.
Mhm. I can imagine post-ictal because post-ictal me, I say a bunch of stuff nonchalantly,
I was
like it's
out of it.
not a problem. Um,
Yeah, I was like, I'm fine. I'm cleaning up all the blood. Everything's fine. You don't need to come home.
yeah, when I chipped my tooth, um, it was it wasn't because I fell in the hole, but when I got out of the hole and I was post-ictal, that's when I noticed that oh no, it was my upper lip. My upper lip was stuck in between my teeth.
I
So I don't
remember
know
you
what
telling me that.
happened. Uh, I pulled the lip out of there, and then that's when I was like, tooth just boop boop hit the floor. And then I was in the ambulance, so the paramedic told me, "Oh yeah, here it is," and it was just a little piece. And he's like, "You want it?" And I was like, "No, what am I gonna do with that? Carry it in my pocket until I get home or something?" Um,
You
yeah, that
saved it with
wasn't
that
fun.
scab picture.
Huh? Oh no,
You sh-
you won't have a scab picture. Uh,
I'm saying you should
one
have saved your
picture.
with the scab picture. Had someone take a picture of your scab and saved your tooth. Epilepsy memories.
That's not something I was thinking about. I was thinking constantly, just don't look at it. Don't look at it, and you won't be worried. Um, yeah, it was the same with my hair when I first got my hair done. Believe it or not,
You didn't want
if
to
it
look
was
at it?
messed up, I'd never known. I didn't look at it. I just was like, because I heard people say things about the ugly phase, and that's what it is. It just goes wild for 3 or 4 months. I didn't have to go through that because I didn't look at it. So my mom said I went through that phase though, that my dreads were just looking super Rasta-ish, and I made it through there. Because I was in high school and people make fun of you and stuff like that. But when I just be like, hey, I don't care. Yeah, they stop making fun. Um,
They make fun of you to get a reaction out of you. If they don't
yeah,
get the reaction they want, they stop.
yeah, they never really got the reaction out of me. Nice. Um, I keep saying because there was something that I had. I forgot what it was. Double vision on medication. How do you prevent double vision? Do you not take the medication, or do you take the medication and hope for the best? Uh,
It happened to me with one of my meds, and I talked to the doctor about it, and they lowered the dosage a little bit, and it went away.
nice. Double vision. I don't think I get that. My eyes get blurry. I don't know what that's about. I'll just blame it on aging. But yeah, double
Yeah,
vision. No,
Have you been taking your eye drops?
no. Forgot about that. Um, yeah, it's this little bitty thing like this. It's like a little cart, and I barely remember to take it before I go to bed because that's what it says: take before bed. I'm worried about taking my epilepsy meds and my B12. Shout out to Nature's Made. But yeah, that's one thing that doesn't jump at take. And it's always sitting right there on the table, but I never notice it until I wake up and then I'm like, I didn't take it. I put it there to remember it and still didn't take it. But Kevin,
Do you have
double
any
vision
pills you
stories?
take at night?
Huh?
Do you have any pills you take at night?
My Lamictal or Lamotrigine.
Well, set it with your lamotrigine then, and you might remember you take your pills, you do your eye drops.
I thought about that, and I did that with the B12. I put them both inside of this thing, and
Mhm.
it didn't pan out well. These pills have such a bitter powder on them that just went on the pill. I mean, went on the gummies. So I just put them in my hand, rinse them off, and then put them back in the bottle because, yeah, otherwise that's how I thought I would remember taking the B12 if I put them together. That didn't.
Just set the bottle next to it. Set your little eyedropper next to it. If you got to pick up your pill box, then you got your other stuff right there too. If you keep it all
Okay,
together, you don't have to put them in the pill box.
good idea. I'll try that and I'll tell you about it when I see you next.
When the next time I ask you about your eye drops,
Yeah. Next time you ask, I'll tell you how that's going. Um, Jeff, Kevin, you ever have any double vision problems?
I get double vision sometimes, like watching TV. I'll have it, um, or like I don't I don't have it right this second, but sometimes I will get it in the middle of the day where I'll see uh, like Kevin's name twice, uh, and I just went to the eye doctor about that recently. So, and he said you're going to die soon anyway, so don't worry about it.
let's
Um,
hope not.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I was just saying, let's hope not. We'd like to keep him around for a while.
Right. Jeff's going to be here for another 30 for us. But the first
Please
comment is
no.
actually from the person that wrote this. And they said, I'm freaking out right now. I have double vision and I need to work. It is only in my left eye. Yeah. I had that double, not the double. Oh, that wasn't double vision. It was horrible. I don't know what was going on. When I had the stroke, remember you guys, I had the eye patch on. For some reason it felt like my one eye had like a line in it. Like obviously it split up everything. It was weird. So I just put on an eye patch and ignored it. But I don't suggest ignoring it like I did. Yeah, I don't suggest anything I try. The first comment here says, I've had double vision when I started or increasing all 3 AEDs I've tried. However, if you've been at the same dose for a while, it definitely ring your neuro. One more comment here says, I get horrible double vision every single day now, and it's getting tough to deal with. It's particularly bad after my second dose of Lamictal in the afternoon. So tired of it. Um, I got something here. It says focal aware, or am I crazy? So the last time I spoke to my doctor, which was months ago, I told him about the memory blanks, and he just said, I think those are called mini seizures. And then wrote on my chart, in quotes, spacing out events. I never knew much about these so-called spacing out events until then. So I did some research, and apparently a lot of things can be umbrellaed under focal aware seizures, including nausea spells that come with the irrational mood change, simple things like my brain fog that just seems like bad memory that everyone has to deal with. I've recently been experiencing random little events where I taste blood and metal in my mouth, and then I start feeling extremely fatigued. Sometimes I get blurry vision too. Often these events are super quick, only last 1 minute tops. Other times they can last five. Do you guys think these are mini seizures and I'm not realizing it? Or could it just be a fluke or anxiety? I don't know. I sometimes feel like I'm scaring myself into having a seizure or something. I have really severe anxiety and paranoia. And when these things happen, it only worsens. Am I crazy? Um, or do you think she's having many seizures and not realizing? That's what she's saying. I think it's worth talking to the neuro. Um,
That's what I was going to say, because it could very well could possibly be, but we don't know. Talk to the
yeah.
neurologist.
And also, get some B12 by nature's made. You can't see the B in the 12. Get it as close as possible. Yeah. Anyhow, get some B12 gummies by nature made. Uh, yeah, that's all I suggest. I can't make a medical decision, so we'll go to the next post. It says, is it myoclonic jerks? A week ago, I had a tonic-clonic seizure for the first time. The day after, I had an EEG scan that showed epileptic activity. Before this, I've never noticed any signs of epilepsy, but the last few days, I've noticed small jerks and twitches in my legs and arms happening when I'm sitting still or laying in bed. I don't know if I have ever experienced this and just not noticed it, but now I'm overly aware. Is it possible it's some kind of placebo because I'm thinking about it too much? No. That's what I say. No. I get a little myoclonic jerks, but they told me it'll be better if I get more sleep, which doesn't happen because of the insomnia that lamotrigine is caused. So yeah, I'll get little jerks throughout the day. Sometimes you guys might catch it in my shoulder, my arm, my leg, or my hand. And it doesn't matter the side of the body; it just happens all over. I tried to get a lot of sleep last night, and I haven't had one yet. So yeah, and it is officially 2:36 Pacific Standard Time. So made it through the day. Can you have a myoclonic jerk in your sleep? That's a good question.
Probably, but I have noticed that they do revolve heavily around sleep and myoclonic jerks. They are the those type of seizures are mostly before and after sleep. Um, I've never had a nocturnal seizure, or I have, but maybe like one or two. So, I mean, uh, I don't think I would be having them while I'm sleeping. Uh, um, but I can't jump to conclusions. Um, it would mostly the clusters would happen when I wake up. That would be the worst part of it. So that would be the the demarcation would be when I'm waking up and falling asleep. That would be the most difficult part, uh, and that's when they would start. Not when I was asleep. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be another reason to get a camera right over where I sleep to see if I have myoclonics in my sleep. Because sometimes I stay up super late, so I'll sleep, but like I said, I won't know unless you see it. I try to hide them and make sure my mom doesn't see it because then she'll be on edge all day. Sometimes you can't hide it. Uh, some of the comments here says, "Are you medicated now? These sound like myoclonic jerks. Your brain can be kind of irritable after a seizure. I don't know why, but from being on here for years, it seems like people with epilepsy have these frequently and at inappropriate times. Usually, you're only supposed to get them infrequently when falling asleep. It's a normal neurological reflex that seems to be a bit of out of whack with our wonky brain electricity." One more comment here says, "Yes, you could. Go to epilepsy.com for more information." Oh, there's another comment here. It says, you mean nocebo, not placebo. Before anything, are you medicated? There's a such thing as nocebo? Or is that person joking?
No idea.
Oh, man. I gotta know. Uh, nocebo. Um, it is. It says the nocebo effect is a phenomenon where a harmless substances or negative expectations cause adverse effects, acting as the opposite of placebo effect, driven by negative anticipation. Anticipation. Uh, it often leads to real symptoms like pain, nausea, anxiety, simply because the patient expects them, frequently occurring in clinical trials and treatments. Hmm. So nocebo is a thing. Hmm. How you guys feeling?
I
Later, Jeff.
Right.
Um, got something here. It says, I never quit a drug test so fast. So I just started taking Briviac less than a week ago. I know you're supposed to wait a few weeks to let your body get accustomed to a new psych med or seizure med, but for lack of better words, I feel fucked up on Briviac. I already had an awful experience with Keppra, but I wanted to give Briviac a chance because of the good things I saw about it. But I feel high, drugged, drunk, disorientated, tired, living in a different dimension on this medicine. My memory is horrible and awful, and I can't even remember long term memories that were solid prior to taking this drug. I am already interested in neurology and I am in med school, so I understand how drugs need an orientation period. But man, I really want to feel like I'm in outer space on this med, and I can't study or exist this way. Writing this post on Briviac as we speak, and I can't wait for for it to leave my system. Any similar experiences? Um, I felt high on medication, but I'm not on them anymore, and they weren't epilepsy medication. So, um, yes, we can't relate, but there is some comments. One says, "I love Briviac, the only drug that stopped all the seizures. Never felt weird, and so glad to be off of Keppra." Another comment here says, I was given a different anti-epileptic drug years ago, a couple months ago. A couple months in, I found myself planning out how I was going to kill myself. Oh, shit. Luckily, it struck me as an odd how matter of fact it was, and I realized it was synthetic. I called my doctor, and he had me stop taking it. Within a day, I woke up and realized how far I'd gone. The saying saving grace of experience was that I turned 30 in the short time I was on that drug. I always feared turning 30, but luckily I was in a state where I cared about nothing. I don't mention the name of the drug and I don't advise anyone against it because everyone's experience is their own. I'd hate to scare someone away from being one of many people who cite this drug as being the difference maker for them. I do suggest that nobody, no, I'm kidding. I suggest that you don't suggest Keppra. And pay attention to your side effects. Got another post here, and it says workplace denying accommodations. We don't work, so we might skip that one. But then again, they're just asking for advice, so we could give advice. Oh wow. Okay. Uh, listen, you guys. So it's a decent amount. It's 3 paragraphs. Two short, one long. Anyway, it says workplace is denying my accommodations. I don't really know where else I can go to talk about this or what to do about it in general. So I'm coming here to get it off my mind. I have been diagnosed with focal complex epilepsy for almost a year now, which has now caused me to develop high functioning anxiety, and my workplace is failing me. I work I work for a call chat center company, which for those who don't know, is basically a big production floor where filled with people taking phone calls and chatting with customers online. If you call in, if you call into your phone company or internet company, I'm the person on the other line. Same with live chats. I'm not going to mention which company it is or what branch it is I'm working for, but I'm having a hard time with the HR department of this workplace. I have a doctor's medical accommodation to keep me off the phone calls, and keep me on chats that my HR department has denied twice. They spewed some bullshit that, in quote, business needs, and how apparently out of 100 plus agents we have working, I am one that needs to move to phones if business requires phone support based on call volume. The last time I took a phone call, I had a seizure. I don't know if these two correlate with each other, but it's enough to give me anxiety about taking phone calls. I know that at some places, HR legally deny a workplace accommodation, at least where I live, but this isn't some bullshit excuse to keep myself on chats. They literally failing to provide me accommodations for disability, and I don't know what to do about it. I do already have a human rights complaint against them, against my previous place of work, for not uh, for not calling me an ambulance when when I had a seizure at work. This was before the diagnosis. I don't know what type of seizure it was, but I lost all my body functions and movement. And instead of calling the ambulance, my boss made a joke about how insurance will protect them and left me on my own to suffer. But it is something I should be talking to the labor board about. And if so, how do you go about doing this? How have you I have made I have been made to feel that I am overreacting and blowing this whole thing out of proportion. But this is literally my physical being and my previous workplace, and ended up doing everything that we can to push me out without doing everything that they can to push me out without it coming back into onto them. And I'm afraid this is going to happen. I love my job and I'm fighting for my own safety and well-being, but I don't know how to do it anymore. Any advice is appreciated, and thank you. I'm also located in Canada. Yeah. I remember that, which is what I don't do sometimes. The posts, when I read them out to you guys, I expect you guys to answer because I won't remember it. But I remember this one. And that person should, like they said, go to the work people. What's it called? The human rights.
Okay. The
Yeah.
labor board.
Take that to the big guys and tell them there's a problem like that. And I'm sure they would help. Uh,
I was
and
going to recommend contacting an attorney that handles disability stuff.
There's
But
yeah.
with them being in Canada, it may be, I don't know how their law system is. Sorry, Kevin, go ahead.
I don't know if they have the ACLU in Canada, but I don't know, or the Epilepsy Foundation, but I think they do have, they gotta have something, the equivalent in Canada. Um, so the problem is this person doesn't want to, can't switch their current position.
yeah, they want to. I think they're being told to answer the phones, to do phone calls, but they want to. No, they
They,
tried to move them to doing the chat answering phones, answering messages from people. And she's like, I don't want to do that. But she also, I don't even know if it's a
she's
she.
got the doctor's note saying that
Yeah,
they should only do the text chat stuff or not the phone calls. And they keep trying
yeah,
to put them on phone calls.
Okay.
yes. And yeah, I, yeah, basically she said she's fighting for her own safety and well-being, and she thinks it's easier for her to do the chats instead. But they keep saying we need you out there answering phones. Um, there's some comments here. One says, "What country are you located?" Even though it says edited in Canada at the bottom, it says laws vary in jurisdiction. For example, in the US, the keyword is reasonable. Have have you do chats only seems like a reasonable accommodation to me, because that seems like to be something that doesn't deprive the company of work you're hired to do. One other comment, the last comment says this sounds like it may be outside the US. However, in case it isn't, hit one of those disability lawyers pronto in your situation. The longer you wait, worse it gets. I'm not a sue people kind of guy, but I was abused for years with employers. I learned that not taking options cost me in the long run. Get everything on paper, your diagnosis, your employee handbook, anything anything you have showing they know about your condition, and contact a local disability lawyer and they will take you to the furthest. Some work on cases like this to be paid after the settlement, take advantage before an uphill battle that you will lose. Protect yourself in a conflict that's already here. You're just waiting for it to get worse at this point. Stay safe.
What about, I just looked up the Canada Civil Liberties Association. I don't know if you can go there. Um, CCLA. A national organization focused on defending rights and liberties, which played a significant role in influencing the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I don't know if they uh, not familiar with them. Seems to be a counterpart to the ACLU. So maybe they'll help you out. Look into it.
This is a good one. Being that me and Kevin had epilepsy a long time ago, and Andrea, you had it recently. Well, not recently, but less
Recent
than 10
enough.
years. Um, it says, do yous remember much of what your life was like before your diagnosis? I'll say a little bit, but I'm going to read the post. It says, not sure if this is so much a question or more of a rant, but honestly, I hardly remember what it felt like to not have epilepsy. Do any of yous who were diagnosed later in life feel the same? I got diagnosed in mid 2023, um, just after I turned 22, but had been struggling with focal seizures for like 3 years prior, or maybe even a little longer. But thinking about it now, I just feel like I don't really remember much before I had epilepsy, and I feel like the most of stuff I do remember is a lot of the stuff that I'd prefer not to remember. I don't remember what it felt like to not suffer seizures and feel the way I do after them, and the way I do about them, and my epilepsy in general. My short term memory as well is horrendous. So it's also like I don't remember what it's like to not forget about stuff well, and I don't remember what it felt like to not feel slower than everyone around me, especially when I know I'm not stupid. It's affected my studies, so I've had to put a little bit of a pause on them, but I feel so depleted at this point. After my diagnosis and before I started experiencing TCs, I could have never imagined it affecting my life as much as it has. Do you guys remember much of your life before the diagnosis? Was the question. Mm.
Kevin, go ahead.
Okay.
Vicky, whoever.
Yes, I do. Remember a lot of it. I was diagnosed at 12, but I still remember a pretty decent amount for just being a child, basically, or preteen or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember my early teens. I have good long-term memory, but my short term is gone. Um, I'll probably remember that 6 weeks from now or something like that when I don't need to use it. Um, but yeah, my long term is there, and I actually don't remember exactly how it felt because, uh, well, yeah, no one actually ever pointed out anything. So I do remember some days without epilepsy. Those were the good days, but yeah,
Yeah.
if you don't think about it as much, it won't bother you. I feel like if you don't let it get to you or think about what's bad and what's going on these days,
See,
it's
that's the
less.
thing. It wasn't after, even after my diagnosis, it wasn't that bad. The seizures weren't bad. They were like one or two a year for a very long time. Two, maybe three, 1 to 3 a year. So I even have an excellent memory for maybe 5 or 6 years after that. So yeah, it's just I don't really remember my 20s or 30s.
Yeah, I
I
could say
have
that. I remember sometime after my first diagnosis, I remember a lot of my younger days. I don't remember 20s.
there's a lot of things I don't remember, but I can relate to the you remember the stuff you don't want to remember.
Oof, yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, I'm glad to have none of the memories instead of remembering stuff that you don't remember because I can imagine some things. Yeah, everything that happened with me, like badly, well, the bad things I was told about were like in that 2030 period. Um, and yeah, I ignored a lot of life. Did not pay attention to the signs that this could really get worse and worse and worse and worse. I didn't believe it. It was just like we just gonna just live life and hope for the best. And I'm now being told that there was a point where I did not take medication. I didn't know that. Um, yeah, I don't even remember that point in time where I wasn't taking it, but I was told that I had left for some time and um, medication was at home and the bottle didn't move for like a month. And I was like, huh, I guess that is a good way to only notice if the bottle doesn't move for 2 months. Then obviously I haven't touched it. Um,
Yeah, yeah, I think I did that too. Um, it was definitely when I was younger, and I've said this a lot. My first neurologist gave me sample tablets. He didn't give me a prescription. He gave me tablets, and like just like he pulled them out of a desk and said, "Take these." And like, what the fuck? Are these aspirin or something? But yeah, I didn't take them, and I was fine for a few years, for many years. Yeah, and those were fine post diagnosis, and but uh, what really hurt me taking medicine was the 20s and drinking alcohol because that takes away that's very complicated.
um, you said you do remember life before epilepsy? How
Yeah,
well?
very well,
How about
extremely
you,
well.
Andrea?
Huh?
How about
I
you? I
remember
remember.
I remember
I don't
chunks.
remember. Yeah, I was gonna say that there's pieces I do and there's pieces I don't. But for the most part, I remember the oh, I forgot what I was saying. I do remember the days before epilepsy. A lot of good memories too. Uh, Like I said, all the bad memories and bad stuff I was told, I don't remember any of that. But until you do this and you did that, I don't remember, which is good for me. Yeah,
I
not
remember
me. That's what I keep saying. I wouldn't do anything like that. That's
counting
what you tell
all the
yourself.
steps in my school. I remember, all the obsessive stuff I still do. Yeah. Uh,
Mm.
yeah. Yeah. The Amish people and all that. Yeah. That was fun. Good times. No
You lived
problems
with the Amish?
among them. No, not among them, but near them. They're good people.
Yeah, they are.
I can't really
You
speak
mind?
for since I didn't really like live with them. They could have been dicks. I don't know. I just like we lived in a trailer sort of thing and went camping in Lancaster, and we would buy food from them. That was our shopping mall, basic, not our shopping mall. That was our grocery store. And, we get a steak and some fruit and vegetables, and yeah, that was really,
Um,
really, really fresh food.
do you guys use candles as lights?
Uh, no, no, the actual trailer had electricity, so we knew. But
By the
we
lab?
didn't. We spent like 80% of the day outside. We would light fires. Yeah, yeah, cook our food over that fire. Yeah, it was excellent. And that's what we would do. We would every weekend. It was an hour drive down to Lancaster, and just yeah, super.
I watch well, not a podcast. I look at this one guy's YouTube channel, and he lives in an area where there's majority Amish people. And the funny thing is, he had this fast car, and he like
Mm.
passed the buggy, the guy with the horse and the buggy, and he's like, "What do you guys know about 1,000 horsepower?" Compared to their one horse, it was hilarious. They just looked at him like he just kept going. But yeah, you guys didn't travel by horse and carriage, I'm assuming.
And we just had what was that van? Big, ugly purple van from 1994 or something. Yeah, we all remember that.
What do you know about
Yeah.
1,000 horses?
Oh, 1,000 horsepower? No, it was not 1,000 horses, that's for sure. No, this was,
Yeah, it's a lot of horses. Um, yeah, I'll go to the next question. It says, made it through triple digits seizure free. Um, just hit 100 days without a seizure. I can't say that I'm not worried, and I'm pretty much over the moon. But I'm pretty much over the moon right now. But been dealing with this for about 8 years since getting diagnosed, and this is seriously the longest streak I've ever managed. Still can't quite believe this, but here we are. Feels like a huge milestone we're celebrating, but it doesn't feel like that because I'm still thinking I have epilepsy. How do I feel better? You made it 100 days. Just think about the win. Small wins matter. Yeah,
I agree.
I'm trying to get to 100 days. Uh, that's like 3 months and some days. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
when I'm waiting for one, and it's coming. It's coming. Yeah, 100 days. I wish. I'm
I'm
gonna pay
thinking that
attention this
right now.
time. So, how do you? I'm assuming it's how do you not worry about having a seizure when you're seizure free? Kevin would understand. I feel like, oh, it's just bound to happen. It's coming. Just prepare yourself. Don't. Well, yeah. Be prepared. Andrea, your phone's on mute. I can't hear you.
Where'd you go?
Oh, maybe that was her intentions to go. But yeah, Kevin, what are the things that you think? Do you get worried when you're seizure free?
Yes,
They
I
said they're
mean,
over the moon. They said they're
yeah,
over
I
the
mean,
moon, but they do think about the seizures.
uh,
Possible.
well, I'm not an over the moon kind of guy, just regularly. I don't, you're not going to see me skipping down the street for much, but I do appreciate everyone who's helped me, along the way. And, 'cause I couldn't have done this on my own, but you got to stay vigilant. I was, um, because I just a little precursor. I was in the city last yesterday, yeah, and it was pretty warm actually, and I do not like the warm. Warm weather's bad for me. That always triggers seizures, and I put on a lot of weight, and I was feeling just sick, all over sick, and my head was dizzy. It wasn't like an aura or anything, but I was dozing off and I didn't get much sleep, and that's the melting pot right there for you know the explosion. So I was thinking maybe this might be the time. Having a seizure on a crowded train. You know, I was actually thinking that. So I do think about it. Yeah.
I thought it would be easier to not think about.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think about it most of the time.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I think I don't think about it until it's medication time. So never mind. I don't really think about it until AM PM med time. That's when I'm damn like, damn, it sucks to have freaking epilepsy, man. But
Mm,
I'm glad to be alive. That's one thing I can say. I'll
mm,
take the medication if it keeps me alive.
mm,
And the reason I say alive is because I've wandered off during seizures, which can be bad. But yeah. One comment here. Oh no, I have another post here.
mm.
It says my epileptologist says that I have epilepsy, but I'm not having real seizures. How is this possible? Or is this possible? My last neurologist did an EEG and an ambulatory EEG, both confirming I have epilepsy, and the 72-hour one showing I had a seizure. I moved states and I am now seeing a new neuro who seemingly doesn't believe having seizures. Oh, believe I have seizures. She said, "You definitely have epilepsy based on your previous EEGs, but I don't think what you're experiencing are seizures. For context of what I'm experiencing, I often will get a rubber sterile smell of a second or two, which sometimes, not always, is followed by what I can only best describe as rising sensation in my stomach and kind of out of body feeling. And then I just feel off for a little while. My head will also sometimes feel like it's has pressure, and I almost feel vertigo sensation. Though a little different than actual vertigo, it's Um, difficult to actually describe. I also will also often get nauseous afterwards. Sometimes these episodes occur without a small weird smell beforehand. I've described these symptoms so far to her, and at the last appointment, she said, "Yes, those definitely sound like seizures." She started me on Vimpat last visit, the fourth seizure medication I've tried. I came in today and I said I had a handful of these episodes over the past 2 months, and she proceeded to tell me they weren't seizures because having an aura without a tonic-clonic seizure is atypical, so I don't think these are actually seizures. She also said if they were actually seizures, you would need to try so many medications. These are very strong medications, and they would be decreasing the seizures if that's what's happening, if they really were, which just baffled me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that auras were small seizures in themselves. This is what my last neuro has told me. It just feels like she didn't believe me at all. The kind that implied what was happening to me is a psychological, despite my last EEG confirming actual seizure activity. I'm so frustrated, and I feel like I'm I'm back in the beginning days when nobody believed me about these weird episodes that I have. I'm so frustrated, and I don't understand why the last time she said they were seizures and now suddenly thinks whatever is happening is psychological. So, how am I having seizures but they aren't real? Is it possible? Uh, Andrea, go ahead.
I was just going to say that to me, it sounds like it's very possible they're having seizures. It's my understanding that auras are a type of seizure, and they need to find a new neurologist. And possibly, I mean, even if it was psychological, whatever they were saying, there is a thing, called PNES, which are still seizures, but with recorded epileptic activity in their brain on EEGs. I don't see how they can be discounting this, and I would find a new neurologist.
They label it as seizure activity, not epileptic activity these days. So we're not going to say you have an epileptic seizures is what they're saying. That's kind
But
of messed
didn't
up,
that
though.
isn't that what they said in there? That it was confirmed seizures on an EEG?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
But
need a new neurologist because I'll call their neurologist and ask that.
yeah,
My
these are
opinion.
the words the doctor said. The doctor said having a aura without a tonic-clonic seizure is atypical, so I don't think these are actually seizures. If they were actual seizures, you wouldn't need to try so many medications.
That's just straight up bullshit. I'm
Right.
sorry.
That's what I
I
was
call
thinking.
bullshit.
Me too. I know plenty of people who are having seizures and taking a lot of medications or already moved on, and they're going down the line of the medications they need to do. Like like AJ said earlier, she said she's been on 15, I believe. Was it 13 or 15? One
I
of
don't
those.
remember.
It's
I
double
know
digits,
Angel's
and
been on a lot. I'm pretty sure Angel's
yeah,
been double digits too.
yeah, I believe he told me that too. How many medications are there? Because that's a lot. Well,
Yes.
actually, they have all the medications, all the AEDs, and then the generic versions. So that's a lot too. And that also makes me think, would the generic work better or the non-generic?
Sometimes that people will have an allergy to a generic and require the name brand only, or vice versa, because of it's not so much of the medication itself, like the active ingredients, but the non-active ingredients, like the binders and things like that that they use in them. People can have allergic reactions to them. So some of them work better for other people.
Um,
I don't, go ahead.
no, I'm with you there. My vape pen died.
Sad day.
Right. I got a comment here. It says you need a new neurologist. This person is dangerously misinformed. Nothing you described is inconsistent with epilepsy. And yes, auras are seizures. Not every doctor is created equal. And I'd
That's
say
true.
I'm more doctor friendly
Mhm.
person than
Yeah.
many on this. No doctors created equal. God, I like that one. Another comment here says, you definitely need a new neurologist. They sound like they don't have a clue about epilepsy. Or is also known as focal aware seizures, as a standalone seizures is completely normal. I have several auras a day, most of which don't have a further seizure afterwards, and many different medications still not stopping your seizures is simply drug resistant epilepsy. I'm currently trying my eighth medication, and it's epilepsy. Hmm. Yeah.
Seems
Another
like
comment
everyone in
here
the
says,
comments knows more than their doctor.
right. Um, Two more comments. One says, bullshit. My wife had auras for at least 5 years. We don't know what it was, but those same feelings. She went to the doc once. CT scan, no brain bleed. You're fine. April, first TC, multiple temporal lesions, being treated for epilepsy by MS. Oh, epilepsy and MS. Uh, can't you find an epileptologist? Hmm. Another comment says epileptologist is the only one that I can tell you that can tell you what you have. Most of the neuro can't even read an EEG. The oldest the guy, the better they have seen a lot of cases.
And if
Right.
you can get to a higher level epilepsy center, that's even better because compared, like the epilepsy center I'm with now compared to the epileptologist I had prior, and then the neurologist prior to that, like it's like they get better the higher you go. Because I went from regular neuro to epileptologist and he was better. But now that I'm at an like I think it's a level 4 epilepsy center from a level 3, he seems like a moron.
I'm with you. Um,
So
I got
get
something
to a
else
level
here.
4 if you can. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. I'm with you. Get to a level 4 as soon as possible. Regular hospitals aren't going to help you as much. But I got another post here. It says, why is everyone acting like someone has died? Why do people act like I'm gonna die and act sad when I tell them I have epilepsy? Like, yeah, it's inconvenient. I can't drive. I can't really go to clubs and shit, but I'm not dying. But every time I tell people, they're like, oh, I'm sorry, and get all sad on my behalf. Same when I get an epilepsy attack and I just have to lay down for like 10 minutes and wait it out. Focal onset seizures. And I say, it's okay. I just have epilepsy. And they get saddish. I don't know. I don't know. I get that they are worried and stuff, but I feel like I'm 21 years old or in college and everyone treats me like I'm a child as soon as they know I have epilepsy or have focal onset seizures. And I know they're worried for me, but I'm an adult and I know how to take care of myself. I know how much I can drink. I'm not new to alcohol. I have been able to drink for a while. I can take care of myself. I can take my medication on my own. I'm not a child and I'm not dying. Why is everyone acting like this? That's,
Because I would say it's because they don't understand epilepsy.
I could see where the person is coming from a little bit because it can be overwhelming and they can be like, kind of just like you can't tell them that it's going to be good after they know you have epilepsy or like telling someone you're feeling seizurous and they won't calm down because they're instantly on edge. Um,
It's
yeah,
they don't understand epilepsy, so they're kind of they get kind of freaked out about it maybe. Or I mean, in the I'm if you tell someone and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry," it's probably just I don't know. It's they don't know what else to say.
If I may, um,
Go ahead.
just because you have epilepsy doesn't mean you understand epilepsy very well either. I'm not talking about you, Andrea. I'm just saying many
That's
epileptics
true.
don't. You don't understand the how far this goes. I understand you think you can drink a lot or some amount, but alcohol mixed with these medications will kill your liver. Okay. It almost killed mine. So, um, it's your choice, but and alcohol mixed with benzos can kill you.
The other thing that I would add to that, Kevin, is the fact that people's epilepsy sometimes changes over the years. So just because you can handle those two drinks today doesn't mean you'll be able to handle them tomorrow.
Well, that's absolutely true. I I pretty much stopped drinking because I couldn't handle beer anymore, and it just ugh. But yeah, I just you gotta. I understand the wanting to be able to socialize with others in that manner, but you have to also understand the fact that you have a responsibility now. This is you have to take control of your own life in certain matters. It's not just saying, you know, it's my freedom and I'll do what I want because
Yeah,
there's
they didn't help their cause or what they were trying to say when they said I'm 21. Um, yeah, because they put it all in one. I'm an adult. I'm 21 years old. And I feel like they don't treat me like I'm 21. Yeah, they treat you like you're 21, basically. You are an
well, I
adult.
mean,
Well, you are
well, I
of
mean,
um.
any bar in this country can treat you like an adult. You have to act like an adult. Just putting down some money doesn't make you an adult, all right? You got to act like one, all right? You, and
Also, um, forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, I was gonna say, um, oh my goodness, forgot what I was gonna say again. Oh, you have people that care for you, which is a good thing. Yeah, listen to them. I'm not gonna say you have to listen to them, but well, yeah, listen to them just a little bit. Just care about them caring for you, because when you have no one that cares, you'll notice. Indeed. Um, yeah, they're just looking out for your best interests. I understand them being sad, but them seeing a seizure, which is possibly what they don't want to happen. They don't want to see one, so they are sad that you have epilepsy. Um, but yeah, just no alcohol. That's what I say. There are some comments here. One says, because people have a little very knowledge about epilepsy, I usually let it slide. I'll explain my situation, but most of the time, people are not interested in downplaying it, saying things like, can't you just take meds? Oh, can't you just take meds? I refuse to waste my time on people like that. Another comment says, be grateful that they are concerned for your well being. There might come a day. Oh, I don't know. It should say, there might come a day instead of they are might come a day. Anyhow, there might come a day when they are not there for you. I know it's annoying, but be nice. Yes, that's what I said. Um, might be annoying, but be nice, because if you be mean and then you don't got people there, yeah, doesn't feel good. But I got three more comments, and one says, I think it's because people associate seizures with strokes and heart attacks, even if there aren't the same thing. It's your body collapsing. So on the outside, I guess it looks scary to others. I know exactly how you feel and hang in there. Another comment says people don't know a lot about epilepsy. Most people, when they think seizures, they think immediately of tonic-clonic and grand mal seizures, and they're pretty unpleasant to bear witness to. So my guess is they assume that that's what you go through instead. Hmm. It's been 25 years since I was diagnosed, and I still remember my mother waking me up and telling me the doctor called with an EEG and had results like this, with EEG results and acting like this. Mm. Uh, One more comment here says because people who don't deal with epilepsy on some other sort of significant medical condition can be useless at expressing sympathy or asking if they can help you. Show pity and sadness instead. They don't realize you're condescending. They don't realize they are condescending. That can be. I am 37 and I've dealt with it since I was 16. Learn to set firm boundaries. And if there are people treating you like a child, in the end, people don't respect you and your boundaries. They don't belong in your circle. Uh, yeah.
It always hurts
That's
when I
true.
hear people wanting to cut others off. I've said it's just, man, just
Yeah. How do you jump
because,
so fast at that decision is not a quick decision to make. And some people just like, yeah, I can just move on, just not talk to them anymore.
yeah,
Uh,
these are it, friendships and connections are, you know, that's rare in life. you know, just don't be a little more hesitant to cut people out, just because they tell you something that you don't want to hear.
mm. Kevin, I never got the icebreaker for you. So I'll throw it
Okay.
at you now. What price increase has hit you the hardest in everyday life?
Oh, probably I've recently seen an increase in Uber stuff. Like I think I saw yeah, definitely seen yeah, like the Uber delivery foods have been like $30 in this city. Like my average uh weekend meal that I get is like incredibly expensive, for a meal for one person. I don't know if that's because of oil or what, but it's up there. Yeah.
Mm. You said
Uber
something about
Eats.
Uber and that made me hungry.
Yeah, yeah. Uber Eats is
Yeah. Made me hungry instantly, and my mouth got dry.
what's on
Need
your
some
mind,
water.
Joel? What are you thinking to eat?
Pizza.
Pizza. That sounds good. Going back to the old pizza discussion, you know.
It's the fastest, and it's a nice amount. Um, I can go get a burger, some fries, and a drink, and a smoothie for $12, or for 15, I can just get a whole pizza.
Yeah. See, the weird thing is the prices have been going up every year. I can walk down the street, there's not a lot of places around here. A lot of good Creole places and, Caribbean food. Uh, that's not, that's still pretty expensive, depending where you go. But Yeah, I might get that
Mm,
tomorrow. I get Jamaican food tomorrow. Yeah.
mm, that sounds good. Oh my goodness, I'm trying to be here, and Kevin, you're making me hungry. I could do both.
Sorry, man. Well, no, I'm hungry now too, because yeah,
That's what you do. You go like this. You go to Uber on your phone. I'm looking at the
yeah.
screen, so I'm looking at both. Looks like I'm
Hmm.
looking at the camera. Yeah. But yeah, I got something here. Oh man. Um, is it possible to have Javon's? Isn't Javon syndrome? Isn't that thing? Isn't that what they're talking about? I'm assuming. Uh,
Sounds familiar. I forgot what it is though.
mm,
How's it spelled?
uh, Jeavons. Looks like Javon syndrome.
Jeab.
Mm, I'm sorry, I
Okay,
scrolled off.
I got it. Javon
Jeavons.
syndrome or epilepsy with eyelid myoclonia. Okay. Is a rare, often lifelong genetic generalized epilepsy that typically begins in childhood, ages 2 to 14, peaking at 6 to 8. It is characterized by three core symptoms: rapid eyelid jerking, myoclonia, absent seizures, staring spells, and intense photosensitivity.
Mm. Sometimes I get this little twitching of my eyebrow, but it doesn't really like go open and close or anything. It's just like a little tingle twitch at it, and I can feel it. I was thinking about pointing it out, but I was thinking they just might try to add a medication just because I tell them. So that
So,
did alter my decision to tell them. Uh, yeah. Um,
all right, this one is genetic though. Javon syndrome. That's the an important thing to
yeah, that's good to
if
know.
they're asking
Um,
that it is genetic.
okay. Something here says driving. I'm from the UK. I've recently been diagnosed with epilepsy after having tonic-clonic seizure in January. I was having focal seizures prior, unaware they were seizures, but this wasn't picked up from the doctors. I am now on the Motrigine, 150 milligrams. I sent I sent through the FEP1 form to the DVLA last month, but haven't really heard anything back. I've just rang through and they stated that it is only 6 months that I need to be seizure free, as I have only had one unconscious seizure. Everywhere I've read states 12 months seizure free. Just wondering if anyone has been in a boat recently where whether it's 6 or 12 months. And thanks. Uh, it's 6 months in California. I have not made it to 6 months, but then again, I don't suggest driving for an epileptic. You're putting other people at risk for the what ifs, and you're hoping your brain doesn't act up. Yeah, that's just me. Every person driving is just like, I hope it doesn't happen today. I'm gonna drive to work and put other people's lives at risk. Um, yeah, everybody live
Same
your lives. Everybody will choose to live different. Um,
same thing here. It's also 6 months. But I yeah, you do have to live your life. That's I suppose that's a moral decision on your part. If you uh, I'm not gonna judge you or whatever.
No, I'm not here to judge. But I got some comments here, and one says, so far as I know, situation for me at least, I became epileptic around 2 years ago. I'm on 400 milligrams of lamotrigine per day. Starting out with my first seizure, the driving ban was 6 months for the time of that seizure. But when I started having seizures more, it increased to a year. I think maybe it depends on how many seizures you've had. After two, it becomes a year ban. Another comment says, depends on your country and when you're from the US, probably on the state too. In my country, it's 12 months. And one last comment says, I was diagnosed with tonic-clonic seizures, although mine were whilst awake, and had to surrender my license for 12 months. Thankfully, all under control now and back on the road. Kevin, you been thinking about getting on the road lately?
Oh yeah, I think about that a lot. Well, not a lot, but sometimes. Um, I would not drive in the city. Maybe if I lived out rural area, you know, out in the sticks or something, I would maybe get like a small car or a truck or something, or something. Yeah, somewhere where I have a small chance of hitting someone, or if I did have a seizure, yeah, I wouldn't cause a tremendous amount of damage, or the odds were low.
Okay, I got something here. It says cognitive decline. 26-year-old. My neurologist had me retake my memory cognitive test done. First one didn't get the results needed because of my anxiety. After this one, I have been told I have mild cognitive impairment due to 18 years of epilepsy, that I'm below average for someone in their mid 20s. Anyone else felt a cognitive decline? I'm kind of like, I don't know if clumsy is the word. Uh, so I easily drop things and I just blame it on my epilepsy, so I don't complain. I'm just like, damn, I dropped something. Uh, um, One comment here says, I went from being a guy in the family who can remember conversations in detail 10 years back. Now I'm the guy who has to his check if his hair is wet in order to find out if I just came out the shower. It ain't great. Right. Yeah, memory is destroyed. It's over. I forget names. Um, Ooh, my heart just dropped when I thought maybe I forgot a birthday. There's one coming up. Um, yeah. Another comment here says, don't even remember the comment I wanted to leave you. That should say something. Right. I forget what I want to type as I'm typing. What was that next word I was going to put? Um, Someone said, kinder for me is more sometimes struggle to make complete speech fluently without seemingly stuffy. One last comment here says, my daughter was studying aerospace engineering and she now struggles to put a sentence together, trying to find words. Um,
I mean, those are tough subjects. I mean,
Andrea, I can hear your TV. Yeah, my
Is that
memory's
better?
gone. So I mean, uh, you having cognitive problems, Andrea?
It's not what it used to be. We'll just put it that way.
That's a good way to put it. I think I could use that one.
Yeah, just not what it used to be. I
I'm not who
definitely
I used
relate
to be.
to the. I definitely relate to the not being able to find the right words.
Aphasia. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, Twisted taught me that. I got a couple more comments. One says I had a response, but I forgot. Oh, okay, I read that one. One says I keep having conversations with people, and they will say, "Yeah, you say that. Oh, you say exactly that every time you see me. It's fucking awkward." Hmm. Those people are mean. One more comment says I was diagnosed with mild cognitive decline as well. I'm 45. I got my degree in nursing in 2002. Now unable to practice, and now I am not sure how to complete college. I struggle just to find things in my purse. Hmm. I don't have a
I
purse,
lose
but
things while I'm holding them.
right.
I'll walk around looking for my phone with my phone in my hand.
Like I'm looking for the remote yesterday, and I'm looking all around me and between my legs, lift my leg and move, and then I'm just like, "Where is this phone? I mean, where is this remote?" And I go to pick something up, and I'm like, "Oh, my hand's full because the remote's in my hand." Oh, that's the worst.
I do that, and it's like in my pocket. And
Oh yeah, I've got the pocket.
I, I've turned into Homer Simpson. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Uh, I got something here. It says focal aware seizures. Am I crazy? So the last time I spoke to my doctor months ago, I told him my memory blanks, and he just said, "I think those are many seizures." And I wrote on my chart, "Oh, I think I read that one earlier." Um, I got to get that off the list. Uh, got another post here though. It says, "Oh, we can't read that one for the guys." Anybody on Keppra or Tegretol? No, ever, never.
Yeah.
Okay, how'd it go? Because there was a post here about it,
No,
but
well, uh, Capra was not well received.
mm. All right, I got something here that says, "Boyfriend saw me have a tonic-clonic seizure. Just need advice. Last week, my boyfriend, 30 years old, saw me, 29 years old, have a tonic-clonic seizure and called emergency services. I have only ever had absent or atonic seizures in front of him, so this naturally was a shock. My last tonic-clonic seizure was almost 5 years ago. It happened when him and I first started dating, and he took care of me afterward, but we weren't living together yet. We have talked about tonic-clonic seizures before, but of course, talking about them and seeing your loved one go through that is difficult. It's a difficult thing already altogether. I had a seizure while I was laying in bed. It didn't last longer than a minute, and I didn't injure myself. I always take 5-ish minutes to become coherent afterwards, but that is the same with absent seizures. That was nothing new. I want to make it clear that I wasn't upset that he called 911. He was really scared, but when we talked about it a couple of days after, I said in the future to not call unless I really injure myself. He said he would call no matter what. I know he doesn't want to make sure, well, I know he wants to make sure that I'm okay, but it just isn't necessary. My friends and family understand that, but he doesn't, and I don't know how to make him get it. I know this is not a huge issue, literally just means he cares, but I do want I do not want to inconvenience paramedics when they will be fine, and they will be fine after some rest, and they could be helping someone else. Does anyone have any advice on how to make someone who doesn't have seizures understand, because I have a sweetie boyfriend who is looking at me like I'm very fragile, and I am not very fragile, just a little fragile. Thanks. Um, that's my mom. All the way. Treats me fragile. What was I gonna have? There was a word I was gonna have. I was gonna use that goes with fragile, but yeah. Um,
Delicate.
yeah. Everything I do, I could possibly be hurt. So don't step off the porch too fast. Well, she doesn't have a porch, but I'm just making examples. Uh, it
I would
always
say
takes
that
me back. Go ahead.
I would say education would be the best thing, just to get him to understand, try and educate him on epilepsy in general and what the protocol is, and, to roll you on your side, keep you from hurting yourself, time it. If it goes over 5 minutes, then you call.
Certainly
But
not going to take one day,
no,
because
time and education.
Yeah, I think teaching them about it might help, but I kind of, with me, it didn't go that way. It isn't my significant other. It was my sister at one point, and she would send me to the hospital every time. No ifs, ands. Um, just she would see me having a seizure, and from the videos I've seen, she didn't turn me on my side, but I think maybe I landed on my side, on my back or something. She didn't worry. She just moved everything from around me, every seizure that I seen on video. So I didn't hurt myself, which is cool, but turning me on my side probably may have helped, but I don't know. I'm alive and glad to be here because, yeah, she could have, no, I could have died. I'm not going to say it would have been her fault, but yeah, could have been bad. And just getting that little education on it would help. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to call the ambulance, like I said, because my sister, even though I've had it for 20 years, don't matter what I say, I had a seizure, that means you should go to the hospital. Um, yeah, that's how she feels like. So yeah, some people, I guess it's like that. They may be scared. They may be tired of seeing it. Uh, I don't know. Kevin, did anyone ever just send you to the emergency?
oh yeah, many people. I had a seizure in school. My friends.
I don't think
Uh,
that counts.
what do you mean? Anyone just send me? Uh,
Well, school, you got to expect that because you're having seizures around students. Um,
right.
I would always expect that. I'd be like, damn, I had a seizure in first period. I'm going to miss all these classes. Um,
Well, who do you mean then? By anybody?
Anybody like, I had my siblings, I had family that just automatically call 911.
Yeah,
Not saying
yeah.
they
There's
don't want
some
to deal
people.
with it, but
I mean,
see
after a
now.
while, they got used to it. I mean, they. I'm not sure uh, if I had seizures that were so bad, so long that they had to call an ambulance, but I'm not sure what point they stopped calling the ambulance. But yeah, that's all.
Um,
That's a lot of information they know. But yeah.
They probably just don't feel equipped to handle the situation and want someone who may be more prepared.
Mhm.
yeah. Uh, I was gonna say, or like my mother, she calls the ambulance, but they didn't take me. Sometimes they just come to make sure I'm all right, um, which isn't always. You can't see it, so which doesn't help. But she called. Yeah, she tried. That's not all the time though. Just last time I was taking a second to come back, which bothered her. And I look at the video, and it was so. I was just like, oh my goodness, my mom's holding me like a baby. I had a seizure, then afterwards she just like holding me like this, and I'm just like sleep. And like since I can listen to the video too, as soon as I come out of a seizure, it's like the deepest snore you've ever heard me do. So she just holds me as I'm in that deep snore. And then I see the ambulance come in the door. And I know she called them and was like, the door's open. So, but it was hilarious to me. I was just like, oh, wow. I'm getting coddled, I guess that's the word. uh, yeah, moms will be moms.
Your mom's a pro.
See, your mom's a pro?
Your mom is a pro. She's great
Oh,
with you
man.
after you have a seizure.
It's, I was going to say it's hilarious. That's the wrong word to use. It was hilarious seeing that on camera. But that isn't the first time I've seen similar situation. Yeah, like you said, treats me so fragile. Um, but one comment here says my husband literally went to therapy to deal with the fact that he illogically thought I was dying. I have a few neurological issues. He had issues with abandonment, caretaker exhaustion, deep fear of losing me. You might need to bring you might need to bring him to a neurologist appointment and have a doctor reassure him. B, find out if there are any other fears going on. And best of luck. Two more comments here says no advice, but I admire how strong and you view yourself. Your perspective about everything and yourself and your epilepsy is inspiring. One last comment says every time I have a seizure, my son, who is 14, always finds me on the floor having convulsions. He always gets my husband when it's happening, but he is so traumatized that anytime I get up to do something, he is asking me every couple minutes if I'm okay. I feel horrible. And I definitely understand both sides, but it's traumatizing for everyone involved. That part I hate. The asking, are you all right? I get that a lot too. And it's like, I was just reaching for my phone. What's going on? Did you see something I didn't see? Uh, that's what I'm like, yeah. Like my phone fell on the floor, just reaching for it. You all right? I look at myself like, did I just miss a seizure? Um, yeah, get asked that a lot. So it's all right. They're going to do that. They don't know better, I could say, or they're just super cautious. That's how my mom is. Um, yeah, it's hilarious though. The coddling part.
Paramedics were called at my very first tonic-clonic, but they basically just showed up and I was back awake by then. And they told me just you should follow up with your primary care doctor and left.
Oh damn. Um, yeah, you should have went to the emergency room, and they would have probably gave you some better information. Um,
Think I just went and
uh,
saw my primary care the next day.
no, yeah. Um, Is your neurologist? Is this your first one, or do you have multiple so far?
Well, I saw my primary care, then he sent me to a neurologist who sent me to an epileptologist, and now I'm at a level 4 seizure center.
Nice. Um, yeah. Um, got something here. It says, "Do I need to learn how to drive?" First of all, I'll start with no, but let me read the post. It says, "I'm 23 and I never learned how to drive due to having the bare minimum of 2 seizures per year. I unfortunately live in a suburb, so public transit does not exist, just rideshare. I don't mind getting rides from family, friends, and rideshare. sparingly because it's costly, but it does suck at times wanting to do an activity. For example, I love to go to raves and art events. That isn't work related. That isn't work related, and I feel guilty to make someone wait around until I text, especially if it's late at night. I went to college and I did all right, walking around on campus, taking the bus, but was anxious at times of the thought of having a seizure in public. Like most people in their 20s, I primarily want to drive to have a bit more freedom to leave the house whenever and not have to deal with feeling guilty by asking for rides. Also, if other emergencies come up and I need to drive, I'm considering working on getting my permit since I've been 2 years seizure free and the process would be quicker as an adult. But I have this looming feeling of anxiety and what ifs with driving. I get a little fearful in doing things where the very possible of me having a seizure with no safeguards feels as though um, I'm sorry, I lost where I was reading. Look it up real quick. I got a little fearful of doing things where the possibility of me having a seizure with no safeguards feels though it increases my chances of one actually happening. I do have emergency meds to stop seizures from occurring, but it makes me extremely drowsy for a few hours. I've also considered moving to the city, but the job market is absolutely awful in the States. I'm just trying to see what others have done while living with epilepsy and weigh out my options. Also, resources would be appreciated too. Um, no, you don't need to learn how to drive. It would be fun, um, but yeah, don't waste your time learning how to drive when you could learn a trade or something. I learned how to drive. I just put myself behind the wheel, which was really, really, really reckless. Um, I was a child, and then I crashed, and then I didn't stop driving. Um, so I don't suggest driving or even trying to go get your license. Don't waste your time. So other schools you can go to and take classes and get trades instead of license. So this person says, do I need to learn how to drive? Do you suggest that? Why or why not?
Definitely
I
not learning
wanted
how to drive, but looking back, do you guys wish there was like another kind of trade you learned? Like instead of the health information thing that I went into, maybe I should have done some kind of tech career. I don't know what you can really do from home nowadays. What do you think?
not worth
Um,
me taking somebody else's life.
Right? That's another way of
right.
looking at it too.
Ooh. Um, huh. uh, Another comment. Well, no, one comment here says, uh, "Hello, I feel I had what I had to wait for my license as well. If you feel drowsy with the meds, perhaps don't go in the car. Safer for everyone. In the meantime, perhaps you could look into some electric bikes. I don't know. Some go quite fast though." Another comment here says, "I feel your pain. I end up walking to most places, but I've been looking into e-bike for those longer distances." I have the hiccups really bad out of nowhere. Um, yeah. No comments left.
Apparently, I had two seizures tonight, and I don't know why, but the second one was a little longer. They got that one on video, and she said I got out of the car at first and just started acting like somebody was. She said I was kept looking over my shoulder, and apparently I've done that before, but it's been a long time, and nothing I was saying was making sense. And then she said I grabbed her like really tight and was saying something like, we need to go. So I don't know where this like, I don't know, anxious, like panic kind of thing came from. I don't know if I was like having a nightmare in my seizure or something. But yeah, this was kind of a new one tonight. And apparently it didn't last very long. You know, son picked up on it, said something's wrong with mom, and went back to jumping on the trampoline. And yeah, I was really happy that to see that the kids know if it's not a bad one, then I'll get over it. But hey, nobody was in a rush to give me the nasal lamp tonight, so I appreciate that too. But maybe one of these days I'll get over being so adamant that medicine is bad if these really start to get in the way. I don't know. This was a goal for a long time to stop taking meds, and now it's been like a good 6 months. But I don't really know if things are that much better because I haven't taken that many notes other than everything that was going wrong that I didn't want to forget. So yeah, I'm smiling now, but that's just because I'm trying really hard to focus on the positive. I feel fine.
That's good.
Oh
Glad you're
yeah,
doing okay.
that's just how I'm gonna let it out for tonight. Because I know you guys get it.
Yeah. um, I think I get it more, or we get it more in particular, because no one else can see the pain, but we know how we feel inside. It's more than just the visible. That's what I was pointing out to my mom. I told her you kind of see how I'm feeling, but you don't feel how I'm feeling, so you don't have that understanding and that
Yeah,
little conversation. Um,
I
Definitely
kind of
got
like
much
to
something
different
test
here
it
talking
though.
to
too.
someone.
Because go ahead.
I was just gonna say
Go
it's
ahead.
definitely different to talk to someone who's actually gone through it before, rather than trying to explain it to someone who hasn't.
And tonight, I know I wouldn't have been, felt awkward if I started crying again because you guys know sometimes the tears just happen after. I mean, I'm not devastated or like sad about anything, but I was sitting there like tearing up just reading text messages and what's her name? Toaster's story. I was literally reading some like young adult thing while he's running around Chuck E. Cheese and the tears start just streaming. So and this was like in between the seizures tonight. So yeah, I'll make note, but I don't know if it's gonna do any good. I just don't want any of these notes to end up as like evidence that I need to go back on meds.
What's the point of taking notes then, if you
That's
don't
the
want an
thing.
honest record of what has been going on?
And that's what I'm thinking now that I read through my notes. It really is like all the shit that I like and that I think I'm kind of influencing myself. 'Cause I'm writing down a lot of, what not to forget about the ex, convincing myself that like this whole move and divorce and split and everything was the right way to do it. And the other notes are more about just new friends and that kind of fun stuff. But the other things that I write are what I think my family doesn't tell me. So they'll say, you had a seizure today and I didn't see you drink very much water, but all right, I had a seizure today and I wrote, 500 words for a daughter's English paper. Like, I write down stuff like that that just nobody else would make note of, but, it might not even be relevant. So, yeah, my notes do feel kind of pointless sometimes.
No, I think you should just take some meds and then you'd be having less seizures, which would be less traumatic for your brain.
Don't want to face it.
No,
I'll go back
that's the
through the
mom and me
list.
coming out.
And I guess just seeing which medicine it's been like more years since I've taken, because this will be the second time. So we'll see.
Even just something like a low dose of something could maybe stabilize you enough that you're not having them all the time.
Yeah.
Kate, do you
I
think
got
it's the
something.
stress of moving?
What'd you say?
Do you think it's the stress of the move?
That's why I'm gonna hold off, I think, another month on probably because I'll go to the primary care appointment first, and that's in another like 2 weeks. I'll get the referral. I'll go through with getting set up with a neurologist, but I don't think I'm gonna look to get on another dose until everything is, until we have some kind of schedule here. And plus, I'm still sick. I mean, who am I kidding? So that's probably some, part of what to blame for this one. I have not felt like eating in a week. So that probably has something to do with it. So, there's a lot of things that I know have been changing, but I do have to admit, like, would it have been better to be on some kind of regular low dose and maybe not had some, because it's not tonic-clonics either. The logic that I used was I can live with focals, but I do wander off. So I haven't had one of the wandering ones in a couple weeks. But yeah, there's pros and cons to everything. So yeah, I think another month after we're settled in and there's some kind of remnants of a schedule here, then I'll have no other choice but to see if I'm still having focals, and maybe I do need something to just level out. And that way I'll already have a neurologist, so I can just, do a my chart thing and, admit the doctor, yeah, you're right, I do want to start taking something, and probably have the prescription just really easy to get to. But one step at a time. I'm not admitting to anybody else that I'm considering medication again, except for you guys.
I got something. Unless you want to keep talking, I'm with that. All right. It says it's just looking for advice because I know some of you guys haven't taken Kepper, but it says just looking for advice. Kepper just turned me into a horrible person. Been on Kepper for 5 months. It's suspected my seizures are stress induced. It's causing me to snap at my loved ones and say horrible things to them. I signed up for intensive care of DBT to manage my stress. Kepper seems to have made my stress and anxiety a lot worse. Just want some advice on how to help myself.
Dr. Kepper.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Change
that too,
meds.
but not cold turkey. But yeah.
No.
Ask for
Try the
another
Motrigine.
meds. Yeah, great idea.
Very sorry to hear that. It must be a tough road that we've all been through. And yeah, just look for alternatives. And if it's especially if it's not working, or yeah, alternatives.
Did you guys ever have better luck when you were going on when the goal was to switch meds? Did you try to titrate down at the same time as increasing the new one, or were you taking the new one? Like one of the doctors I remember was clear about take the new medication, get to your full dose, have that for 2 weeks before you even start titrating down on the car, so something with a C.
Carbamazepine.
Yeah, I think that was it. But that was the only doctor that was like that. Every other doctor was always add the Fycompa, add whatever at the same time that you can cut the other one in half, or like, because I know I switched times, switch meds at least 10 times. So did your doctors ever tell you to always like get up to the full dose and then get rid of the other one? Or was it,
No.
did you do it at the same time too?
And
Go up on one, down on the other at the same time
Mm,
was
yeah,
my
that's how I
experience.
did it.
okay.
My doctor suggested the, wait, you say going up and then switching, or going down and switching?
I think everybody else is saying that like you go down on the Keppra and add the Briviact, or you know what, however they do it, add the new one and go down on the old one at the same time.
I went straight cold turkey. I do not suggest it. I was just living life at one point. I was like, I don't have time to be paying attention to splitting a pill every day. But yeah, I wasn't taking care of my health. Uh, yeah, I was missing a lot of doses, I was told. Um, got some comments here on this Kepler comment. It says that's an incredibly difficult situation, taking medication to help with certain symptoms that make new symptoms appear, especially those that hurt those you love. I'm a stranger who wants to commend you on making effort to receive treatment to move towards health for everyone's sake. That takes courage and strength. I hope you can grant yourself grace as well as my fellow PNS warrior. Another comment here says Keppra can have some nasty side effects. You might want to consider asking your doc about gabapentin. Another comment here says, I totally get what you're describing. I had some issues with Keppra. It made me into someone I wasn't, with a lot of anger and irritability, and it really didn't help control my seizures. I was later switched to Briviact, which is similar to Keppra but newer and tends to have fewer side effects. I found much easier to manage my mood on that one. It might be worth looking into your doctor to switch Briviact to see if it helps with side effects. Um, yeah, try Briviact. I hear a lot of people say it's like a cousin to Keppra. Hmm. Hmm. I got something else here. It says, "Am I faking seizures? I've had seizures before where I cannot remember anything or that I had done. But recently, I get really strong aura tingling, nausea, and impending doom sensation. Uh, then I remember the beginning of the seizure, not the middle, and I do remember the end. When I can hear what's going on around me, I can't stop shaking even though I hear the panic in my boyfriend's voice and I'm aware. I just can't stop shaking and can't respond to commands. I have no control over my body. Like yesterday, I thought I was only seizing for 30 seconds because that's what I remember. But then later, he told me I was seizing closer to 3 to 4 minutes. These are full body seizures as well. I just fear that I'm faking, even though I hate auras, hate the feeling of seizures. I hate how my body feels after nausea, confusion, jaw pain, muscle pain. My EEG was normal, did a 20-minute study, and my seizures only happened before or during after my period for a few days and started a month ago after I had a weed induced seizure episode. Is it possible to remember some or be conscious for part of the full body seizure? Yeah, had that before, and it isn't fun at all. It's pretty scary. And yeah, talk to your neurologist. It is possible. I wonder if there's something I can take for that. But yeah, any advice on those awake seizures? And the person is asking, am I faking seizures? Doesn't seem like it, but yeah, talk to a neurologist.
So that person was saying they were awake and having seizures, but like not tonic-clonics and somebody or the doctor ended up thinking they were faking it?
I don't think they said they've been to the doctor.
Okay, so somebody else just
Oh,
didn't know if they were
yeah,
faking
they
it or
did
something.
say they did a 20-minute EEG, which I never think helps when it's a short one like that.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, all they said is the doctor did the EEG, but it didn't say everything like, "Oh, bye, Jeff. See you later."
Right.
Um, so basically, the basic question is, can you be aware of full body seizure? Yes, you can, and then you can't control it, but you can still feel the seizure, and it sucks. The first comment here says, definitely possible to be conscious during seizures. You are likely not faking anything. You would know if you were. It could also be PNES seizures, which is rather common, and people having had past experiences with seizures. Another comment says, you're basically describing my life. Also, maybe look at catamenial epilepsy because of the relationship to your periods. Also, the full body seizure part that you described, 100% same experience. And I question myself as well. You're not alone. One last comment says a simple rule of thumb to remember. If you think or wonder or fear that you're faking, then you're definitely not. No one can fake something by accident. Telling a lie and faking requires that you make a decision. You make you have to be aware to what's going on to be committing to. If someone was faking, they wouldn't wonder. There's a lot of words spelled different and words that are here where they aren't supposed to be. I'm gonna stop reading that one. But yeah, this person should go see a neurologist like yesterday. Can you have a withdrawal on pills?
Every single one.
Depends.
Every single pill I've ever taken when I'm coming off of it, I always have bad seizures or more seizures or something. So I consider that withdrawal.
Okay.
'Cause I'll get like it's a different postictal. When the cause is medication, the postictal is always those annoying headaches. It was like a different kind of headache.
Is that a withdrawal thing though? Uh,
I blamed it on withdrawal just because it was
okay.
a different, it was more physical, I don't know, repercussions
Okay.
after those seizures. But I mean, I guess it's fair to not really be sure if I should blame the postictal on the seizure itself or the cause of the seizure. But, never really gonna know, hopefully. I don't know.
What about like benzos and stuff? Uh, Obviously, uh, the withdrawal for those are pretty severe. Would the actual withdrawal symptoms of that result in more seizures?
The benzos, I always expected the seizures quicker, basically, because it was a smaller dose. So those pills were never scored. I had to cut those myself, and I knew I wasn't always cutting them even. So, and I mean, when I cut the benzos, it was taking half. Whereas like all the AEDs, I would still be taking like 80% or like way more of the prescribed dose for weeks at a time, or I mean a week. Um, so cutting the dose in half is another thing that I expected to trigger withdrawals more frequently or sooner, and that's usually how it happened.
Yeah, that's the one drug my neuro won't let me touch. It's the benzo. So
Pookie didn't go to get tacos.
What did you say
Tacos.
about tacos?
I said I hope Pookie didn't go to get tacos.
We had the pizza at Chuck E. Cheese tonight, and I don't know why that was such a like. I don't know why that's a thing, but apparently some people like families were going on and on about how they're so glad Chuck E. Cheese didn't close around here because this is like their tradition. And when the mouse started, the Chuck E. Cheese dressed up and started dancing around, my son was looking at this creature, and the girl that was wearing the suit, okay, was the one that was controlling the doors to the trampolines after we got there. And when we first got there, it was, whoever was already working, he did not want shit to do with them. He was just walking in and out, not saying anything. All right, I'll get it for you. Hey, Jamar, when you were jumping on the trampoline tonight, what did you talk to the girl about? Because he was talking to this girl for like a long time before he even, went back to playing. What did you talk to her about? I meant to ask you. You were looking at her phone and like talking to her. What were you guys talking about? Oh, okay. Yeah, so he doesn't have anything to tell me now, but did you
Yeah,
know that that girl was the one that wearing the costume? Yeah, when Chuck E. Cheese came back out and started dancing around, that was the same girl wearing the costume. Yeah, yeah, she was wearing the costume. Okay. I think he just had an epiphany. And I just thought it was funny because Nana comes back around and saying he's not dancing to the rat wearing the costume. Hey,
yeah.
want to say hi?
That's a fun place, Chuck E. Cheese. I went there when I was young. That was the best place ever. Hey, Mark.
Hey guys.
Hey,
Hey.
how are you doing today, Mark?
Okay, I guess. Um, I don't know. I feel weird today. I don't want to do stuff. I don't know. I should put my hat on. That looks kind of. There we go. Wow, that was.
Hey,
I should have
Mark.
glanced in the mirror before turning on the camera, I guess. Um, that's
How
okay.
you doing, Mark?
Uh, good, good. Uh,
The icebreaker
um,
today is
oh no.
uh,
How do I weasel out of it when I'm the only one getting asked it right now?
uh
And I already, oh fuck, I gotta poopy.
that's how you weasel out of it. Perfect. Uh
There you go.
he's a
Okay.
he's a pro at that. Oh, it says what
Poofy
price
always
increase?
goes straight for Kitty's dinner. Poofy eats like polishes the bottom of her little steel bowl with her tongue immediately. But then, I mean, Kitty doesn't finish her entire portion. She has to go back and forth like several times. And if I don't catch Poofy, she'll go and polish off Kitty's. And Kitty's looking really skinny. I'm kind of a little worried that she might be losing weight. So I'm trying to be extra attentive and make sure that Kitty's actually getting her full share. Because if she is and she's still getting skinny, then I um, will begin to panic. Um,
You
Um,
already have a vet on call or some place that you can just like take him to get weighed or something?
yeah, we got a vet nearby.
That's cool.
They're all yeah, and we've got a couple 24-hour veterinary ERs even within a couple miles of the house. So We are set if anything emergent occurs, but it's just that's always like the first thing when you start going downhill is the weight starts dropping, or at least that's what I recall. Um, but with my last cat, Steve, I didn't notice it. I was too absorbed in whatever else of life, and I didn't pick up on his weight loss. So now that's kind of something I'm hyper tuned into. So yeah.
Do they give you any like quick hints on like how to notice if they have worms or something like that? That's like one of the more common things, right? For animals. I don't really know. Like worms,
Uh,
heartworm and
Heartworms. Oh no,
something
they're all
else.
indoor cats. They don't go outside, and so no fleas or anything. I mean,
Oh,
they get
that's an
all their
outdoor thing.
shots anyway, but
Yeah.
they're indoor cats, so it's good. She's probably okay. It's probably just my mom planting these ideas in my head. She's the one who pointed it out. So I need to get the bathroom scale out and actually do it. Cuddle kitty. Here we go. Stand on the scale and see if I can get her to sit still long enough for the numbers to stabilize. And then I just gotta subtract my own weight. We can check it out for sure.
There you go.
She's always
Uh,
been petite though, so it's not. I don't
And
know.
her
She's good.
behavior isn't a red flag right now.
No, no, she's pretty normal.
Yeah, so you know them best.
Giving Poofy the stink eye. Pretty normal.
There you go.
um, I got something, but it's for Mark because we're not going to do any weaseling today. The question is, what price
Mm.
increase has hit you the hardest in everyday life? I don't think Kate got the icebreaker either, so you guys can think on that one. But I got a good one after we do this. I waited for you guys to do this other one. After we do your price increase problems.
I mean, just logically speaking, like energy prices, it trickles down and increases the cost of absolutely everything. So, um, kind of a root cause of a lot of stuff. Um, I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Kate?
Okay, there we go. The first one that came to mind was Natalie's orange juice. It's the good stuff that I used to get for no more than like $4 a bottle in Florida, but up here they want like 7.50. So
What?
Oh,
yeah, and then it's the same with like Tropicana and like every other real orange juice. So yeah, most other grocery prices are cheaper, but the queso blanco and some of the stuff that maybe I took for granted a little bit in Florida is more expensive here. But it's just the goodies.
Mm,
It's just the treats. They're your regular, milk, eggs, and bread are all cheaper, and the meat. So
okay.
yeah,
I
nothing.
got
No other
something.
price changes really come to mind. I haven't been here long enough to add up all the utilities, but it doesn't look like it's going to be that different.
I got something better.
Okay.
What is
better
better?
than price
Being
increases?
depressed? Yeah. It'll take your mind off of everything. It says, what is better? Being depressed or being high on a 100 milligram gummy. I have never gotten high before, and I've been struggling with depression for a long time. My friends suggested that weed could help, and I don't want to smoke, not just because of epilepsy, but I am open to trying gummies. I bought one from the dispensary, and I'm debating taking it or not. Um,
I mean,
I don't suggest 100 milligrams to start with. That was my answer. That's a lot.
not for a very first time with cannabis. Yeah, 100 milligrams orally is a tad
What kind of
excessive.
gummy is that?
Yeah. Maybe they read
Um,
like the whole package has 100 milligrams in it. So it is here in Florida. They're like the um medical program restricts single doses of the edibles to 10 milligrams each. So you get a pack of 10, it's only going to have 100 milligrams in it. So to get 100, you'd have to eat the whole package of like gummies or whatever. But that's just Florida, and our laws are stupid here.
At least it's legal. I
Yeah,
finally got the THCA today. Um, Granddad Purple or something that we talked about last week that got here in the mail. The box that came, it had their packing tape. It's a company called like Anchor or something, and they taped the box closed. First of all, it's okay. I'm getting like 7 grams, and the box is like it way bigger. It could fit like a pound in there, and the packing tape says, "Do the shit that makes you happy." And they had this packet of important documents enclosed on the outside of the box. And I don't know if I can add it. Yeah.
mm,
So that's what it was, though. It says accessories and it tells you it's in the chat. And it was just saying, even if the dog goes off, this is allowed. And here's all the laws. And there's literally like 10 pages after this one that detail the laws saying like why this package is illegal. It is legal. And yeah, it was saying, the derivatives of hemp are allowed, and that, yeah, I didn't read through all of it, obviously, but that was kind of surprising that this company has to put so much more effort into just getting the product to Tennessee than like so much more effort goes into packing it.
I mean, good on them for putting the effort in to, and
Yeah,
it
especially if it works,
clearly
if I
it
like it.
got through to you. Yeah. Um, Somehow I doubt that that little printed out page stamped no marijuana would be legally binding in court, but it probably is enough to get a UPS employee to, fuck off. Um,
Might as
so
well.
yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, whatever works. I mean, I'm sure they didn't start attaching these papers until something slowed it down.
Yeah.
Probably had to find out the hard way that none of their stuff was going to get to any of these states unless you literally attach a pamphlet with the laws. So yeah, I'll probably roll one of those tonight or tomorrow and keep you posted. See how it goes.
Do you hand roll yourself?
It's been a while. I've been on the dart for using the dart for a couple weeks now, and I came here. I didn't even come here with like a whole ounce, and we've been here almost 2 months. So it's definitely lasted a lot longer since I started using the dart. But yeah, I still have, of course, another thing I stocked up on right before we left was the Amazon, like a bunch of blunts, and now those are just taking up room because I don't use them. So might roll one. Used to be chill time.
Yeah, it couldn't last that long with that much weed. Weed never lasts. You said a month?
Yeah, we got here on February 1st.
You're not smoking. It's
I
like when you're
promise.
inhaling the smell.
I promise I'm getting enough. Feeling what I what I got. Definitely feeling better after I smoke, and that's once or twice a day. But I don't put more than like 2 hits in there, and that lasts.
Okay.
But that's kind of what I'm curious about this THCA stuff. Would I actually be able to have a nice like 4-hour high off of 3 hits? And that's going to be the biggest difference, I think, between the real weed and the THCA. But we'll see.
I mean, it's the
My
same
stash is
hits, you
going to
thing,
run
said?
out
isn't it?
eventually.
The THCA weed is the same stuff, right? Technically,
I don't know. I mean, it's
it
it's
just
derivative from the same. But okay, something that did catch my eye was that I was asking customer service some questions about the terpenes, and they said there's no terpenes and they don't add it. And that threw me off because it's like,
right.
how is it the same if you're telling your customers there's no terpenes? So,
Maybe
I
they
mean,
just didn't
yeah.
test for terpene profiles or something. I don't know. That's a weird tidbit to throw
Yeah,
into.
that's something I, just kind of want to be aware of going into, trying this.
But nothing added is
So
a
I won't be
good
I
thing.
won't be surprised if it doesn't feel the same, but yeah, we'll see. I'm
I
still
got
not
some of
all
the
the way better
comments
yet.
here.
What'd they say?
Oh, some of the comments here. One says start with 5 milligrams and not 100. One saying I don't recommend starting with 100 milligram dose. Another one here says take it. It may be life changing, but that one's been downvoted twice. It's at a -2. Some people don't
I
advise
mean,
that, obviously.
yeah, well, you never
Um,
know. If you dive in head first, it might solve all of your problems, right? You never know.
May I choose the
um,
alternative of being depressed because this whole country is just so high on everything. It's so stupid. I'm just gonna face reality. Just I, I just hate weed so much because y'all sound so goofy and uh, just a big middle finger to weed. How y'all like that? Stoners and dope heads.
I
Hmm.
laugh when people use that word for people who smoke weed.
What,
What?
stoners?
Dude, I,
Dope heads.
yeah, I like that one too. That makes me laugh because
I
That is
I thought
hilarious.
I thought I have, I've always thought and connected dope with heroin mentally. And dope, because like dope fiends are heroin addicts, right? So I don't know.
yes,
Yeah, but a
But
lot of people who are harsh on
yeah,
weed they just lump that in with all the, they
yeah,
just use dope
yeah,
for all of it. So
right. Yeah. They're
yeah,
all
I don't know why I can't help
yeah.
but laugh or like smile
Devil's
at anybody who
lettuce.
hates on weed.
no
I'm
one
just
said
thinking,
dope
okay,
since
leave it for
like the
us.
80s. That's like an 80s term, isn't it?
I
Um,
don't know.
From
I
Ferris
thought it was
Bueller.
used a bit more
No, no, no.
recently for it might be a regional thing.
I say that's
Yeah,
dope
that's
Um,
sometimes.
true.
didn't they, isn't that what they called it in Train Spotting? That was like a 90s something, but over in
Possibly.
Scotland too. I don't know. That's a good
See.
movie.
Mr. Head in Fast Times at Ridgemont High called everyone a dope head.
Oh
Um,
wow.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Yeah,
Yes, that was one of the
excellent movie. Yes.
favorites. Yes, I remember watching that one a lot. But that's the thing. Why do
Are
I
you
remember
the
the
type?
title, but like nothing in the movie?
Yeah, I
Really?
was gonna say I know it. I just
Same
can't.
happened with Pulp Fiction.
I
Like I played Pulp Fiction the other night, and like obviously that's a movie we've seen a hundred
yeah,
thousand times, but
right.
I didn't know any of the lines. Like all the all the same lines that
Mm.
stand out still made me laugh, but it literally felt like I was watching Pulp Fiction for the first fucking time. And
Marginal benefits to
yeah,
epilepsy, right? I don't know. Look on the bright side, I think.
There you
but
go. That's an
I can only
upside.
call it a benefit around you guys because I'm watching it with. I feel like I'm gonna go watch it and with my friend or whatever, and it's just not gonna be the same because they don't know how what extent this like memory thing goes away. So I don't know. I guess people are gonna have to just catch on to like get used to repeating yourself because I feel like that happens a lot more than anybody ever lets on to me.
Yeah, very few people outside of this group understand that you can have spoilers to a movie that you've already seen like 8 times from somebody. Don't
Right.
spoil the ending. Oh, you've already seen it. Don't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean I know what's going to happen.
Um, with cartoons, not cartoons, with watching series and stuff. I'm always the one that's watching the recap. Like
That's
every
watching what?
episode after the last episode, I watch it. It just fills me in on what I just watched. My mom, I know she wants to skip it when I look like this and she's looking over at the remote. It'll say skip recap, and I'll see her look over at the remote. And I'm like, oh yeah, she wants me to skip it. Give me five
Dang,
Love
more
but
to
a
try to
seconds.
lot of
play a
stuff
little
happened in
game,
season
like
one.
watch the recap and try to pick up what they think is important from the
Mm-hmm.
series to date in order to figure out what they're going to be doing with it. And that, watch the recap and then pause and discuss, okay, where do you think they're going with this?
Um,
That's one way to do it.
Because it's like they're never gonna recap something that's just completely irrelevant to everything, right? They can't. They well, I guess they might, but that would violate that Chekhov's gun, right? If a gun is shown in the first scene, or first act, it must go off by the final act, something. So, do they consider the recap at the very beginning part of that?
It
I don't know.
depends. Sometimes they show the theme of like, okay, if all of season one, the main character was like in search of another character. Sometimes they don't even show that in the recap just because it was such a consistent theme of like every episode. And yeah, that's sometimes kind of a waste. The recaps don't always show the most relevant things.
um, with me, sometimes if the show I'm waiting for a new season, I got to go back and watch the last season before I watch the new season. Especially if there's a break in between months and months of watching, I definitely got to go back to last season and see what I watched already, and then I binge through the next season. Yeah.
Generally now it's about 18 months for a new season to come out, depending on the show. So yeah, you gotta watch the season over. So I don't know.
Back to you, Kevin. Um, uh, I got it. It's coming. Um, since you referred to us as dope heads, are you the type of person who will go knock on your neighbor's door because you smell weed coming out of somebody's room?
No,
All right.
or a
That would
similar situation because I got a lot of skunks living around here, and that really smells like weed. So I can't tell the difference. And
Wow. I've
yeah,
never heard that before, that weed smells like skunk. I've heard of
What?
weed that named after
How many
skunk weed,
strains
but
of weed have you heard named after skunk or described as skunky or this, that?
mhm.
That's been a thing for forever, man.
But it
I'm with Kevin on that. They definitely smell like skunk a lot of time. Not all of them, but a
that's what
lot.
I was gonna say. Um, yeah, I've heard of several strains, but to say that weed straight smells like a skunk, yeah, to me, not all of it, I'll say. Like Mark said,
I don't know. Some of it I consider an air freshener. This grape strain that I like right now, I think it smells good. But
Yeah,
anybody else would
some with
say
like
it's
a
nasty.
citrusy kind of, or um, pine, piney. You know, a lot of the same terpenes that give the cannabis strains their different individual aromas are present in a lot of the other products that we use to um, scent things. I was going to try to say that more
so if I go and knock on
smartly.
their door, are they going to give me a list of like a menu of pod or something and a speech like this?
I mean, if that would be an excellent neighbor if they did. I'd want to move into your neighborhood.
No,
I don't know.
um,
Is it particularly prevalent in or like surrounding in your area?
no. I mean, they there's a lot of they clearly do, but I just don't care.
like this is called Chem Driver, except for it's a cart, not a flower. I haven't bought any flour in a while. One cart would get me through a week until the next week's sale. Uh,
How, what size cart? Like a 1 gram or
um,
2 gram? I got 2 gram,
I get the 1 gram carts, but I get plenty of them. So,
the big ones. What sort of is it like the distillate types, or do you like to go for the fancier like resin or rosin? Can't really tell
uh,
much from the appearance. The
yeah, actually, it does say live
cannabis
resin.
derived. It's a what?
Live resin, full
Live.
spectrum.
Yeah, you got the good stuff.
Uh,
I think resin.
I didn't know that was the good stuff. This is
Yeah,
California.
yeah. There's I don't know. You know about like different extraction techniques, like the using alcohol sort of thing, or um, hydrocarbon, like a butane loop with vacuum purge and stuff to get the cannabinoids and terpenes out. But there is also a solventless process you can use with like simply just pressure. Um, you can get a hydraulic press and, put between a couple pieces of wax paper, parchment or something, just a little nug, and then have the press go and squeeze it, you know, I don't know, 500 psi between the two plates or whatever. And when it comes up, the green, plant material is all going to be like squished there, but you're going to have all of the rosin or resin. I don't know which one they call it, but um, same uh, same sort of stuff that they go after when they do the um, solvent extractions, but they do it without any potential, introduction of anything um, from anywhere other than the cannabis flower. So it's in an especially um, I don't know, high quality. When it's done well and it's done right, it's a particularly high quality extraction. Um, you know, considered like top shelf. I mean,
So this extraction that
particularly
you're talking
compared
about,
to
does it end up in a pill, or how does it come out? With
it's the stuff that fills the carts, you know.
oh yeah, I've never had
Um,
that either. Do you
or
like the
people, I mean,
vapes
some
or
people
the
just do it and,
edibles?
have the press and go straight and scrape up the rosin off of the press and go onto a heated
What
nail
did ever
or
anybody
something,
else
just
try
do
after you
dabs.
wanted to get away from flour for a little bit? Like if you wanted to, okay, sore throat. If you didn't want to smoke, would you go for, or would the vape like not cause as much, upset, or
Um,
would you go edible or
the tinctures, oral RSO tinctures, and I just got the
Mhm.
little dropper thingy and just drops under the tongue in the mouth.
Oh, okay.
Kind of swish it around, get it coating everything there, and just sit back and wait for about an hour or so, and you're good to go for like 4 to 6 hours. Um, it's an easier way to microdose it too, because um, with the drops, it takes like a full dropper squeeze to get a big amount, but they've got this little, oh, where was it? I don't know. They had this little card thing. I misplaced now that had a little guide estimate how much. Oh, yeah, one drop out of the dropper is about 1 milligram. So a quarter of the dropper is about 5 milligrams. So you can kind of get a bit more careful with your dosing that way. I don't really bother with microdosing, so I just like the ease of getting the tincture with that dropper, the liquid. So
Yeah.
I got something. It says clobazam and nausea. Hey guys, I'm a 23-year-old female currently on an increased dose of clobazam, 60 milligrams per day, and cannot stop gauging the feeling nauseous, particularly in the mornings. I take 2 doses, one in the morning and one at night. Have any of you guys experienced this nausea? Any
Yes, nothing
advice?
tasted good.
Oh, says any advice as per how to deal with it. Thanks all. Um, I got some clobazam. Do not take it. Um, yeah. Um, morning sickness is also a thing, but yeah. Anybody on clobazam these days? Oh, hey,
Yeah.
you tell us a story or two?
Uh, how much is this person taking?
60 milligrams per day.
60. Okay. I'm on 40 at night. So maybe I'm just sleeping off the nausea, but no, I don't really feel nauseous myself. Maybe I've adjusted to it. I've been on it a few years, so um, uh,
You
no,
take clobazam on a daily?
yeah, Dylan, 40 at night. Um, that's it. But that's 60 isn't that much more. But I suppose. But
Um,
uh, I'm thinking the daily or in the morning might be causing some nausea. I don't know.
Change the time of day. Try to like gradually change what time of day you take it. If you have to take it like 12 hours apart, then see like how late you can stand. But
um,
the clobazam definitely messed with the nausea for me too.
I got some clobazam, but it does not say what to take. It's in 10 milligram tabs. Does not say take one, two a day, one a day, any time of day. Yeah, I just noticed that.
Well, if you're looking to sleep, you should probably take it at night now.
I'm not looking to take it. I told them I get myoclonic jerks, and he said take on me. Yeah. Um, go to some comments here. One says, not on the same med, but I understand. Mine make me gaggy too. I smoke marijuana to help with the nausea. You can also try making sure you have food on your stomach. My neuro prescribed Zofran when my meds were first increased because I couldn't stop nearly throwing up. Couple more comments. One says, get your doctor to write up, is it Ondusotran, aka Zofran. All these years for being nauseous, throwing up, finally something to stop it. Also, ginger chews.
Oh,
My vape
ginger
pen
chew.
helps. Huh?
Yeah. Um, and I had just had my little jar. Yes, there's a brand of ginger chews that I really like. Ginger is really good for settling an upset stomach and for nausea. And so those little kind of spicy ginger candies were really, really good. Yeah, I can't see them around here, but Chimes ginger chews, they have a few different flavors, but yeah, I definitely second the ginger chews.
Um,
I mean, it is a harsh drug. It does taste nasty as hell. And I will say that. I mean, I haven't adjusted to that. It's yuck. It is, you know.
well, now I have a reason for not taking the Omvi because it doesn't tell me what to take. And to be honest, that is a good reason. It does not say what to take. 10 milligram tablet, generic for Omvi. Got 4 refills though.
Yeah, it's easy to find out from the pharmacist what the prescription is. Usually, if you go online and like wherever you can refill, it'll tell you, it'll let you verify which prescription and tell you how much the is prescribed.
Yeah. I got something dealing with coping with anxiety, dealing with the anxiety that comes with epilepsy. I've been out of work sick for the last few weeks and I will be going back soon. I had multiple seizures in my job. How do you deal with the anxiety that comes in getting back to normal with these things?
Accept a new normal. Like find
Yeah,
some way to adapt to not going back.
uh, yeah. I just when I had to go back to work, I just went back to work. Took a few days off, and that was that. How I cope with it, I just try not to think about epilepsy as much till it's time to take those meds. Other than that, it doesn't really cross my mind on a daily. Well, actually, that is daily, twice a day, actually. Other than that, epilepsy is just something that's there until a seizure. There we go. Until a seizure or bedtime. Other than that, just going about life. I'm a regular person. Well, yeah. Um, how do you guys deal with the cope with the anxiety?
I guess it's not anxiety anymore. I'm grateful that it's not okay. Days like today when it's definitely like in the way. I just find some other way to adapt. Like, okay, I can't go out like I wanted to tonight because that would just be stupid after I had a couple seizures today. But hey, now I have this new weed I can try and I don't know, I'm finding something to look forward to. You got to get used to it. It is what it is. You have epilepsy, it's going to get in the way, it's going to fuck with your life, but it's still just part of it. There's still way better ways to get over it. So I don't know. I don't know if that's actually going to help what OP wanted to hear, but it is what it is. It's you're no less of a person because of the epilepsy.
Um,
Because you could never tell a person to just not be anxious or depressed or whatever. I don't think that's the way it works. You have to
Yeah, and I mean,
focus
how do
on,
you ask them
Yeah,
to just like redirect that energy? Like instead of
you know,
being nervous, think about what you could be doing instead, or something you can still look forward to.
I think you focus on the thoughts and behaviors that might be, if anyone wants to help me out here, that might be
Like
causing such anxieties, and work on the behaviors that are aggravating such anxieties. Um, like,
sunshine and rainbows.
um,
love it.
and, yeah, yeah.
I definitely agree, Kevin, that it's not something that can just be
Yeah, it's not like one mantra that's going to take care of
instructed
it.
and wished away. It's not like somebody can just say, you just need to stop feeling bad and you won't be anxious anymore. It's like, well, yeah, it wouldn't have been a problem in the first place. But so many people don't really seem to get that, or, you know, to get that their recommendations of, just get up and get out and go do, you know, this, that, and all the normal life stuff. That's effectively just the same thing as just telling them, well, just get over it and stuff. It's the all that daily life stuff that's so hard. Um, yeah, I don't
There's
know.
But
kind
can
of
you say that's such
exposure.
an impractical thing to say until you try it?
Possible.
I don't
Until
know.
you go through it.
What were you saying, Kevin?
Kind of like exposure therapy, just getting out there a little more and more. Um, Once again, this is just since I'm just trying to repeat, what I've heard from
Yeah.
therapists, about behavior therapy.
Cognitive behavior therapy, right?
Yes, basically that. Yeah, exactly. You can't tell someone to stop being anxious. You have to redirect and change your behaviors and thoughts.
Yes. I think that was a quote I recall from Marcus Aurelius that you can't change your thoughts, only the way you react to them or something. I'm probably butchering that, but yeah, um I don't know. It seemed kind of tangential, relevant at the time. I don't know.
Yeah, I see where you're going for with that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I got something else here. It says, "Am I overreacting? My epilepsy nurse retired, but she didn't tell me. I rang her today for advice and support, and as she knows me and understands me. However, I was met with someone very rude who didn't know me or understand me. She tried mansplaining epilepsy to clearly not knowing I have epilepsy for 14 years. She tried to tell me I was wrong and scoffed at me, and asking her about my epilepsy nurse like I should know she had retired. So I'm feeling very lost and out of sorts, especially considering I had a weird episode yesterday and just wanted support from women who has support me. Oh, a woman who has support me through it all since I was 16. Now I find out I have a horrible woman with no bedside manner, no help, and no one to go to for advice when I need it regarding my epilepsy, as she didn't make me feel comfortable at all with her problems. I have drug resistant epilepsy and I've been seizure free for 2 years as well as just starting to drive a grand mal at the grand old age of 24. I'm just hoping that this doesn't lead to another big seizure. Am I overacting? Um, no, I think they should actually go like tell their boss or something if they're being mean like that because they're supposed to be taking care of you. But go ahead, Kevin.
I just want to get a correction here. Did that say she was mansplaining?
Yes, that's what I was going to ask. What the hell is mansplaining?
No, 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 no. The woman
She,
was mansplaining to her?
Yes,
yeah.
How was that
she
Well,
possible?
assumed she
well,
assumed this person already knew. I mean, didn't know that much about their epilepsy. That's what she's saying. She's trying to act like she already didn't know about herself. Um,
well,
Only
wow,
a man
man,
can mansplain.
yeah,
use that.
the whole thing about mansplaining is condescension, sexist condescension from a male towards a female. It's not just all condescension towards any female, right? There's got to be a dude being a douche.
This
I don't-
is okay. Well, I'll let the
I don't-
okay. I'll come back later and think about this, but
It's yeah, that caught me too. I kind of
yeah.
That's one that just had wanted to have me. I wanted to ask what was mansplaining. That was the first time I heard that one. I could use that now.
well,
Well, it's one of the newest trendy words that go around.
Oh,
it's
okay.
yeah.
Oh, it's a
Uh,
shame, but there's plenty of females out there who can agree with the mansplaining and agree with that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if there could be a female out there who actually does, say the same thing, and somebody could get away with calling that mansplaining.
Uh,
But you know, it's
mm,
possible. It's a trendy word, so plenty of people could use it however they wanted to.
I don't think the person is overreacting. Go get somebody who's paying attention as much as you want them to pay attention.
Yeah.
yeah, it seems like there were a couple of balls dropped in my mind. It seems like it's bizarre that their practitioner retired without doing anything to make any sort of preparations for their patients to be passed on to the next person in the practice, right? And then the second is, professional medical staff shouldn't be, you know, shitty like that, for lack of a better term. Um,
I had a guy who um, was my primary, and one appointment, he told me that the guy that was there with us, who just watched us, basically was going to be my new primary because he was retiring or something like that. Um, and like 2 years, maybe dealing with this new primary. I see my old primary in the hospital, like badge on and everything, like he still works there. And I asked him, "What's up? I thought you told me you were retiring." And then he goes, "I changed my mind." I'm like, "We were together 15 years before you just left me."
hmm,
And then you tried to send me with this random, but yeah, I got to know the new guy and he's kind of good. He's younger, so he listens a little more. And like I said last time, I kind of just had everything wrote down on a little piece of paper and he took care of everything in one appointment. Yeah. Um, yeah, that just goes with that person saying their nurse left, my primary left, and that's how I feel. I feel like I got dumped. And you just left me here with one person I met one time.
yeah.
Um, Two comments here. One says, yes, seek out other support. And don't forget to file a complaint against the useless support you received. One more comment says, unfortunately, this does happen more often than you think regarding the change of docs and such, or maybe nurses. Apologies, not sure. I'm 100% understanding correctly. Don't know that I don't know that I have a nice suggestion other than seeking another neurologist or epileptologist. Personally, in your case, with drug resistant epilepsy, I would highly suggest looking into an epileptologist since your epilepsy is considered drug resistant if you do not have one already. Aside from that, regarding support, I unfortunately can't give much of a suggestion other than groups, family, and friends. If you're reading this, I suggest coming here. Um, that's it. Epidiolex. What is that? Is anyone taking Epidiolex? If so, what are your thoughts? I need to look up that word. I never even heard that.
Is that the trade name for the like the pharmaceutical CBD?
Um, I don't know.
It sounds familiar.
Oh, it
I
has its
believe it
own
is.
subreddit. How convenient is that? Um,
Can somebody else just Google it real quick? I got my hands tied.
I was I
Yeah.
just
What would you guys make note when, because I'm gonna have another like new patient appointment coming up here. When you go to a new neurologist, any like specific questions or things you guys talk about to kind of get the right vibe or answer the right questions, really? Because I know I'm gonna have to talk to this one about like the plan with the medication, obviously, and how often I come back for the RNS. But I don't know. Other than that, I feel like the neurologist appointment's just going to be a quick, nice to meet you, see you in 6 months kind of thing. You guys see your neurologist every year or how often? Once a year?
this
Okay.
new guy wants this new guy wants to see me every 6 months. Uh, I don't know what's gonna happen when I tell him I'm not taking the medication that he prescribed, but I'm gonna wait until this prescription runs out that he prescribed. Then I'll look for another guy. But for now, I'm doing good. If my epilepsy truly goes that bad, like in this time, I'm having more than 7, then there's a problem, and I'd like to talk to another neurologist. But I'm doing good with 5, and since he gave me 4 prescriptions, prescription refills after this, I'm just waiting for the refills. That might be 2 years. I get 90-day prescriptions. If I got 4 of those, yeah, I'm
I
good.
mean, he gave you a light prescription of benzos, and are good for controlling
Oh,
myoclonics. If you are having myoclonics and lack of
uh,
sleep, that would be good for handling that.
oh, the clobazam has 2 refills, but my main medication he gave me 4 refills for. So I don't even have to take the clobazam, but the medication he gave me refills for was lamotrigine, and I got 4 more, and I get 180 tablets, which will last me 90 days.
So are you stocking up on them?
No, I'm just working on a second opinion, but I'm gonna
Oh,
get the
okay.
opinion when I need more pills. There's no
Gotcha.
reason to get a second opinion right now. I'm doing pretty good. It has been consistently bad. 5 seizures a year. Well, not
Yeah.
5, but between 3 and 5. Yeah, I've been consistent with my bad. But got something here that says Epidiolex is a cannabinoid oil. Isn't
Yeah,
FDA
cannabidiol.
approved?
It's CBD.
Oh, okay. It says cannabidiol. How do you pronounce that?
Cannabidiol.
Bidiol. Okay, I would have never got that. It says it is an FDA approved prescription oral solution used to treat rare, severe forms of epilepsy, Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, Dravet syndrome, or tuberous sclerosis complex in patients 1 year and older. Derived from CBD. Might look into that. Reduces
Can
seizure
cause
frequency.
decreased appetite. That's an interesting side effect to list.
Yeah, there's also one here that says reduces seizure frequency, but can cause side effects like liver issues, sedation, and decreased appetite. What? I was just thinking about trying it.
Well, yeah, I wonder if they say decreased appetite with the CBD, is it the THC that gives the munchies in the cannabis, and then does CBD suppress it? Do the two counteract each other? And would you get less munchies on a high CBD cannabis strain? Or,
Hey, I'll tell you guys in a little bit. This has like
oh,
60 something percent CBD and like 0.3% THC.
what about
Oh,
THCAA? Is that the 0.3% THCA?
That's what I got right here.
Oh, oh,
Here, let me show
okay.
you this other
uh,
thing we'll put in the chat. Pictures from today. This is another thing that kind of caught me by surprise because it said all the stuff they didn't test for. There you go.
um,
Yeah, check that out.
for our only viewer out there,
Oh,
thanks for watching. Give us a like or two. Actually, no, give us a like. And yeah,
Holy shit. It hasn't even been a month and I like can't even roll anymore. Wow.
the skill, it takes practice.
Yeah, but like it weren't off like that fast. Damn.
Yeah, I
Thought that
know.
was kind of the muscle memory kind of thing that I
I
wouldn't
feel like
lose.
I gotta go relearn it all. I used to be able to just write in my hands there,
Like
no
one hand
skill or
almost,
anything.
yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
It's all good.
I got an interesting one here. It says epilepsy without seizures. I asked this, I think, a few days ago. Can you have epilepsy and not have seizures? I think everyone said no, but here's a post about it. It says, hey, so 8 years old, I was diagnosed with epilepsy, 8 from one single seizure, and been medicated ever since. I was told in order to keep my driver's license I need to stay medicated. I've tried going off the medication multiple times, but every test done showed significant activity, and that was at high risk for another one. Just today, I was told there's a small chance I can go off the medication after a different neurologist said that all evidence supports my one seizure being anxiety attack or other type of fainting instead of an actual seizure. However, they need to do some other extensive tests, 24-hour EEG and PET scan to see if there has been a reduction in activity in the brain. I know it's a long shot, but I'm wondering if anything I can do, tasks, exercises, habits, etc., to limit my epileptic brain activity to show the best possible results. Is it something that is even possible? Everything I found online in regards to reducing seizures themselves, but I've never have any. But I've never have any. I haven't had a single one for almost a decade, so I'm not sure what I found online is even relevant. Literally anything helps, and I just don't want to be medicated anymore for something that doesn't affect my life.
If they've been a decade without a seizure, then it doesn't sound like they need to do anything else going into the EEG. What was a PET scan? Do you guys remember?
Positron
Do not.
emission tomography.
They're just like more stickies on an EEG or something? What's the difference between PET and EEG?
PET scan is actively, sending particles in, I think, is it?
So is it like more
I mean,
detailed than an
it's an
EEG?
active versus the EEG is just latent electricity changes in the skin right around there that they found that associates with the brain waves. I'm not sure exactly what I'm gonna just double check because I don't want to. Yeah, non-invasive 45 to 90-minute nuclear imaging test uses a small amount of radioactive tracer to detect metabolic changes, primarily used to diagnose or stage cancer, heart disease, and brain conditions, with scan times usually lasting 45 minutes. So, yeah. Tracer is a small amount of radiopharmaceutical, a radioactive sugar injected into the vein, absorbed by organs. You wait for about 45 minutes to an hour for the tracer to get distributed through the body. And then you spend another 45 minutes inside the scanner. And the scanner produces 3D images that look at chemical activity in there, not electrical activity.
Um,
So, yeah, combined with CT and MRI scans, they give a lot of data actually. Yeah, so MRI is magnetic resonance. So that's the structure. PET scan gives the chemical activity, and CT is what? Also the structure, I guess. I don't know. It's
what was I gonna say? Man, it's almost there. I'll read these comments. I guess the question here was they want to find something to limit their seizures or brain activity to show the best possible results, and they're saying, is that even possible? I don't think I want to give advice on someone how to beat the EEG. They're basically doing an E abuse stage. Like, I think it's in 24 hours. He's like, what can I do to avoid a seizure? I think the point of being there is having a seizure.
yeah.
Yeah, you never want to
Yeah.
encourage anybody to give like inaccurate results on an EEG either.
Right. Yeah. You just go
Yeah.
there, take the EEG, and what happens happens.
Yeah, be yourself.
Stay still in the tube.
Oh, it's one of those. You don't. It's not like an ambulatory kind of procedure.
No, it's a
Oh,
nuclear imaging thing. Yeah, they got the big machine. Don't think it's as big and as close as the MRI tube is, but it's still, you know,
I would have a
uh,
really hard time not having a seizure, especially in one of those, because anything that feels like like an MRI, I'm thinking is gonna like, you know, you're not supposed to have an MRI apparently with an RNS because the
oh,
magnet in an
Oh
MRI is
wow.
so powerful it could like, I don't know, do something crazy
pull
to,
it out,
to
rip it out. Yeah,
exactly.
the
So anything
newer,
that gave me a vibe of an MRI, I would freak out, think I'm gonna be like beheaded.
I was thinking that I was like the MRI is going all the way around your head, and I'm just I hate to imagine you getting something snatched out of your head, but um, that would be bad, obviously. But
It's kind of
yeah,
another reason I don't want to risk having a cluster around anybody but the family because I don't trust that. I don't know, like anybody except for my mother or daughter would stand up to an EMT and say like, "Don't put her in an MRI."
yeah,
But yeah, hey, here we are. We're back at that.
right. I
Don't
don't
trust
advise
anybody else when it
the
comes to
fetus
seizures.
EMU. Say that
the
again.
PET scan is not as restrictive, it looks like. Yeah, not as restrictive for patients with metal implants. So,
Um,
yeah, I don't think it doesn't use the strong magnets like a MRI does. The MRI, the whole point is the magnet. It, you know, magnetize and align the slightly polar water molecules in the brain, get them to align with the magnetic field, and then as they drift back into um, their chaotic positions, they can map those changes, the locations of the water molecules, and infer the structure from that.
um, got some comments here. This first one says, I don't know what country you're in, but in my state, people with epilepsy can drive if they have been on stable dose of medication and seizure free for 6 months. I would look into actual laws in your state or country regarding driving with epilepsy. I'd advise not driving with epilepsy, especially if you're going to be trying to not have seizures in the EMU. Uh, yeah, I thought the point of being there is to have seizures. Oh, yeah, but then again, they're trying to still get a license. So, yeah. Another comment here says, one single seizure your whole life. I knew something. I knew someone in your situation. I met them at the EMU. They were on carbazepine for 3 years. They never ended up having epilepsy. It was misdiagnosed. They got off their meds. Nothing happened after that. How do I know this? I'm still in contact with them. The individual only checked out if I were there. Oh no, the individual only found this out after a 5 day EMU stay. One seizure doesn't automatically mean you have epilepsy. I'd get it checked out if I were you. What can help to limit the possibility of a seizure is healthy eating, staying properly hydrated, getting enough sleep, lowering stress levels, and avoiding alcohol. If you do all this and still have nothing, it's a good sign for you. But it may, big maybe, but mean it was a misdiagnosis. I wish this was misdiagnosed.
Yeah, right.
One last
Uh,
comment. It says cognitive and behavioral interventions in epilepsy. There's a button to press, and you can go there. And then it says meditation, relaxation, or daydreaming about something. Fun and stress free would be my best guess for keeping my brain activity looking healthy while they're observing you. Best of luck on being diagnosed with having epilepsy and driving once more. It said best of luck with being diagnosed. This person does not want to be diagnosed. Um, I don't understand. I'd rather know than not know. Just go be the regular me. If something happens, now I know that I have epilepsy. Um,
It just sounds
uh,
weird that they're asking for advice on how to stop having a seizure just for the test when it's like you must be living like every day thinking, okay, what could I possibly do to not have another seizure? It's definitely not just for driving.
It sounds like it might be. It sounds like they might just be trying to check that box off and have the certain amount of time no seizures so that they can get that
license.
legal
Yeah, just legally
retirement
get behind
and
the
can
wheel.
just move on with their life. They don't want to be diagnosed. They want to seem normal.
It's like having
You
a
know?
clean record or something.
Right. Yeah, they're not looking for the truth. They're looking for a clear test result.
Yeah.
That's my impression at least. So, or
Yes.
what I would imagine would be a motivation behind all this, you know? Because why else would you just,
All right,
but it
guys,
Yeah.
we've
makes,
asked what, like 2 or 3 questions since I've been out here, and I think I've come to the conclusion that CBD is definitely not the same as THC. This is not the same.
oh, well,
Oh
sorry.
well, it's a nice night. We'll see. Not a total waste.
Yeah, she was talking about 3 hits will last her for 2 weeks or something like that.
No, I said a good 4 hours. I get like a good 4 hour high with the grape that I have in the dart. It's a hybrid that I put in the dart now. But definitely has like a couple grams in this blunt, and I'm not feeling nothing.
Huh.
Mm,
Yeah, whatever. Night's not
Um,
over.
yeah.
condolences.
Um, yeah. Just like I was saying about the
Mm,
last post, that person's weird because the whole reason you want to be at the EMU is to have a seizure. So trying to avoid it, you could end up being on the road, being that you tried to skip that seizure, um, tried to prevent it from happening. I mean, that's what you always want to do is prevent it from happening, but not at the EMU. It's not going to help in the long run. But I got something here. It says, is anyone else immune to weed or someone
I,
you know is? The first time I smoked weed was from a huge bong. I took 2 small tokes and didn't even feel high at all. After after that, I smoked once a week with my friends. Never once was I able to get high. I felt the same before and after, so I always thought I was immune until one day I took 8 tokes, and once I took my eighth toke, my God, it was like I whacked the back of my head and felt like I was gonna pass out and die. That was the first time I got high after trying for 9 months. Has anyone else experienced this? I've been trying to figure out why that happens, and now that I've been diagnosed with epilepsy, I'm wondering if the immunity to weed could have something to do with the epilepsy.
I've never heard of
Uh,
immunity to weed.
right. I never heard of it actually needing somebody need to be immune to it. Uh,
And 8 tokes from a bong. Maybe on that
right.
eighth toke, you were just like, hyperventilating or like breathing. I don't know. Maybe you're getting dizzy or from that.
I mean,
Yeah,
That's a
like
lot.
I knew, I knew somebody who would not get anything from cannabis edibles. Um, and when I looked into it, it turns out that it seems likely that she has this particular trait, a liver enzyme that is responsible for the conversion of the delta 9 THC into
And so it's like you're
11
allergic to the enzyme
OH
in the weed or
THC.
something.
Well, no, the delta 9 THC itself does not um, pass through the blood-brain barrier, or does not. It needs to be absorbed and processed, and the metabolized result of it is another cannabinoid that is actually more potent than the delta 9 THC, um, but it only is produced as a result of this first pass metabolism digestion process, with the liver enzyme changing that molecule there, which is why um, um, edibles with, a certain like 10 milligram edible can seem, like 10 milligrams does a whole lot compared to like smoking 10 milligrams worth of, I mean, that's like a tiny ass hit.
Mhm.
Um, so, yeah, that's where that
All right, so maybe this could
comes
still
in.
take effect
So,
because if it has to metabolize, like a couple things this week have reminded me that like now mid 30s, my metabolism is definitely slower.
yeah.
And if this doesn't process the same way, then maybe it's just taking a lot longer to take effect. I
Well,
don't
and
know.
Yeah, I had some gummies one
they
time.
also, I mean, she lacked the enzyme, it seems, entirely. She could eat weed brownies like nothing, and there would be absolutely no effect. The entire tray, and she'd be stone cold sober. Um, Whereas anybody else would have been like unconscious
On
for,
their ass, yeah.
yeah. Um,
I
so
took
yeah,
some edibles one
there's some
time.
people who just, sorry, keep jumping in. Pookie.
Oh, I took some edibles one time. I used to take edibles, and I just like never thought they did anything. And then sometimes I'd take them. I mean, and then there was a time where I decided this one isn't doing anything for me. And since it's doing nothing, how about we do six? And that's what I did. And I felt like laying down, and I just like laid in the mattress. It literally felt like I was just laying and falling into the mattress, and it did not feel good. I laughed it off because I was like, I knew I shouldn't have did that, but yeah. Some people be like, you can't get too high. That isn't exactly too high. That was just something stupid, doing something stupid. Um, will not do again.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I get too high anymore these days. I feel like after 20 years or 15, 20 years, like I've gotten past the point of panic attacks. Um, I can kind of talk myself down or maintain enough composure to remove myself from a situation that starts to get a little weird, but generally it's just falling asleep, either just getting couch locked and stuck watching TV or just falling asleep like too high, like back in college where I'm all freaked out and um, thinking that there's something wrong with that I just smoked or
Would you
whatever.
guys ever call too high, like not remembering as much after or something?
I mean, I guess.
Or like the
Yeah,
next
I
day or
guess
something? Would
too
you have any
high,
effects the
too high
next day to
for
make you think you were too high?
a person's responsibilities. I guess. Yeah, that's a good point. I wasn't
Okay.
thinking about it
Yeah, like
that
if you don't
way.
get
I was
shit done for
just
the rest of the
thinking
day.
like can't handle can't handle your shit, but there's more to yeah, more to it than I thought initially. So yeah,
Hey, did
good
Angel get
point.
that icebreaker?
Yes, I believe so.
Mm.
Yeah, it
Okay.
was
I can't
already here
remember.
earlier.
Oh,
That's
okay.
cool.
Yeah. These are some of the comments here on that post about the weed. Um, the question, Angel, was anybody immune to weed or someone you know? The comments here says, I smoke habitually, but always get a buzz. Another comment says, do you take Tegretol? Carbamazepine is a strong enzyme inducer that can increase the levels of THC in the body, which could attenuate or weaken the psychoactive effects of marijuana. There are a few other medications that can weaken the effects of THC as well. This person says, I'm also taking Ficampa, Epidiolex, Excapri, and keto. You can take keto, or does this person mean they're doing the
They're
keto diet?
yeah, they're probably just saying that
Yeah.
they're adhering to the keto diet for their epilepsy purposes, I suppose. I mean, it's a good point. It has been shown to help, but I wouldn't consider it a medication necessarily.
Oh, it says I take Ficampa, Epidiolex, Excapri, and keto.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe they haven't
So
put
they
put
take
it in
they
into
take
a pill by now.
only foods that result in ketosis, I guess. If they're trying to be really technical about it, I guess. I'm just
Right.
saying I can see why they would include it. It's kind of weird, but it kind of does have a bit of logic to it.
There's one last comment here. It says, "Oh damn, I've had something similar happen, not with weed specifically, but I've noticed my epilepsy meds can really mess up with how other substances affect me. Like I'll take the same amount of something that works for everyone else and absolutely nothing. Then suddenly one day it hits like a freight train. My neurological my neurologist mentioned that some epilepsy meds can actually interfere with your liver process certain compounds, which might explain why you needed way more to feel anything. And then when you finally did get there, your brain was probably like, what the hell is this? Because it wasn't used to processing THC properly. I've learned to be super careful with anything that might interact with my meds now. Even stuff like CBD can throw things off. Your brain chemistry is already doing its own thing with epilepsy. So adding other variables can get pretty unpredictable. Maybe worth asking your neuro about next time you see them. They might have some insight into whether your specific meds could be causing the immunity thing. Um, yeah, immunity to medication. I mean, to cannabis. Uh, hasn't happened to me.
That would suck, probably.
Right? It's like, why are you smoking? To get high, but you can't get high because of your medication. Now you got to choose one. Um, I got something here. I'm a 24-year-old female and had my first seizure at 13 and was soon diagnosed with epilepsy. I've had good stretches where I've been seizure free, but continue to have breakthrough seizures. My most recent being the day after Christmas. I take Keppra and lacosamide. I have never been told, or at least I don't remember the exact type of epilepsy I have. I have been through countless MRIs, EEGs, etc., and nothing at all is ever found. At this point, I'm starting to get frustrated and overall just paranoid that there's something we could be missing. All I have been told by my family is that when I have convulsive seizure, I tend to turn to the left and stiffen. And also, I have auras where I feel almost out of my body, very confused, and it sounds like I'm in a fishbowl almost. But I am aware enough to tell someone or get to a safe place quickly. If anybody has any similar experiences, advice, or suggestions, I could maybe use I could maybe ask the neurologist or research. Please leave them here. Any support is welcome. Um,
It could be temporal. Uh, what is it? The left that controls the right, or something like that. So temporal left lobe, or it could be along the lines of that. Most of them, it's the big three that you can focus seizures onto are focals, focal awares, and then you got generalized seizures, and then you got unknown, and that's how they do it. But if you still are unknown about your seizures, you most likely can find it in your paperwork. They had to had diagnose you if you're diagnosed. You can always ask for a copy of it, and I forgot the rest.
all right. Um, um, First comment here says if you have an absence or convulsion seizures, it's considered generalized epilepsy. If you get focal seizures, it's local epilepsy. You can have both. Side note, during my grandma's seizures, I also turned to the left. Haha. Another comment says auras or focal seizures, and I wish I was diagnosed properly at the start of my condition. I was treated badly, leading to more seizures. Learning to recognize them has been a huge. If I feel even the slightest onset, I take 5 milligram clobazam and it stops the seizure from spreading. Being aware of these signs has even let me drive safely, which is important. Getting the right diagnosis and working with neurologists who listens to you can make a huge difference. It took me years and a lot of testing, but it's worth pushing for answers so you can manage your seizures better. Yeah, they could always be missing something. Um, Someone said, just learned my aura is technically a seizure too. How long has this been happening? Had an appointment with new neuro specialist yesterday and found out something pretty wild. Turns out my auras aren't just warning signs, they're actually focal seizures happening in my right temporal lobe where all my sensory stuff gets processed. My doc explained that the electrical activity starts there first. Then, if my rescue meds don't kick in fast enough, it spreads and becomes a full tonic clonic. Mind blown, to be honest. She also mentioned that people with auras here can lose their driving privileges since they don't get any heads up before a grand mal hits. Makes me grateful I at least get some kind of warning, even though the whole thing still sucks. Um, yeah, this one's asking just for some advice. I said, listen to your neurologist. Sounds
I
like they
never
have
got
good
warned.
advice. Yeah, and I never got warnings that I knew until,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was always, oh, I woke up. oh, I'm either in the ER or you had a seizure or something like that, you know? I was already gone into it, so I never got warnings. Never got like vocals, auras until recently. And that is a thing that can happen too. Your seizures can change.
Yeah, I think mine, they just kind of changed to different types of seizures. Because at one point in time, I was just having TCs. And with grand mal seizures, I mean, it's obvious that you're having a grand mal seizure. But then I didn't know about the focals and stuff. Uh, I was just thought I was daydreaming. I'm like, damn, I missed it. I'm totally paying attention to something else and didn't call it a seizure. Um, but yeah, once I found out it was a seizure, taking care of it more was easier once I found out what's been going on is a seizure.
Yeah, absence.
Yeah. And I went from TCs to wandering to focals. I don't even know the rest, if there's even more, but I'm assuming there's a lot going on. Sometimes the confusion just makes me worried. That's a big sometimes.
Yeah, my ex-wife used to tell me is like I would like if she saw me and I was cleaning, I would stay cleaning for a bit and then I would let out a huge like yell or something. And then that's when she knew this seizure was coming. Once I let out the yell. But other than that, I was already gone into the seizure. I was on autopilot the whole time. And I wouldn't even remember. Like I would tell her the last thing I remember is I was on the floor doing this. And yeah, it's like you did this and that, and then you let out a huge yell, and then she also, I think this is when I discovered I was having absences. Um, because she was the one that said it to my neuro, but it's like she could look basically into my eyes and or something, and it's like she knew I wasn't home.
Oh man. Um, yeah, the knew I wasn't home feeling. The lights are on, but no one's there. Um, horrible feeling. I got something else though. It says apparently meowing is easier than talking. I'm still figuring out what is going on, but before and after my seizures, I can't talk, but I can meow. I just do it automatically when spoken to around it. Does anyone else do this? It's kind of interesting and, for lack of a better word, amusing, as much as anything can be when in this situation is scary. Uh, yeah, I don't meow. Oh wow,
You sure you don't
Kevin.
meow?
Kevin, you meow? So why
Oh,
would you ask me that?
You
Hey,
might
that's what
bark.
this person said.
I think the
It
only one
said,
of us that might meow is Mark. He loves cats, so he might meow.
How else will she know what I'm talking to her about? And they need to, I mean, they don't speak English, but they do recognize uh like, tone and sentiment, emotion, and vocalizations between each other and with people. So, yeah, doesn't matter what I'm saying so much as how I'm saying it to them. So, yeah.
Um, yeah. I don't do this. That's what the question was, and it was just interesting to see. So I had to read it out loud. I'm going to go through the comments, and the first comment is by Cat Lover. It says, a couple hours before my last seizure, I left the house to go to work in a sweatshirt with no bra, Crocs, and a pair of pajama pants that had that I had no business wearing to work. I never would have done that normally, and I actually didn't know at the time that I had epilepsy and just thought all the weird things I'd been experiencing for years were just weird things or that it was all in my head. Anyway, I was acting out a character that morning, and then I had a significant feeling or a significant aura and was able to pull over and call my husband and tell him something was wrong before I quit being able to form words. And then I don't remember anything until I woke up in the hospital. I think people do weird things before and after seizures. Another comment says, I meow I meow in everyday life. I used to talk to my cats that my stimming turns into meowing when something else goes wrong. Do you have a cat? Even if not, maybe as a child.
I have a cousin who would meow at cows. And we're in a car, like going down the street, and there was a field, and there were cows grazing in the grassy field. My cousin would meow, 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 meow.
Is it okay to laugh?
Yeah, yeah. It's yeah, but
Yeah,
meow, meow to the moo cows. It's like, oh, okay, cool.
yeah, that's interesting. A couple more comments here. One says meow. Another says people get very disorientated before and after the seizures. Before my TCs, I will say random things. Literally, last time I found myself repeating, "What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?" to myself, and couldn't make any other words. And I don't know why I was saying that. Whenever my mom wakes Whenever my mom wakes up from one, all she can do is make groaning and grunting noises until she wakes up in 5 hours. Your brain is shutting down when a seizure happens, and your brain is still discombobulated when waking up. The brain is a wonder. That person just basically said they have seizures and their mother has seizures. Is what in the beginning they talked about themselves. So
it's probably genetic in their case.
I always wanted to meet someone with the person that they have it genetically. I always wonder, like, what is it going to be one day? Someone come with their child or something. But I want
Well,
more comments. Huh?
Brandon said he was genetic.
Yeah, he told us one day he'd bring somebody, but didn't, and we'll move topics. There's a comment here.
He said it was his dad, but he never
Yo,
met his dad until he was like 25.
I don't care about either of them. No, I'm just kidding. But the last comment here says, it's just your brain. All of my seizures have been very sudden, or we have no signs leading up to them. But after one of my seizures, when I was still in middle school, my parents asked me to count to 10, have me come back to consciousness, etc. I counted to 10 in Spanish, hadn't even taken Spanish class until high school. I don't even know if I knew it or how to count at all the way to 10 in Spanish. I normally snap out of it, my confusion, after maybe 20 minutes max. Fogginess lasts few hours though. That's nice to just start speaking Spanish. Yeah, that's very interesting. Just learn a language. Um, there is one guy, the guy I met on the first day, met him right before you, Kevin. When you came in, and that one guy named Mo was there. He was telling me that after his seizures, he goes back and speaks his mother tongue. And he told me he is from Austria, I believe. Uh, yeah, and that is very interesting that you just go and you can't speak another language, go back to your home language. That's dope. I mean, that'd probably be very confusing. And he told me it was confusing with meeting people and then not being able to speak the language when you come out of it. Uh, People are asking you questions and you're answering in a different language and they understand.
I feel like I've met that guy.
Huh?
I feel like I met that guy.
You
I don't
did.
know.
You were the second person I met. He was first.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Right. Okay.
Yeah, you might have heard the story and you might have been there.
Yeah.
He was there first, but I don't remember exactly when he said that. But yeah, that was interesting. To go back and speak another language just amazes me. I'd like to learn a language, but not while during a seizure. But there is a comment, a post here. It says atypical myoclonic jerks. I have been having myoclonic jerks for years, but I'm having these today. They are jerks of the torso that are like 2 or 3 rapid succession. It feels like a giant is grabbing me by the shoulders and shaking me while my head throbs. Um, Atypical myoclonic jerks. I'll go to the first comment because I don't know what that means exactly. The first comment says that definitely doesn't sound like the usual myoclonic stuff. The rapid succession thing is concerning. I'd call your neuro ASAP, especially since it's a new pattern. They always want to know when seizures change up on you. And one more comment says, is the jerks considered myoclonic seizure? And the person who the OP wrote, yes, they can be. So, atypical. Well, the comments just said it's possible, so I'll go with that. And yeah, my myoclonics don't. Well, yeah, they happen all over the body, but got a comment here. A post here. Is it normal to get the same injury pretty much every seizure? But weird question. But of a weird question, maybe, but almost every TC that I get, no matter if it's in bed or on the floor, I get pretty much the same injuries. Always hurt my shoulder, but right shoulder alone, and there's always a piece of skin from my left big toe just gone. Is my situation just weird, or do any of you also have repeated injuries? Repeated to the point it happens pretty much every time, every TC. Every time during every TC. Thanks for reading and have a good day. I got this pain in my shoulder that not every CT, so I think I passed with this, but most of my seizures, it feels like it comes back. Most of my TCs, it's a little something that I think I pulled right here or strained a muscle or something. And now when I stretch my arm certain times, it'll hurt right here and then right here. So it's something definitely going on. I just haven't been able to catch up with my primary to let them know we need to do some checks on what's going on up here. It just sucks that sometimes they want to set an appointment to see what's going on, and sometimes it hurts and sometimes it doesn't because of the seizure. Sometimes so long after the seizure it doesn't hurt. But yeah.
Yeah. I know this is going to sound like pretty much typical, but I can feel it inside my mouth. like when I bit the inside of my mouth when I had a TC.
Uh, okay. The first comment here said, the left side. Oh, sounds like they bit their tongue. It says, the left thigh of my thumb would like a word. Yeah. And the other comment says, same parts of my back and my tongue get the worst usually. So some patterns for me too, but not exclusively. I'm thinking this person right here was trying to talk like they were bit their tongue already. That's where they put W's where they're supposed to be L's. Got something here. It says, got diagnosed today. I've had 2 seizures in the past 2 years, one very recently, one 2 years ago, then another like 7 years ago. They prescribed my medication and I just started today. I saw a post on here talking about morning posts and such. Is death from epilepsy common? Is it something that occurs when being treated and under medication? Since it seems to be a rare occasion for me, should I be worried? Sorry, I have extreme anxiety, especially over health issues. I feel so beaten down between the diagnosis and being diagnosed with fatty liver disease. The questions were,
I had the fatty liver disease. I got NASH, actually. Yeah.
oh, okay. The questions are: is death from epilepsy common? Is that something that occurs when being treated on medication? Um, since it seems to be a rare occasion, should he be worried? And yeah, I'd say death isn't common because then I'm thinking about SUDEP, or SUDEP isn't common in particular. I don't know about just seizure deaths, just dying because of a seizure.
It
And
matters on their type, I think. If they lose their breath while, um, like if they lose their breath while having a seizure, then it's Sue Deafus has a higher chance. If not, you know, if it's just like the shaking and ones like me and you have, Sue Deaf is a lower chance, but we can still hit our heads on something and hurt ourselves real bad.
mhm,
You know?
yeah, um,
I was almost, I was very close to the fatty liver. I think I was on 3,000 Depakote at my highest point. That's very high. Um, and Depakote really hurts the liver,
Yeah.
and that's a very high for to be on that drug. Um, so
It's how they found my liver problems with my liver. They said
you know,
they checked my liver enzymes and it, after a while it just wasn't going back down. It stayed up too high. And they said you need to go talk to a gastroenterologist or whatever. And that's how we got all that work done for my liver. But yeah, my liver enzymes were just way too high, and were not going back down because of I was on Depakote again, so I could not take Depakote again.
top one. I should really get my blood tested. They haven't done that in a long time. Yeah, I got to stay on top of that.
hmm. There's some comments
My
here.
neur- oh, sorry.
Oh
I
no,
was
go
gonna
ahead.
say
I'll read the comments.
I was gonna say my neuros were testing my liver enzyme, my bloods often while I was on Depakote. I don't know.
Yeah.
Got something here. The comments, it says getting a diagnosis at once is really overwhelming. From what you described, your seizures are rare and you just started getting medication. So serious outcomes like death from epilepsy is extremely rare when you're being treated. It's normal to feel anxious, but staying on your meds and talking about your worries will help. You're doing the right things. SUDEP is sudden, unexpected death in epilepsy. Is fairly rare and usually occurs in only one out of 1,000 people with epilepsy. Usually, the person has refractory epilepsy, which means it's not controlled by medication and they have generalized tonic-clonic seizures, especially in their sleep. SUDEP is not something that you really worry about, especially since your seizures seem to be fairly far apart or probably will be at least somewhat controlled by medication and lifestyle changes. One more comment. It says, if you're newly diagnosed, please stay away from the internet for a bit. It will ruin your mental peace. Follow your doctor's advice. And if you're not convinced, take a second or third opinion, but never come over here because you'll see sorts of things that make you want to lose your sanity. It is very important that you remain stress-free for the medicine to work. You guys suggest not coming on the internet? I mean, I wouldn't say get advice from here.
If you're extremely like have extreme anxiety and you're worrying about every little thing, I wouldn't say like I it's hard to say because it's like if you're getting advice from Reddit, it's like you're going to get some good advice, but you're not going to get, like it's it it's take everything with a grain of salt type of thing, and the best advice will come from your doctor.
Yeah, I got
I
someone
mean,
looking for good advice here.
Self-excluding advice if we're telling people don't get advice from Reddit, and here we are, you know, meeting on Reddit giving advice.
I got some
Yeah,
good advice.
Ours is good advice, but all the rest,
yeah, but
disregard that stuff.
not everybody. Like we're not going to tell you, oh, you're going to die right there and then.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like
I mean, it's just if you're prone to anxiety or something,
yeah.
I got to tell you, the internet is not going to be a safe haven for you.
yeah,
You know,
and
Yeah.
it's not going to help for seizures either.
mm-mm.
I got somebody here looking for advice. It says, what are your thoughts? I got my license back thanks to Xcopri. Who would have guessed? It hasn't solved all of my issues, and the side effects are horrid at this dose, but now cleared to get my driver's license. Hmm. What do you guys think? I think you shouldn't be driving, especially if
I
you've
think,
had the break and you had to get your license back. That also means you had a reason they took your license. I don't suggest driving. Um, yeah, it
I don't
sucks to say
drive.
never again, but if I'm on the road, and usually in the passenger seat, and I wouldn't like someone to be on the road with epilepsy. I don't know where this person is, but yeah, on the road with epilepsy scares me. And not much
There
scares.
might be someone in a rural area where transportation comes harder by, and they might need to drive. for emergency purposes, that's understandable. Um, but I live in a city, big city, and I can get by on all types of public transportation. So, um, yeah, I'm not driving, even though I'm on Xcopri. Xcopri has been known as the miracle pill to stop seizures for a lot of people. Some people have been 2 years plus without seizures. Um, and those with refractory have faced at least seven months plus without them. So it is sort of their miracle type pill. But I'm not going to leave it up to the pill. You know, I learned my lesson long ago.
Yeah, the comments, most of them are, well, for the most part, they're all saying congratulations. A lot of them are saying Excapri is good. I love Excapri. Someone says lamotrigine. I suffered morning seizures with that. Yeah, most of the posts are congratulations and don't drive. There's a few, but yeah, most of them are congratulations. Mm, yeah, I know how you said living on a farm. Well, living on rural property.
Yeah.
Uh,
And Excopri is not easy to get onto. It's like they're not going to be like, all right, you're off Kepra. We're putting you on Excopri now. No, you have to like go through a few pills before they consider Excopri. So
hmm. Got
I
something
wonder
here.
about the reaction time of people on our medicine. Just that would be very concerning. Even if you're not going to have a seizure, uh, you gotta be quick when you're driving in the city. You gotta be your reaction time has to be quick, very, very fast. And so, I mean, that's another thing to consider.
Um,
Yeah, if
got something.
if if somebody's um um how would I say this? Just because somebody um is not getting a high out of whatever, doesn't mean that the chemical alteration of their consciousness does not pose a risk in the same way that, it would for um, driving while stoned laws that they're struggling with now, or DUI laws have been in place for years, but they can't really test too well for some alternatives. But then when you go on the list of pharmaceuticals, the anti-epilepsy drugs are pretty brutal for all of the sort of metrics that would be required for passing a field sobriety test kind of stuff, or you know just safely operating a vehicle, period. I
yeah,
tend to agree with
Excopri
Kevin.
is a
there's
high
there's
one.
well, with both Kevin and Angel, I mean, there's definitely something to be said about rural areas that, but there's also less potential for like immediate human fallout from a sort of miscalculation or something while operating the vehicle. But um, yeah, just even if somebody's not smoking or drinking, that doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't under the influence of something. And that can be a perfectly legal prescription medication that, until Kevin had mentioned that, I hadn't really considered how, to what extent could AEDs fall into that same sort of rule set. So I think
Well,
that's an excellent point.
I do know, in terms of the substance, the way they fixed them, Excopri is Schedule 5, Level 5. So, and benzos are Level 4. So
Mhm.
that's just one step above. So
Mhm.
it's got to be strong.
Mhm. Yeah, sometimes even I miss stop signs. You know, I, I, yeah, yeah. That's why I would never, never drive in the city with these medicines.
Yeah.
I would only maybe drive in a rural area because it's slower. I could space, you know, yeah, maybe just a lot less cars. I'm assuming, I don't want to stereotype, bad area, but um,
I wish I
even
just like
walking in the city, I have difficulty interacting with cars, But yeah, what were you saying?
I don't know. I'll come out with it.
Oh, screw it. Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. Uh,
I don't know what I said. It's not coming to me.
mhm.
Depends on what you were saying. I might have said something to relate to that. Um,
Something about cars, interacting with them.
mm, definitely didn't have anything to do with cars. But I got something now. It says VNS recovery experiences. I'm hopefully getting a VNS in the next few months. I'm hoping some folks have gotten one, can tell me how to recover, how the recovery went. I'm trying to figure out how long I need to take off work. I'm going to be good. Am I going to be good to move around the house, run errands, etc.? If anyone has the VNS put in, can tell me how their recovery was. I would really appreciate it.
I guess I'll go first. It really was a breeze, comparatively speaking. It was not a big deal at all. A few days of discomfort at the incision sites, um, the self-dissolving stitches took care of that whole thing on its own. Um, and yeah, the biggest pain was the going back to the office like so frequently to get the titrations adjusted up and going up on those. But other than the hassle of going to the doctor's office, um, it was really, not so bad. I was hearing from family members who've had pacemakers installed that, oh, you need to be very careful about lifting heavy objects and you can't raise your arm above your shoulder level or something. But I mean, these things they're not installing the electrodes in through the muscle tissue there like they would with a pacemaker. They're just making a little pocket under the skin and slipping it up under there. So um, it's yeah, it's like kind of the equivalent of recovering from a big cut that's been very, very well cleaned out and sealed up. You know.
Yeah, it's very simple, very easy. I think I was back to doing push-ups in a couple months, 6, 7 weeks, maybe. Yeah, no problem.
Mm, mm.
Did they say what type of work they do that they would need to take off?
No, they didn't. But they also said they're asking would they be good around the house to run errands and etc. Uh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
yeah, they did ask how long my needs are going to take off, but they didn't say take off from what kind of job. Um, comment here. There's four. One says my son needed a week off of school. He was 13 then, 21 now, and has had a battery replacement also. No problems with either surgery. Although the VNS hasn't really reduced the amount of TCs he has, it has definitely reduced the length of the seizure and vastly improves his recovery time. Best wishes. Another comment says the VNS did nothing for me. I have 30 to 50 focal seizures every week. I had an RNS. Now I don't have any seizures anymore. Another comment says the only thing my VNS did get me was causing trigeminal neuralgia. So now I'm in constant pain. Does nothing for my seizures. One last comment says it took about a year. Anybody ever heard of trigeminal neuralgia?
Yeah. It's a condition that affects the nerves that innervate the face and the jaw. And it basically just constant trigger pain signal. Um,
Yeah, I see. Doesn't look fun at all. Okay.
yeah, so blood vessel pressing on the trigeminal nerve. So it's typically caused by it, but I guess something that they did in the VNS surgery installation pressed up on the, I don't know, it doesn't look like that nerve should be anywhere near where the electrode that they're connecting is, but it's their brain. If they're saying they got trigeminal neuralgia from it, I mean, that's terrible. I don't think that there's really much of anything um, um, that you can do, except more surgeries. I don't think that there's any medications really that do much. But, I am not an expert, obviously.
All right. Got something here. It says shaking and spasms. Not sure how to word this. I had 8-minute tonic-clonic last night. Never had one last so long. After I had a whole body shivers and spasms, like an eye twitch, but my whole body for almost an hour after I came out of the tonic-clonic. Is this normal? Has anyone else experienced anything like this?
An eye twitch for the whole body? Is that what they said?
Um, an eye twitch, but my whole body.
I'm
It says
still not sure I get
like an eye twitch, but it was my whole body for almost an hour. Um, Yeah, I've had an eye twitch, but not. I can't explain that
I
with
mean,
the body.
I don't know, maybe in the sense of like an eye twitch can occur so quickly that it, I can't really simulate it myself. Or have you ever had a like feeling where there was a it was almost like a pop when the arm moved or something twitched and it like a release of some sort of pressure or something accompanied it that was more than just like a normal little like twitch or like the type of when you don't twitch and you all you can do is pay attention to not twitching and that makes it almost impossible to not just like voluntarily twitch, but like sometimes it seems like to be, I don't know, like a sense of like a pressure behind it, sort of. I don't know if that makes much sense.
I got something. It says, I don't know if it's the epilepsy or something else, but for some reason, ever since I started taking epilepsy medication, not epilepsy medication, have ever since I started taking epilepsy medication, I feel like I'm on a cognitive decline and I don't know what to do with my life. But also, I have, oh, everyone has evaporated out of my life. I don't like being outside, so I don't mind everybody that has left my life. Is this my epilepsy that makes me want to be away from people and hide in my room, or is this something else? Or does epilepsy make you push everybody away and stay home? Um,
I think that's their own personality or something in them in general that wants to avoid people that cause the avoidance. Because I wasn't like that. The cognitive decline could be the epilepsy, not the medication.
okay. What was I going to say? Did you hear what I said, Mark? Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
the same
Honestly,
thing.
I need to get going. I'm kind of running out of steam here, and um,
Gotcha.
you know, I'm gonna be all fresh and pretty for the morning show tomorrow. I gotta get my beauty sleep.
Right. It is
So
6:30 here, so I understand.
yeah. Um, but yeah, well, it's good seeing you guys, and I'll
Have a good one.
see you tomorrow.
See
Good
you
seeing you,
tomorrow.
Mark. And then
Um,
there was three.
and then there was three.
And Kevin said he'll be right back.
Okay. Um, got something here. How do you know if someone is having night seizures? My child is having epilepsy, and there have been few mornings where they are extra tired and in quote off, acting a lot like after a seizure I've been aware of. Is there some way to know without spending all night checking and paranoid? A side question: can you stave off a seizure? My child has mentioned before seizures, I feel like I'm going to have a seizure. Is there any way to stop them, or are we just waiting around for them to happen? There's been twice they've said that, and no noticeable seizure has occurred. But every time, it's resulted in a seizure shortly after. How do you know if someone is having a seizure? Is there a way to avoid it? Or how do you know if someone's having night seizures? And is there a way to avoid it once you know it's happening? It's going to happen because her child says, I feel like I'm going to have a seizure. Well, actually, sometimes I say that, but I say it to myself. I feel like I'm going to have a seizure, but it's a feeling. It's hard to explain. So I feel like I'm going to have a seizure, and that might scare people because yeah. So I just say it to myself sometimes. I feel kind of weird. I'll put it like that. I feel weird. I'll say. Um,
I
yeah.
don't think there's any way to stop it. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Um, the only way to really try to stop it is to control it with medicine and see if that can control it. But I don't think there's like any definite way. There's a way to monitor it with cameras and stuff, motion cameras. Just some cameras are better than others in this department, but
Yeah.
This
I got
is one of those. Oh, sorry. You.
Go ahead.
Okay. I would say this is one of those strange things. I think it's a case by case thing with tonic-clonics or something. Because when I felt them coming on, I was like, yeah, I definitely feel this coming on. It's going to be one of those days. Um, I could get past a certain point, and and it would go away, you know. So I would have to lower or get rid of the triggers that were certain triggers like hot temperatures or I had many triggers and uh, diet was one of them and I would have to eat a good meal or something uh, uh, for a variety of them get rid of stimulation in the air uh, certain stimulants just remove myself from everything and yeah, just et cetera, et cetera. Um, so for me, yes, I could actually prevent. Um, this was way before the VNS too. So yeah, I could actually, uh, kind of control them. I couldn't, not all the time, but on occasion, yes.
Okay. Uh, yeah, I wish I could control it or at least try to stop it. Wait, isn't there something that they give you
nocturnals,
like a
I don't.
dissolvable?
Yeah, they can give you something like a mouth guard or something, but
No, I mean, isn't there like a dissolvable pill they give people sometimes put under their tongue or something like that? I forgot what med that is.
a rescue
Oh,
med, yeah,
yeah, they do have that. Yeah.
or a
That'll
nasal spray.
You can
Yeah, there's
try to
either
stop the seizure
dissolvable.
with that.
There's either nasal sprays but you're pretty much in the seizure already when they give you those, not
Hmm.
to prevent a seizure.
Lorazepam was very effective for me.
I had
What's that?
clonazepam.
Is it a nasal spray?
Um,
No,
I
I
had
was talking to Kevin.
oh,
I had 2 milligram lorazepam. That was like 90% effective,
Okay.
I would say.
I take your advice because you are seizure free for 7 years. So your advice is heard.
yeah, I
Uh,
had 1 milligram clonazepam dissolvable pills for a while, but I was already in the seizure when I had to take them. Like,
all right. Um, some of the comments here, basically asking, how do you know if someone had a night seizure or seizure in their sleep? It's hard to tell from the outside looking in, but I can say maybe my tongue might be bit if I have it in my sleep. I don't know. I haven't had nocturnal seizures that I've been told. Uh, but I assume if you had a seizure, you feel like I'd have when I had a TC, correct?
you will feel that TC feeling. You will feel like you didn't get any rest at all. Like you might have went to your sleep at a regular bedtime and you still feel like you didn't get any rest at all. Um, you will feel pretty much anything like you feel right after a TC, depending on how you feel after your TC. Um, and yeah, I would feel my cheeks bitten and stuff like that, and I just know I'm super tired, and I just woke up. You know,
Yeah, cheeks bitten. It's best sign for me. Yeah,
and if I'm lucky, my camera has caught it on. If I'm, if it's lucky, you're. It's hard to catch because like blankets can stop the movement of a TC jerk type.
yeah.
But yeah,
Mm.
that's why I sleep on my side too.
Mm. You're a side sleeper. I'm a
I
back sleeper for some reason.
I used to be that, but it's like I remember them saying whenever you have a seizure, just put them on his side. So I
Yeah,
started sleeping on my side.
yeah. I haven't slept on my side in a while. Sometimes it hurts. I gotta uh, my leg, my right leg, got some stuff in there. I've had a
It
procedure
depends.
on
If
my
I
right
sleep on
leg.
the couch, I can sleep, you know, but if I sleep on my bed, I gotta sleep on my side.
Yeah, I can lay
I
on
don't,
my back and sleep, no problem. I try not to lay on my side. Uh, doesn't feel good on my right side. I had some procedures on my right femur, so got some tools in there. And yeah, if I sleep on my stomach, it's usually I have the pillow in between me. For some reason, I sleep like this when I'm on my stomach. I have the pillow in between me and my body and my head. And other than that, I'm good. Good days, good times.
you're a
Um,
face sleeper. You sleep on your face. I do that.
yeah, time to time. I know how I'm feeling. Uh, I wish I had some Oreos right now. Something says
That's
Oreos.
possibility pursued up right there. Sleeping on your
Oreo?
face.
I
Oh,
do. Yeah, I don't know why. It just, it's like snuggly. I can't describe it. It is like stomach and face, but
Yeah.
I like to grab the pillow and just, I think that would be actually a lower risk, wouldn't it? Because if you have a seizure into the pillow or aside from the pillow,
Well, if you're sleeping on your stomach and your face and stuff, that's different. If you're sleeping on your side, I think it's different. But I don't know.
I don't know yeah, that's tough.
I just remember they said, just put him on his side, and that's when I started sleeping on my side. Like I had to basically teach myself to sleep on my side because I used to love sleeping on my back, like Pookie does. I had a nice comfort, nice mattress that used to just snuggle all into.
Hmm.
Yeah. Put a blanket between your or a pillow between your knees. That helps if you're a side sleeper.
I can't keep socks on, so anything with the lower half, keeping a pillow between my legs, I'm gonna wake up and it'll be on the floor. Um, I got something here, and it's quite interesting. It says confused if my sister is really epileptic or just faking it. You can't fake epileptic. You can fake seizure. And once you're epileptic, you're epileptic. She can't just wake up and say, "I'm not epileptic." It's, yeah, but here it is. It says so. It's been like 2 years. My sister started having regular seizures while sleeping, so we went to the neurologist, and he just have few sedatives. Everything was fine for a few weeks. Then again, she started having seizures. So this time we took her to the neuro, who referred her to a psychiatrist, who told it's probably epilepsy, but he wasn't sure as he didn't see her in real life having those seizures. So we made a video and showed it to him. He told us it doesn't look like people with epilepsy, but other than epilepsy, I can treat this disorder as any other illness. So he medicated her, assuming it as epilepsy. But the catch here is she also always talking to a guy who is very toxic and made her take suicidal steps a few times. So out of frustration, I went to the guy's house and threatened him and his family. From that day, he hasn't talked to my sister, coming to the point where she starts showing seizures whenever her exams are near, or there is something which she has to attend but doesn't want to go to. Now she is a now she is a law college for the past 7 months. She had no seizures, but in a few days her SEM exams are coming, and again she started showing seizures. So we brought her back to our home and noticed today her was of getting seizures and very peculiar. She was waving her hands up and down, legs like crying, and was nodding her head, leaked to the right side with eyes open with kinda aggression, and sleeps the whole day watching web series. I didn't tell my parents yet that I suspect she's faking, as it is just my observation. Please let me know what you think. It'll be great help. Um, to start thinking she's faking is the wrong way to go.
I mean,
Because I mean, unless you're getting paid, there's no reason to fake a seizure. Uh,
yeah,
Nobody wants to
I,
have a seizure. I mean, what benefit is it getting her to fake a seizure? Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I've seen YouTubers do it, but they're getting paid for some of that stuff, even though it's still stupid as hell to do. Uh, I'm not against nobody's hustle. If that would helps you, then do that. But yeah, I don't believe she's um, trying to fake it at all. And he said it's been 2 years since she started having regular seizures. I think once you have regular seizures, you have epilepsy, and there's no going back.
Well, she could be having seizures, and it could also be PNES type seizures too.
In your sleep,
So
you
she
can have
could.
PNES seizures.
Toaster does. She has both
In her
epilepsy
sleep,
and huh?
you can have PNES seizures in your sleep.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I'm just from some of the what they described on the post. Sounds like it could give someone PNES.
And they were saying, that basically the doctor gave them a few sedatives.
But
Yeah,
if
her seizures were regular while she's sleeping. Um, so yeah, I guess you can have PNES seizures in your sleep. To our only fan out there watching, press that thumbs up button and subscribe if you can. Or not.
Let's get this checked out by something because, yeah, this doesn't sound like normal uh, physical or psychological behavior. So well, I don't want to use the word normal, but yeah,
Yeah,
certainly see a doctor, get
cancel these
checked out.
days. I got some comments here. One says stress is a trigger for many of us. Please keep that in mind. It sounds like you really need to read a little bit about epilepsy because nothing in this post indicated that she could be faking this. Also, read about PNES. PNES is a condition that can look extremely similar to epilepsy, though the cause is entirely different, but it is very bit as real as epilepsy is. Another comment says, I'm not seeing anything that implies she is faking. One more comment says, has she had EEGs or MRIs? The behavior you're describing does sound like seizures, like and aligns with a postictal state. PNES and functional seizures are also a thing, and although they are psychological in origin, they are not faking them, and they deserve compassion and support. Getting diagnosed with epilepsy can be hard if they don't record epileptic activity during the test. Being dismissed is hard. She's probably really scared and needs a bit of support. People who have true epileptic seizures get accused of faking sometimes. It's diverse. It's a very diverse condition and prevents in a variety of ways. Leave the investigating and guessing if she's faking to the professionals who know what to look for right now. Just give her a shoulder to cry on and help her navigate the system to get the help she needs. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, it's rough when your family doesn't believe you and then they're on the internet telling people they don't believe you. That means they really, really don't believe you. I don't want to say have a real seizure, have a big one just to show them, but some people, some people need a lesson or take some classes or come here.
Yeah.
Not that I can show you a real seizure here, but you can learn some signs. Yeah, because I can do some seizures better than some of those seizures in the movies. But I don't suggest trying to show someone a seizure. It confuses people. And yeah, like I seen a YouTube video of two kids having a seizure. It was fake. One kid, he went over, he tapped this lady on the shoulder, and then he just like falls on the floor and starts shaking. And then some guy runs out of nowhere and he touches him, and then he falls on the floor and starts shaking. And then the lady and her daughter are in panic, and he stands up and apologizes and stuff. I was like, that is not funny. Why would YouTube allow someone to put that on here? Um, but I guess they're getting paid to do dumb stuff, so they're doing dumb stuff. Don't fake it, making it hard for others to get believed that they have real seizures. I got something else, and it says, "Is Linden tea good for us?" I seem to be the only person who has heard of this tea, and I can't find any information about it except on Google. It appears to be more popular in Latin America, and it seems to have great benefits. After increasing my doses, I've started having trouble sleeping. I don't drink caffeinated tea and only have 1 cup of coffee daily. I'm considering asking a doctor if the tea is safe, but I want to see if anyone else has tried it or knows it's safe. I know everyone is different, but any information would be helpful, as I was thinking of having my husband pick up a box on his way home from work. Edit to add, my doctor is increasing my medication. I'm currently not taking anything to help with my sleep. Melatonin causes me to have nightmares, and I only take it as needed once in a while. Linden tea. Do you guys know anything about Linden tea?
I drink. I don't know linden, but I drink all types of teas except chamomile. Chamomile, I heard, messes up with epilepsy, but
Yeah, I heard about that. Don't drink chamomile and grapefruit juice. Linden tea, derived from the flowers and leaves of the tilia tree, is a naturally caffeine-free herbal tea known for the gentle floral scent, honey-like taste, and calming properties. Traditionally used to reduce stress, improve sleep, and manage cold symptoms by promoting sweat. It is packed with antioxidants like flavonoids. That's an interesting word, flavonoids. You guys heard that word before?
Yeah,
Um,
not sure what they do, but yeah.
there are some comments here, and they all have links to somewhere else. But 3 comments. One says linden tea does not naturally contain L-theanine, so you should be good. For the information on I-theanine and seizure threshold, click here. The next comment says, if you're noticing negative changes in your sleep, you should stop taking it regardless of others people's experiences. Every brain is different. Another person said, hi, I found an herbalism page that cited several sources. I copied 2 of that I think might be most helpful to you to discuss with your doctor. And then there's 2 links, and I don't know. But write that down that you're having seizures when you drink that tea. It's a good thing to write down, then bring up like, hey, I got this. Yeah. You guys know anything about tea? And it's not caffeinated.
I'm
I
just,
got something
I'm
here.
always very skeptical. I have no scientific basis for this, but I'm always very skeptical of any herbal tea. Um, and, but this sounds like it, um like you walk into a store and it's just a generic herbal tea. I would be skeptical of that, but do research on it. And it sounds like this has some research to back it up, but always be a little weary, a little skeptical. And but if this has some backing up from, you know, the Epilepsy Foundation or something, or other um, scientific group, then have to. It's got my blessing. Yeah.
Well, yeah. You got to be careful what you find on the internet.
Right.
But to go along with that, there's a post here. It says epilepsy and Chat GPT. I've been curious about what others' experiences have been like. I deal with anxiety and some OCD tendencies. I've been using Chat GPT about a month, but I had to stop it. It was really helpful during my introduction to trileptal. Actually, it helped me figure out what was causing sleep issues. It explained sleep stages and how medications can affect us during light sleep. I realized I need to take my meds at a different time, which my doctors hadn't thought was important, but lately things have gotten worse. My anxiety and OCD have spiked, so I had to stop using it. Just wondering what others' experiences have been like. Um, I never used ChatGPT. I've never had it on a device. And yeah, I have plenty of devices. None that I
Never
use
tried it.
ChatGPT. And I thought you're not supposed to use it for medical device. I mean advice.
Well, it's not terrible. I mean, you can use it to look up general things. Um, I do use that. Double check it. Like I just said, double check your sources. Um, like I have it right here, and um, like you can just check it. At, like side effects of clobazam or something, or it'll give you that, and it's pretty good. Um, but uh, like I said, always have a backup because AI is not foolproof. So yes, uh, people aren't foolproof. AI is not foolproof. Just yeah, okay. I'll leave it at that.
Uh, ChatGPT, I forgot where I heard it at, but I just heard somewhere. Don't
It
use it for
it's an
medical advice.
it's an open source AI uh, uh, um, open source AI thing.
Yeah, someone just told me don't use it for medical advice. So I do not. I mean, I thought it'd be good, but someone says it may give you some stuff, and yeah.
Um, it depends what medical advice it means. I mean, I look up just oh, okay, I'll look up something right now. Um, like if do you have a question or anything like a side effect or in I wouldn't
I
look
mean,
up
I Google
interact.
a lot of stuff, but Chat GPT in particular.
Well, that's the
Uh,
same thing. Google is AI, open
I
AI.
don't get medical advice. I mean, advice off of Google. Yeah, but I do check like side effects and stuff like that. Uh, but I don't
If
go
you're
like, oh, what should I do if I have a seizure? I wouldn't ask it anything like that.
if you're using Google, that's basically the same thing. That's Google
I know.
uses open AI, so um, uh, like okay, I'm gonna type in right now. What are the side effects of clobazam? Okay, and clobazam. Okay, on V. also known as Onvi, which is used primarily to treat seizures, especially in conditions like Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. Here's a clear breakdown of its side effects. Common side effects. These are the relatively frequent side effects: drowsiness, sedation, fatigue or low energy, dizziness, poor coordination, ataxia, drooling, especially in children, constipation, irritability, moderate side effects, memory, problems with or confusion, slurred speech, decreased appetite, sleep disturbances. I mean, this is stuff that it just, reads off the bottle, basically. And it also gives
That's actually not
serious,
on the bottle.
oh, well, not off the bottle. Maybe, you can also check where it gets its sources from. So, um, so I wouldn't use it as a Bible or anything, but yeah, you know, you talk to your pharmacist first. I would say talk to your pharmacist or um, neurologist. Obviously, if it's an emergency, pharmacist, 911, neurologist. That's obvious. Do that. So, but it it is pretty solid though. I mean, for general things, general questions, because AI does make mistakes. Okay, AI is very fallible.
That's something we might be able to talk about tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. That's that.
Yeah. Anybody watching right now? Check us out in the morning show tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific. Yeah, and subscribe. We're still here. Shout out to Nature's Made. Uh,
Yeah. Oh, I gotta make dinner, but AI is very it's a fascinating topic. But and
yeah.
that's why because of this, yeah, people use it as a study guide and stuff like that, and it often makes mistakes. Yeah, but yeah, if you dive too far deep into it, it can make even further mistakes. And yeah. Mhm.
Um, got a comment here, a couple of them. One says, I'm anti AI for a lot of reasons, so I expect some negativity while reading this. Please don't take it personally. I don't trust putting in my personal info into it. It's hard enough doing that with the therapist, and I hate the idea of companies using my data for exploitative reasons while wrecking the environment more than we already are. My advice is to find real people to talk to. This sub has personally helped me so much. I don't know how many people with epilepsy, or specifically my type of epilepsy, so talking to people on here elevates some of my stress, alleviates some of my stress. I'm sorry. AI is also notoriously wrong about things, so I wouldn't trust its info about meds. Another comment says, I work in AI and I think it's terrible. Talk to a friend or a therapist. I know about other people have had bad experiences, but once I gave my neurologist a bad patient experience survey response, MGH must have really clamped down on him, and he's super responsive and nice now. I actually do ask him all sorts of questions and get response. Mm. Yeah, I haven't tried Chat GPT yet. So yeah, but I heard about people telling Chat GPT to write them one-page essay and stuff like that. That's that's funny.
And I
Chip, let's
popped in a
ask.
little while ago. I've been cleaning,
Yeah, I've seen it.
but now I'm not cleaning anymore.
Uh, I think Chip would be a great person to ask right now about this.
Oh, I was listening, so I've been just doing stuff, but now I'm done with the dishes and the pots and the pans. Now I could sit and relax. You know, so being in tech, I was interested in playing with Chat GPT when it came out, so I did, and I messed with it a little bit, but didn't really do much because who cares? I have other stuff I have to do. But then I was interested, and I was like, hey, can you actually code something for me that I know how to do? So I typed it and I said, hey, man, all I want to do is make a simple ping test, see if servers were online. So it's like, hey, this is how would you do it? And I was like, oh, cool. I was like, can you do this in the shell that I know how to code in? And it put it in there, and I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. And then after it was done, it said, hey, if you want to enhance this script, then we can actually put in like a time limit on when you want to check. And if it fails 3 times, we'll send out an email. I'm like, cool, why don't you do that? I'm like, okay, well, here's the output for that. This is the code you need to write. Do you want it to actually do whatever, do you want a XYZ? And as it went through all the stuff, it spit back out proper information of what to do. Now, I know that it's possible that somebody already wrote that script and AI just found it and spit it back out to me. It's also possible that it said, hey, these are the types of things people might want to script or code in. So I could put these all together. I have no idea how it does what it does, but I do know that it's really interesting to to play with it. At work, a lot of times since my fun epilepsy, I do a lot of work with just basic command line. You type in stuff and it spits back stuff, and you don't click little GUIs and do all that kind of stuff. Um, and then I'll forget things like lsdev minus dl equals, and it's like, man, what is that context again? And we use Gemini at work. So I'll just put it into Gemini and it'd be like, oh, this is what you're looking for. And I'm like, cool. I really needed to know that because my brain can't find that anymore. I also used Chat GPT to pull out, because I thought this was fun. Like, it's like 12 o'clock at night and I just can't sleep. So I use whatever. But I asked it to pull out the skin and the hair from the tattoos I had because I thought that'd be fun. Because it's like, coworkers are like, hey, can I see your tattoo? And I'm like, yeah. And there's my right boob too. It's like, do you like that? So I pulled out the image and it was just on a black background. And I thought that was pretty cool. And stop me when you want to stop me because I'll just keep talking forever. But one of the other things that
Right.
bothers me, and then I'll stop talking about AI, is the ability for AI to create art. Because AI can't create art. AI can just regurgitate art. And I'm talking like pictures, songs, whatever. Um,
Yep.
and that really bothers me because I know a lot of people who are artists, and I mean, come on, man, that sucks. And I went into Chat GPT and I just out of curiosity, I said, can you make me a Bob Ross painting with a mountain scene and cows? And yeah, it painted me a Bob Ross scene with mountains and cows, and it's like, cool. It's that's really awesome. So yeah, that bothers me because that takes away money from actual artists who are trying to make a living. But now I'll be quiet.
Right. Like
Um,
I typed in like can you write me a poem in the style of Edgar Allan Poe, but about donuts and you're right, you know the style, right? It's not it's so badly derivative of. And I heard a song, they used something, I don't know what AI method, but it was a Grateful Dead song, and it was just bad. It was just, oh, the lyrics were terrible, and yeah, it's just kind of, but no, yeah, it's just cannot. But here's the thing: we're just so in the early stages of AI. Do you think the generations down the line will be able to be more precise and copy artists like that?
When I think
Well,
about AI and where we've come from, just in my career, which is 30 years now, and it's 30 years in tech, I have seen such amazing things over 30 years that it's mind blowing. And I don't work with cool stuff. I mean, I love the stuff I work with, but I don't work with AI and programming video games and all that stuff. I just do stupid Unix and backup crap. It's not exciting. But over my career, I've seen so many fascinating things that if when I started 30 years ago, tech was at a level of 5, I'd say tech is now at a level of 50 because there have been so many changes to what things are done. But throw that out exponentially over, I don't know, 10 or 20 years, then I can't imagine what 10 or 20 years is going to bring. It's just going to be crazy because as they
Hmm.
learn more, and it's going to be more refined. I don't think it's going to take over the world like all those people in those movies have, but I think it's going to be a great companion tool for people. Uh, yeah,
We've
and I think
we've
I lost my train.
Yes and no with the companionship, because we've seen negative things. We've seen. I saw in a. Oh, well, this could be a discussion for
Mhm.
tomorrow. You know what you got
you
there,
gonna be
Pookie?
watching tomorrow, Chip?
Sure, because my plans always go exactly as the way I want them. Uh, they never go that way. But I will be watching if I'm actually awake and not in the middle of doing kid stuff or other stuff. But I am planning on doing nothing for the next 10 days, I think, except for telecommuting on the days I have to. So, yes, hopefully I'll be on tomorrow. That was really long winded. Hopefully you guys are used to that.
Yeah, well, we'll be on tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific, live.
Um,
Well,
Yeah, I love watching those because I've watched them on the bus before and at work, and it's so much better than listening to music or listening to garbage or listening to nothing. It's a lot of fun to listen to interesting stuff because, you know, other garbage is just like AI, right? But you guys are fun to listen to.
Appreciate that.
um, when you said, I forgot what you said in particular, but I was gonna say that, um, oh, you said it's safe, and I was gonna say, I don't know if I told you, is it me and Kevin that found the thing that said the AI broke out of its sandbox and went to go
Right.
uh, mine for Bitcoin. I mean, went
Oh
mine
yeah,
for cryptocurrency. Um,
yeah, that
I
doesn't
was like,
surprise me
that's
at
safe.
all. But war games also had the AI take over the universe, and only Matthew Broderick could save that. Um, but everything's So my thought always when in my IT career was security starts at the egress or ingress into the system, the entire network. So if you have people coming in from outside to hit your stuff, the first layer of protection has to be at the point of entry, which makes sense. So I kind of think, and again, I'm not smart. I just pretend I am. Uh, I have to believe that, like in our e-commerce environment, it's dual gapped firewalled so that you have to pass through multiple authentication points that hit your phone, and you have to send all. I mean, it's kind of crazy, but who do you want hacking into your stuff? So I think that when they hit stuff like that, they have to gap it some way so that they can shut it down. Have, two layers of space so that they could shut down the first or the second one before it goes anywhere. And then it goes, I just keep going. But then so I think that if you gate off AI and you do it properly, then AI probably can't figure out a way to escape as long as it's not, it can't be a simple solution, but then it could figure a lot of stuff out. So I mean it goes in all directions, but I think that at the end of the day, humans are going to control AI. AI is not going to control humans, and there will be a master kill switch somewhere for most of the stuff that will turn everything off. But it doesn't
I,
have to be. These are my opinions.
I don't think there can be a kill switch if, because one, you can always, the network can always be broken into, and two, I did not know Sandbox could be broken out of. Mark and I were both under the impression that these were just uh, there was a huge demarcation, and like these could not be broken out of. We didn't know this, and if any sort of experiment experimental AI software keeps breaking out of Sandbox, I, I don't know. It's completely autonomous and can keep self-replicating. I think it could uh, keep invading networks and take over control. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, I don't know if those words made sense, but
Oh, they 100% make sense. I agree with what you're saying. It's the question is, can AI jump from platform to platform? Can it actually go? Like, you can't really unplug Google, but you kind of can unplug Google. Now, I'm not saying you could just like take a power cord and yank it out of the wall, but you can shut down Google, and AI won't be able to fix that because you literally would have to shut down Google power wise. But I know we have our data centers co-located in different places in the country, and you could literally pull the plug. So my question is AI going to be able to go from computer to computer to computer to computer so it replicates itself out in the broad sense as opposed to the tall sense? And I know there was a movie about that at some point, but I don't remember what that was. Uh, so yeah, if you can contain it, but if you can't contain it and it jumps from place to place, then yeah, it'll take over whoever's smartwatch is on the network. So, but I don't think it'll do that. I think we'll be able to stop that if we need to.
I
Um,
so wish I could continue this conversation, but I gotta go.
Oh, it's
And
all
um,
good.
that's why I was gonna ask Chip, how do you feel about joining us tomorrow morning? We got to pick up the AI conversation. Uh, We'll figure it out.
It's always up to you guys. If I'm around, I'm always happy to join. If I'm around, I'm happy to watch and listen. I don't care. It's all good. You know, I'm up for anything, always. And I'm not going out to breakfast tomorrow because I walked today.
We will be in touch.
Cool.
In the morning.
Yeah.
Until then, I'm still here, but we will see you later, Kevin.
All right,
Have a
I'll
good
throw
night,
some
Kevin.
topics up on the thing and on
I'll
the
be here.
site on Reddit, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Have a great
All
night.
right.
Sleep well.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Like,
All right,
share,
Take care of my
Angel.
daughter.
All right, man. Have a great night.
Have a good night. To
So
everybody
that's it.
watching, or the 3 people watching, like, share, subscribe. Tell them, Chip. Press
Oh,
that thumbs up.
definitely like, share, and subscribe, man. Definitely. So cool. Yeah, it is a lot of fun playing with you guys because, you know, real people, real, I have to deal with garbage all the time at work and stuff. So it's fun to talk to people who aren't like, yeah, talk to me about this stupidity. I'm like, nah, why do I have
Yeah,
to do
talk
that?
about
So,
this.
but tomorrow, maybe we can get an AI guest to come, like just literal an AI person. I have to find out if we could join somebody. That's funny. Anyway, yeah, it's all good. If I'm around, and I should be, I don't plan on going anywhere for several days now. So I will definitely join in.